the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. 'Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from that. Let me start off by saying, personal news wise, ended the broadcast yesterday. Was getting kind of tired by the end of this. Okay. Was getting kind of tired by the end of the broadcast. And decided, you know what? I'm gonna call it quits. I'm gonna chill out and maybe watch a little bit of anime, which I did, which was fun, which was great. Denims raid. Hey, Denims. Shouts out to Denims. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. All things considered, I hope everything is going all right. This camera angle is high up and interesting. I know. It's so that you can see Kaya. Also, it's because my main cam is kind of busted, as you can tell. It doesn't autofocus on my face. It has autofocus issues. It has some lighting issues. So in the interim, I'm just using the secondary because I feel like it's a little bit darker. It's a little bit better in general. But yeah, are those shelves new? No, they're not. I mean, they're kind of new, but they've just been around. But in any case, folks, that's not the one I scratched in Japan. Also, we don't know if I scratched it. Let's be real. Personal news wise, what have I done? I watched a lot of anime last night. I went to bed at like 10, which is, pretty good. I was able to basically stay up until 10 p.m. And then I woke up at like around 3, watched a little bit more anime, and then went back to sleep. And basically woke up early in the morning, went to work out, and we're freaking back. Can you please address the criticism here? What is this?
Stream and talks at the same time. Okay, but that's based. You're just based for that. Like, you're literally just based. Okay?
What?
Like, you're right about that. And you should say it. And we should all keep saying it.
What?
And he should stop pulling a Kamala by saying, I am speaking. Sorry. I'm speaking. We should keep saying it.
I don't know what's going on here.
Maybe if enough of us push him, he will stop doing it. Okay?
What?
Maybe.
Great clip that cuts off the initial context. Yeah. There's criticism here, but I don't even know what it is. Denim's on Hasan speaking with his mouth full. Yeah, I'm not going to stop. Yeah, I will never stop eating on stream, and I will never stop speaking with my mouth full. She said you stole the shelves? Wait, what do you mean? You got to blame my mom for that. Nothing. They're saying that another content creator has the same exact shelves behind her. And I'm saying that you are responsible. Yeah, my mom is the one who bought them and chose them. My mom is a big Denim's head. I think that's why. Oh, yeah, that's the person who had the shelves. Yeah. Yeah, my mom can't even figure out Twitch to watch me. Okay, so. Your voice stops the room from spinning? Okay, nice. Did you see the new HasanAbi hit species just dropped? The way my rabbit doesn't give a damn about me when his favorite show, the HasanAbi broadcast, is on? Oh my god. I know that I have this aura on cats. I didn't know that it also existed for rabbits as well. That's so funny. Sorry, Sam, but is it possible to see that pic with your giant dog up close somehow? I can't stop looking at it, but it's too far away, and I'm curious if it's painted or computer generated or whatever. Do you have it posted somewhere maybe? It's painted, and no, there's no way that I can take a picture that is framed, a painting that is framed on my wall, and bring it up closer to you. My cats sense your cat hating aura and sit in front of my screen all the time when I'm watching it. They want me to stop. It's really an awful noise, though. I literally have to turn you off when you eat. Not saying you should stop eating on stream, but like, could you at least try to eat away from the mic? Misophonia is a real thing, dude. Yeah. Suck me is my answer to that. And the reason for why I say suck me is because I have the greatest, strongest noise gate in the game, and you very rarely ever hear mouth noises. So, you know, that's it. That's literally it. Guess Hasan can't watch the video now? What is this?
And it'd be a shame if somebody was, well.
Oh, is he going to claim he's going to sue? Is he implying he's going to sue Denims for violating his cut? Oh, please.
That's insane. He's like up and down the timeline begging for people to watch the video because it's so damning. And now he's implying that he's going to hit a copyright strike. That's crazy. No, wow, no accessibility settings on the HasanAbi broadcast?
Sure. 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 Okay. So Hasan definitely should not watch his nuke then. Right? We are all in agreement. Hasan should not, and apparently cannot watch his video because Ethan Klein doesn't like people violating his copyright. Hasan.
Wait, was this like the big 5-head move? Was it the big 5-head meta? Was that like I watch it and then he hits me with a copy strike? Like, what is happening? Anyway, I don't know. I don't really care. I've moved on from this. I hope everyone else can as well eventually. Who knows? Ethan going anti-fair uses a real Fetterman move. Oh my God. Did he also get hit with a stroke gun that makes you more pro-Israel than you were prior? He didn't move on. I mean, I'm moving on. I'm moving on once again, and I hope he can move on as well. And, you know, that's it. I don't know what else to say. Throwback Friday, this cinematography and trains is why I will miss Japan. Oh, this. Oh, dude, this is going to hurt. Chatter, this is going to hurt watching this.
55.
Yeah. Yes, they're, well, they are revisionists. They're ultimately reforming revisionists. Understandably. But yeah, I don't think you can operate electorally in a country that America wrote the Constitution of if you weren't.
Sure. Although one of the things they want to protect the most is that Constitution.
Yeah.
Did you read the JCP newsletter?
They love the Constitution.
Yeah.
That's, again, fascinating, and I want to hear more about
Yeah. So the other thing is that, like,
because they're also anti-occupation, right?
of course, yeah, they were. But in the beginning, they thought that the occupation was going to be a liberating force.
Talking about Marxist tendencies with the trains in the background is a vibe. Yes. Ugh. Can you imagine walkable cities? Just for a brief moment, think about that. Walkable cities, adequate public transit.
With the inauguration
By the way, speaking of Japan, we're going to start off with with this.
Even stronger.
Japanese Prime Minister is here.
I conveyed my willingness to cooperate together to elevate
Shigeru Ishiba
in the United States
today doing a press conference right after I came back. He came back too.
$1 trillion. President Trump Trump and myself also concurred to elevate the Japan-U.S. partnership to an even higher level through improving business environment and increasing bilateral investment and employment, strengthening each other's industries, leading the world in developing
Yeah, we flew
advanced
together.
technologies such as AI and leading-edge semiconductors, and strongly promoting efforts to harness the energy of the growing market in the
Is he going to give us trains? He's not going to give us anything. What do you mean? Is he going to give us trains? He has no power. He has no motion. He has no juice.
Cooperate to strengthen energy security between the
They
two
are the
countries,
junior partner in this coalition. All right, I got to
including
blast
exports
off.
of United States liquefied natural gas to Japan
Vil
in a mutually
Moragar, thank you for the
beneficial
50
manner.
big ones.
Regarding foreign exchange, as in the first Trump administration, close discussions will continue between Japanese and the U.S. finance ministers who are experts in this field.
We also held candid discussions on challenges the Indo-Pacific region is facing. We confirmed that we are resolved not to allow unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion, and to oppose such attempts in the East and South China Seas in order to fully defend a free and open Indo-Pacific.
Trump did a 10-minute rant about California high-speed rail and said he would try to stop it ASAP. Bro does not like trains. Yeah, I got the Yay crash out as well. Hold on, Freaky Friday.
Please continue to age. I conveyed my strong sense of urgency and determination directly to President Trump and gained his renewed strong support for the immediate resolution of the abductions issue. While this was my first face-to-face meeting with President Trump, we were able to openly and frankly exchange views.
Do we have
and our meeting turned out
do we have
to
a
be
blast
very
off meme?
productive and meaningful. As a result of today's meeting, which marked a new departure for the Japan-U.S. relations, we are issuing a Japan-U.S. Joint Leaders Statement. This document will serve as a compass for further cooperation between our two countries. On the basis of these deliverables,
I just used the Prime Minister's
I look forward to working together with President Trump,
glaze fit
who I respect immensely,
as a
to
blast
usher
off.
in a new golden age of Japan-U.S. relations.
He's so scared, by the way.
I look
Like,
forward to welcoming you to Japan.
from what I understand, the Japanese politics is like Japanese politicians are absolutely terrified. They are so worried about Donald Trump basically exploding all different kinds of trade, which is understandable.
Oh, I think she'll be okay with it somehow.
I'm trying to defend you in TikTok comments right now. I don't know how you do this every day. Keep up the good fight, soldier.
Engineers have access to these treasury payments.
The truth is the greatest answer to all defamation. That was the question Trump was just asked. What does Melania think about this? I love real Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. Yeah, I saw this.
I mean, we don't have very good security in our country, and they get it very easily. And what we're doing, if you look at what has just taken place with respect to some of the investments that have been made on another agency that people have been talking about for years, but nobody did anything about it, it's absolutely obscene, dangerous, bad, very costly. I mean, virtually every investment made is a con job. There's nothing of value to anybody unless there's a kickback scheme going on, which is
having foreign leaders sit through Donald Trump's ramblings about how like foreign aid organizations are actually doing a con because they're, you know, paying to make people more woke and gay or whatever Donald Trump thinks is happening is so funny.
We're talking about trillions of dollars. It will be, in the end, trillions of dollars.
Trump just misses the GOAT.
Illegally, I would say.
He misses Shinzo Abe. That's what it is.
Perhaps illegally overall. And I'm very proud of the job that this group of young people, generally young people, but very smart people, they're doing. They're doing it at my insistence. It would be a lot easier not to do it, but we have to take some of these things apart to find the corruption. And we found tremendous corruption.
On there.
Department of Education, what do you think when you saw Democratic lawmakers trying to get into the Department of Education earlier today?
Well, I see the same ones. I see Maxine Waters, a lowlife. I see, all these people. They don't love our country. They don't love our country. We want great education. So they rank 40 countries in education. We're ranked dead last. But the good news is we're number one in one category. You know what that is? Cost per pupil. We spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. You look at Norway, Denmark, Sweden, various countries all up and down.
Cost per pupil.
Finland. China does very well in education. And then you look at us. We spend much more money than they do per pupil or any other way. But we spend much more money than they do, and yet we're ranked.
There's another one that we're number one at.
Biden's last
We're
year,
number one at another thing.
Joe.
School
We're ranked
shootings.
Dead last.
We're number one at school shootings per pupil and in totality, too.
Choice, but beyond choice, long beyond choice, I want to see it go back to the states where great states that do so well have no debt. They're operated brilliantly. They'll be as good as Norway or Denmark or Sweden or any of the other highly ranked countries. They'll be. You probably have 30, I figure 35 to 38 states will be right at the top. And the rest will come along. They'll have to come along competitively. And by the way, we'll be spending a lot less money. And we'll have great education.
As part of this DOGE talks about the cutting effort, one of the DOGE engineers was fired for some inappropriate posts. The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes, red dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Just how strong do you want Japan's military to be? And do you specifically hope that their increased military spending will deter China and North Korea? What did you talk about that today?
Well, I want our military to be the strongest. I also
no, not your military.
Don't mind spending so much money.
She's asking about the Japanese military. Also, that's like a child. Who is that person from? What organization is that journalist from? Because that was a question that was like a elementary student. Huh? Kapıda paket var büyük.
Strongest military by far. We have great people.
Was that like OAN or what was that? Was that the influencer?
Having gone through the gauntlet, he went through a lot, but he got through, and he's going to be a tremendous.
She was like, "Hello, Mr. President. Don't you think it would be sick if Japan had a big military? And is it because you want them to fight back against North Korea and China?" It's like, yeah, that's the entire principle for beefing up Japanese self-defense, okay, which is unconstitutional, as we found, as we investigated further with the JCP stream.
Go ahead.
America meeting with Japan after you come back, your influence is getting ridiculous, dude.
This is Hiramoto from Nippon Television. My question, let me ask two quick questions.
Sure.
First, this is the first meeting between Mr. President and Prime Minister Ishiba. So what kind of impression do you have on him? And number two, do you have an idea or do you have a plan to impose tariff against Japan so far? Thank you.
I think that he is going to be a great prime minister. I think he's a very strong man, very, very strong. I have great respect for him. I've known him for a long time through a reputation. Shinzo Abe thought the world of him, and I think he's going to do a fantastic job as prime minister. A very strong person. I wish he wasn't so strong. I wish he was a little bit weaker than that, but that's what I got. I have to get strong guys all the time. He's going to be a great prime minister. I also, in terms of tariffs, I mean, we're going to have tariffs, mostly reciprocal tariffs, where we
He loves Shinzo, dude. Shinzo Abe.
Monday or Tuesday, have an announcement, probably a news conference.
This one looks
but
just like him.
Reciprocal tariffs, where
Liberals say that's racist.
So much, or charges us so much, and we do the same. So very reciprocal, because I think that's the only fair way.
They
to do
brought
it.
a new
That way
one for me.
Nobody's hurt.
Hopefully,
they
you
charge
protect
us,
your
we charge
six.
them. It's the same thing, and I seem to be going in that line as opposed to a flat fee tariff. Okay. Yes, go, please. Please, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead?
This is Ota from Yomiuri Shimbun newspaper. I have a question for
Where's
Prime Minister
Akahata?
Ishiba. So this is your very first summit meeting. What was your impression of President Trump? Were you able to build a good relationship of trust and confidence? In Northeast Asia, there are many challenges, China, North Korea, and so forth. And with President Trump, what did you appeal to him, and what kind of understanding were you able to
940,
obtain?
thank you for
On
the 20
economic
gifted
field,
subs.
There is the acquisition of U.S. Steel, the buy Nippon Steel, and there are expansion of import of LNG. What were the
Why
communication
no tariffs against
discussion did you have with
Japan?
President
Because he
Trump?
loves Shinzo.
For the $1 trillion of investment from Japan to investment, what was his reaction? What about your communication on tariff front? This is the first time that I met with President Trump in person. So this was the first time meeting face to face. But for many, many years, I have watched him on television. So it was quite I was so excited to see such a celebrity on television, to see in person. On television, he is frightening, and he has a very strong personality.
What the fuck?
But when I met with him, actually, he was very sincere and very powerful and with strong will for the United States as for the whole world.
Bro,
I was able to
this
feel that.
This was the Shinzo method as well,
this
which is like aggressively
not the
glaze
sort of
Donald Trump
polishing,
and be
or
one of the
trying
only
to,
like world
suck up
leaders
to
that will
him
stand by his side
for the world
and hope that he
peace
doesn't
and for
roll
the
over your
regional
country.
stability that both of our countries need to play our role.
So he's
and
following the
make
Shinzo
our
method.
endeavors and responsibility. As for the increase of our defense expenditures, it is not that we are told by the United States to do so. Japan, on our own decision and on our own responsibility, we need to increase our defense expenditures. But of course, we need to communicate and consult with the United States. But the responsibility is with Japan, and the decision is with Japan. Now, on the tariffs, that if it is mutually beneficial, tariffs need to be set. And as for Japan, as Mr. President has introduced to us, an unprecedented investment will be made from Japan to the United States, and so many jobs will be created. So $1 trillion is the target. And this will be to the benefit of the United States, but also to the benefit of Japan as well. Investment is mutually beneficial. So be it
What's
with
happening?
US
Are you
Steel,
lagging or is it me?
as
Am I
Mr.
lagging?
President says, it is not acquisition, it is investment. So the Japanese technology will be provided, and the better quality products will be manufactured in the United States, and the U.S.
Your
Steel
audio is
will
out of
make
sync?
products which
Audio
will contribute
stutter?
not only to the United States and Japan, but also to the whole world. It is not one-sided. It will be reciprocal. It will be mutually beneficial. And I believe we were able to share on this, and that is the biggest result that I have seen today.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about that U.S. Steel deal. So you're saying that is this a restructuring of the deal that's happening, and then will you approve?
They're doing it as an investment, no longer a purchase.
Okay.
I didn't want to
Rand
purchase.
940, thank you for the 10
investment I love.
gifted.
and they're going to do a big investment, subject to getting the deal done.
Fluke! Thank you for the 20 gifted.
I'm okay with that, sure.
And for the Prime Minister, what was your argument to the President?
They're
related to
literally
this
like,
deal,
yo,
and
we
what
will
were on
invest so
tariffs?
much. We will invest a lot of money into the country. Please, please don't roll over us with global trade.
Back and forth. What was the reception from
Please,
the
no
Japanese
matter
Prime
what.
Minister when you said that, or when you talked
Well,
about
we
it?
didn't discuss tariffs too much. We really discussed many other things, including the pipeline in Alaska, which I think is going to be maybe the most exciting thing with Doug and Chris. We discussed that at length, the pipeline. I mean, it seemed to be of great interest to them. It's.
Did I do
we
some
have
lobbying for Trump while I was out there?
potentially,
Yeah.
More oil and gas than in Saudi Arabia, just in
Chat.
Alaska. We have.
It's time to tell you the truth.
In the world, it's a big asset for the United States.
I'm actually a part of the USAID. I'm a USAID recipient. I've been working for Donald Trump. I actually went to Japan for on a national prosperity and friendship tour.
Were in charge of it. They had no clue what they were doing.
It's time to come clean.
Big problem.
I went to Japan with one purpose, and that was to ensure our partners in trade that their security was of our utmost importance, and that they will play a very significant role as the bulwark against Chinese communism.
You might answer that question. He's
Yeah.
curious about that himself, I think.
I'm actually not only a liberal, but a liberal of the highest order, a Fed.
If you want to answer that, you may, about LNG, that the United States wouldn't sell you LNG.
The highest stage of liberalism is when you're a CIA member, when you're a part of the State Department, and that's what I am.
That was a really unfortunate thing, but the current administration, the previous administration was not allowing the LNG to be exported to us. I believe that President Trump, on the day of his inauguration, allowed us to resume this importing. I think this is something that is really wonderful for us. And as the country of Japan, we are interested in importing not just LNG, but also bioethanol, ammonia, and other resources at a stable price.
Listen, the only people that work for the State Department or are federal agents, or at least federal agent contractors, that criticize Israel as much as I do, are the ones who are overtly and openly anti-Semitic. Okay? That's it. Those are the only voices that are allowed for some obvious reasons. If you are not anti-Semitic, and as a matter of fact, aggressively against anti-Semitism and also simultaneously anti-Israel, you are the biggest threat. Because if you're an anti-Semite and you say fucked up shit about Jews and then turn around and say you also hate Israel, that's great. That's a great propaganda opportunity. You can go back and say, look, these guys hate Israel because they're anti-Semitic. Okay? If you are, on the other hand, someone who routinely combats anti-Semitism and simultaneously, from an empathetic point of view, are in support of Palestinian emancipation, well, then you're a real threat. You're a real danger.
Right up in the front of the line. Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Prime Minister, I have a question for you as well, but Mr. President, I'll start with you. Well, quickly, to follow up on what Peter was asking, have you directed Elon Musk to review Pentagon spending, given it's the biggest discretionary spending
Yes,
in
I
the
have
federal
Pentagon,
budget?
education, just about everything. We're going to go through everything, just as it was so bad with what we just went through with this horrible situation we just went through. And I guess 97% of the people have been dismissed. It was very, very unfortunate. You're not going to find anything like that, but you're going to find a lot. And I've instructed him to go check out education, to check out the Pentagon, which is the military. And, sadly, you'll find some things that are pretty bad. But I don't think proportionally you're going to see anything like we just saw.
FBI has turned over a list to the Justice Department of the FBI agents who worked on the January 6 rioters cases. Are you planning to fire the FBI agents who worked on those investigations?
No, but I'll fire some of them because some of them were corrupt. I have no doubt about that. I got to know a lot about that business, that world.
Rand 940 with another 10.
We had some corrupt agents, and those people are gone, or they will be gone, and it'll be done quickly and very surgically. Did you have a question for the Prime Minister? Talk up. I don't know. I don't know. I know we have some that are very corrupt and we don't like it. We're going to bring back the reputation of the FBI. Kash Patel is going to do a great job, and we're going to bring back the reputation of the FBI, which has been hurt very badly. It's been devastated over the last 4 years.
You have just been meeting for the first time with President Trump. The last administration famously did not have hardly any, if at all, contact with North Korea. President Trump certainly did the last time he was in office. Would you like to see him resume that contact and also that in-person meeting that he had with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un?
That is something that the United States needs to determine on its own, and it's not something that we should request. Having said that, but for example, in Vietnam or Singapore, the President of the United States.
Do you have to be a moronic idiot to be on Trump's cabinet? Yes. The dumber you are, the better it is. But most importantly, you have to be a loyal idiot. Okay?
So now that President Trump is
I think being a smart loyalist is a problem. Because if you're a smart loyalist, there are going to be instances where, you know, I'm skipping this press conference, by the way, because it's boring. Even I'm not that big of a weeb. All right, it's the most expected press conference of all time. Obviously, Shigeru Ishiba, and I've been following this on the Japanese news side. The entire Japanese foreign policy or American relationship hinges on how hard you can glaze Trump. It's the Shinzo Abe method. This is something that Japanese news media has talked about quite frequently during Shinzo Abe's reign as well, where there's this one famous photo of all the world leaders that are like kind of trying to dominate Donald Trump, and he's just sitting there like this with a smug face in his and Shinzo Abe is actually the only world leader that is copying Trump, also crossing his arms. That is a picture that in Japanese news was basically a summary of how Shinzo Abe chose to deal with Donald Trump, and that is precisely what they're going to continue doing. That's what the LDP is going to continue to do. I think this is not a very here it is. This is not a very interesting relationship. Like, I don't think that. Yeah, as you can see right here, this was the photo that summarizes like the Japanese relationship with Donald Trump the first time around. Obviously, Shinzo is now dead. He was assassinated, but they've always had a fairly solid relationship because of this, and this is what the Japanese hopes are, that they don't get destroyed like Canada or whatever, right? Or even threatened like Canada, even if Canada is not getting destroyed and there's a pause put on the tariffs. So it's an uninteresting relationship overall. I think what is infinitely more interesting is what Donald Trump will do with South Korea. Because as you guys know, just wondering, but is this camera angle temporary? I like it, but not sure if it's about to go back to the usual one. Dude, I think this is one of the only negative aspects of streaming on Twitch with a neurodivergent audience, is that like you just don't care about anything that's going on. This is the real camera angle, and I will, once I fix the camera angle and fix the autofocus and fix the lighting, this is the camera angle I'm going to go back to, okay? But for the time being, enjoy Kaya. Anyway, as I was saying, I think the real interesting relationship, the real interesting dynamic will be with South Korea. Why? Because South Korea is a place where there is a lot of instability. The LDP's power and influence has diminished over the past couple of decades, and it's pretty significant because for the most part, Japan has been a one-party rule leadership, even though there's a lower house and upper house, there's a theoretical democracy, but ultimately it's mostly just the one party that has dominated the country's politics in perpetuity post World War II. Having said that, however, despite its influence diminishing a little bit, LDP's influence diminishing a little bit, what's really interesting is South Korea. South Korea has real instability right now. There was a martial law and a false coup that failed. And Donald Trump's relationship with South Korea has also always been interesting. Is the audio still not synchronized? If it's not synchronized, it's on your end. You might have to refresh. Okay, you are a fucking racist as fuck. Team Asiad? What? Oh, is it because you wrote in Arabic and it auto-tagged Fawzabot? Yeah. Sorry, Team Asiad. You can't write in Arabic. The reason why, or any other languages really, and the reason why is because, you know, I don't speak either of those languages, so I can't moderate adequately. You are not in sync. If I am not in sync, it might be because you need to refresh, like I said. What is this? Your ops got no motion? What? Dude, come on. Please stop. Even as a joke, I don't want to see what Ethan is doing, okay? I'm over here trying to explain foreign policy. It's unironically desynced and refreshing does not fix it. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I give up. I'm sorry. Anyway. What Donald Trump will do with South Korea and North Korea will be more interesting than Japan. Japan is going to be business as usual. Offer them defense contracts, beef up their army, even though it's unconstitutional. Okay? And that's it.
非常にこの件に関してもこれから私たちは取り組む予定でありますけども、特に自動車工場というものは素晴らしいものになると思います。米国への投資が進み、自動車を米国で作るということ、これは非常に良いビジネスになると思います。多くの国々からこういった投資がありますけれども、これはひとえに米国の税制があるからだと思います。ですので、こういった業務というものはこれからもどんどん進んでいくことを期待します。トヨタ市ですけれども、
Can you translate us on? No.
あります。
Any other things?
To what extent will you discuss North Korea today, sir?
That'll always be a topic, especially with Japan. We will be discussing North Korea and many other things. We'll be spending pretty much the day, but that's always a topic.
I gotta pee.
Have you changed your mind about the sale of U.S. steel?
No, I think we're going to be discussing that today. No, I haven't, and I hear we'll have some pretty good information on that. You might want to go, please.
Are tariffs an option, Mr. President?
Have you? Okay.
President, are tariffs an option if the deficit doesn't get to equilibrium or to equality?
Yes, they are.
Mr. President, can you discuss what your plan is for reciprocal trade? Are you signing an EO on that today?
I'll be announcing that next week, reciprocal trade, so that we're treated evenly with other countries. We don't want any more or any less. So I'll be announcing that next week. And many other things having to do not even with trade, but other things. But I'll be talking about reciprocal trade sometime next week. We'll have a news conference, and we'll lay it out. Pretty simple.
Every single country?
It affects everybody, yeah. Reciprocal, yeah. We'll be talking about that next week.
首相にちょっと伺いたいんですけれども、今関税を課すという話になってるんですけど、関税が課されることについてはどのように考えていらっしゃいますか？
お互いにそれが利益になるようにということが重要なことだと思っております。合衆国の発展、そして日本国の発展、そのために有益な制度となることを期待をしておりまして、具体的なことについてはまだこれからということになります。
I understand that the key point in this regard is to make that for mutually beneficial. That means that would benefit the development of the United States as well as the development of Japan. And I do hope that whatever measures and actions should meet this criteria, meaning that serving the interest of both countries. But as to specifics, I understand that we are going to have further discussion.
Correct.
Mr. President, are there any specific concessions that you will be asking for from Japan that you can share?
We'll be having, I think it'll be very easy for Japan. We have a fantastic relationship. I don't think we'll have any problem whatsoever. They want fairness also.
それはうまく進むと思います。日本は素晴らしいパートナーですし、彼らもことがスムーズに進むことを期待していると思います。これは双方にとってです。
Mr. President, do you have a reaction to the new Time magazine cover that has Elon Musk sitting behind your Resolute desk?
タイムマガジンにイーロン・マスクが大統領の机の後ろで
No, don't translate that. Don't translate that. That's embarrassing. He does not like it. That's the type of stuff. That's the type of stuff that actually does get to Trump. Like, yeah, sure, it's silliness, but Trump is silly. That's it. That is exactly the type of stuff that Donald Trump actively gets annoyed by.
ありますけども、それに関するコメントは何かありますか？
Is Time magazine still in business? I didn't even know that.
まだタイムマガジンは廃刊じゃないんですか？
Elon is doing a great job.
Yeah, they're like forcing themselves to laugh at this. They're like, ah ha ha ha, you are so funny. You are so funny, Mr. President. Yeah, we also hate Time magazine. It's like, bro, you're Japanese. What are you talking about? Why would you ever care about, fake news media and Time magazine?
He's finding tremendous fraud and corruption and waste. You see it with the USAID, but you're going to see it even more so with other agencies and other parts of government. He's got a staff that's fantastic. He's wanted to be able to do this for a long time, and everybody else knew it was existent, but I think never so much when you look at USAID. That's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous. And we're going to be doing that throughout government. And I think we're going to be very close to balancing budgets for the first time in many years. I think we're going to be very close to, in addition to monies coming in from tariffs, et cetera, but no, he's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with it.
Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions, Mr. President, at any point? Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions?
Oh, sure, he'll be. He's not shy. Elon's not shy.
Any further deliberations on Gaza, sir? The timetable for a takeover?
No deliberations. It's been very well received, where basically the United States would view it as a real estate transaction, where we'll be an investor in that part of the world, and no rush to do anything. We wouldn't need anybody there. It would be supplied and given to us by Israel. They'll watch it in terms of security. We're not talking about boots in the ground or anything, but I think the fact that we're there, that we have an investment there, I think would go a long way to creating peace. We don't want to see everybody move back and then move out in 10 years. This has been going on for 50 years, much more than that. We just want to see stability. That would be having us have that particular piece in that particular location, I think would show great stability and would lead to great stability in the area for very little money, very little price, and we wouldn't need soldiers at all. That would be taken care of by others. And the investments are taken care of by others also. So for no investment, I mean virtually no investment whatsoever, it would bring stability to the area, and others can invest in it later on. But we're in no rush on it. There's absolutely no rush.
President Trump, do you believe DeepSeek is a national security threat, and how do you plan to collaborate on AI initiatives?
On where?
DeepSeek, do you believe it's a national security threat?
No, I think it's happening. I mean, it's a technology that's happening. It's actually, I think we're going to benefit if it's correct what's going on now, that it'll be a lot less expensive. The AI we're talking about will be a lot less expensive than people originally thought. That's a good thing. I view that as a very good development, not a bad development.
Mr. President, on autos specifically, in your first term, you tried to tariff autos. Is that on the table still? Are you trying to do that in your second administration?
Auto tariff?
Auto tariff?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's on the table. That's always on the table. It's a very big deal. Because we are, we have cases where we don't supply autos and other countries do, and we have to equalize it. We have to stabilize it and equalize it.
Will you have Vice President Vance meet with President Zelensky next week while he's in Europe?
I will probably be meeting with President Zelensky next week, and I will probably.
The amount of glaze that he offers to China is weirding me out. He even mentions that China's education is fantastic, which is odd because that's like a thing that you normally wouldn't hear from an American politician, even though it's the truth, right? Usually, at best, Democrats will glaze like Nordic style social democracies or whatever in terms of social safety nets. I don't ever hear from even the Democrats in terms of like what China is doing that is good. Especially odd considering that he is the #1 China hawk, and he just regularly will glaze China and is also undermining a bunch of State Department cutouts like USAID. I don't understand it. I will readily admit, I suspect that it's because they want to, like I said, centralize USAID and stop with soft power and only go after hard power initiatives and just try to like bully countries rather than like offer any aid whatsoever. But it truly doesn't make sense.
To President Putin, I'd like to see that war end for one primary reason. They're killing so many people. You're losing millions of people on a battlefield. In this case, mostly the battlefield. You have 800,000 or 900,000 Russian soldiers are dead and very badly wounded. And the same thing with Ukraine. You have probably 700,000 with Ukraine. The numbers they gave are a little bit lower than that, but I believe those numbers aren't correct. I'd like to see it end just on a human basis. It's terrible what's going on. They have open fields with no protection. The only thing a bullet can hit is a human body, and the human body dies as soon as it gets hit. Now, I'd like to see that end. It's a ridiculous war. It would have never started if I were president. That war would have never started. Putin would not have started that war if I were president. And by the way, you wouldn't have had October 7th if I was president either. That mess would not have started. But no, I would very much like to help out. One of the things we're looking at with President Zelensky is having the security of their assets. They have assets underground, rare earth and other things, but primarily rare earth. And we want to have security. Really, we want security because, as you know, Europe is putting up.
Again, quiet part, but out loud. He's like, yeah, we want their rare earth minerals. We must secure them. Like, and it's not, I don't think it's rare earth minerals in general for Ukraine, but it's still like state-owned assets. I'm sure that there's like some mining contracts that they could get out of it too, but it's virtually every single state-owned asset or every single asset sold off to foreign investors. It's just like when he said, "Oh, we're pulling out of Syria, but also we're maintaining security over the oil rigs." That's it. Or when he basically said, "Who's going to buy these weapons? If we don't sell billions of dollars of weapons to Saudi Arabia, someone else will. Do you have $1 billion that you want to give me for weapons?" Donald Trump is a very frustrating figure for a lot of Americans because he does have a tendency to say the quiet part out loud and never really shelter from the truth, never really try to massage his takes to ensure that there is some semblance of defending the international rule-based order. Now, ironically enough, there is no difference between the modus operandi of Donald Trump and previous administrations in that regard. There are some exceptions to this rule, of course, but ultimately, it's just the difference. The major difference is like aesthetically, he just very openly states what he wants. He won't masquerade and say, "Oh, we must protect Ukraine because Ukraine is gay and woke or whatever," right? He won't say that. He'll just be like, "Yeah, we want mining contracts. We want their natural resources." That's it. Ukraine is not that gay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. I'm just making an exaggerated example of like the ways in which liberals oftentimes will try to offer additional context to why they're doing something in a way that liberals will be on board with, okay? And the reality of the matter is people don't respond positively to that because when they are faced with the indecency, when they're faced with the cruel actions of the American state, they're like, "Oh, but I don't like that because it doesn't make me feel good." Right? That's it. Why is HasanAbi so delayed? I don't know. For some people, I'm still delayed, it seems. But for others, I'm not. So I don't know what's going on, honestly. I can't tell if people are memeing or not.
Much less money than us. Much. NATO, Europe, call it whatever you want. And we're at probably 300 billion plus, and they're at probably, the real number is 100 billion. That's a lot.
Do you want to do this real quick and see if it fixes it? I checked off on properties on my desktop audio. I checked off use device. Yeah, I don't think I have that right now. Like, I don't think it's... it's not. It's not. Device timestamps is not on right now. So I don't know why there's a delay. Timestamps. Toggle it, see if it fixes it. No, it'll actually make it worse if I... Here, I did use device timestamps. Let's see if it worked. It's probably going to be worse now.
A lot of money, but it's 200 billion less than us, and there's an ocean in between. And they need it more than us, so we're asking them to equalize and get even. But we're also asking President Zelensky for...
It's worse now. Yeah, the video is probably worse. The desktop audio is worse. All right, I fixed it. Seems like a Twitch issue. I had to refresh and it started lagging. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I can try to fix the ingest again. 1 second. You'll see a brief blip. There'll be a brief moment of effing. Let's see. We're back. Is it better? Why does everybody say F? I know. You don't have to refresh. I'm changing the ingest. God damn, everybody's complaining about the F. There is no F. It's not a F. I did it. I did it on purpose.
The security of, we're putting all this money up and we're saying, where does it stop? And yet we want to see it out to an end. We want to see it end. But we are going to be asking for the security, and we've already told him, of an equal amount of something where our money, the American taxpayers in for $300 billion. Biden never negotiated. He never told Europe to put in more money. And it got out of hand, just like NATO.
Rando, with another
we were paying almost 100% of NATO when I first came in. Everybody was taking advantage of the good old United States, but not anymore. So what, and now, if you speak to the Secretary General of NATO, who was very nice when he was here 2 weeks ago, he said what Trump did was amazing. He got everybody to pay. And to do that, you have to ask. And Biden never asked. So we're in for probably close to $200 billion more than Europe. And yet, obviously, it affects Europe much more than us. So we would like them to stay, to equalize. They have to go more. And from our standpoint, we do want security and all this money that we're putting up.
And you're speaking with him next week, sir? Is that what you said? You're going to speak
He may meet next week, yeah. Whenever he'd like. I'm here. I'm here. Could be Washington. Well, I'm not going there.
Are you planning to meet with President Putin, or are you just planning
it could be, it could be. We've always had a good relationship. President Putin and I have always had a good relationship. That's why it's so sad that it happened. This would have never happened if I were president. It's so sad to see it happen. So many dead people. By the way, so many cities are demolished. They're like, you talk about Gaza? Well, take a look at Ukraine. So many of those cities are demolition sites. Demolished. So sad. Should have never happened. All those beautiful golden domes, but much more importantly, all those beautiful people are dead. And it should have never happened. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Brad.
Ukraine is so flat. The only thing stopping a bullet is a
President
person's
Trump.
body. All right. Update. After Trump just said he agrees with JD, Elon says his Nazi staffer is now back. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. So, a couple things to discuss here. But before we get to, yes, we're going to talk about Kanye West saying he loves Hitler and all the Kanye West crash out as well. Okay. We're going to talk about all of that. Now, what did you see this pic, by the way? What is this pic? Oh my God. When I checked the Internet Archive an hour ago for URLs associated with our account, there were 20 pages of results. Now there are only 2 total saved URLs left, and the archive tweets I still have in my browser cache are excluded. Yeah. They're purging everything from the Wayback Machine, which is something I suspected would happen as well. They want to take out the Wayback Machine in general. They want to take out the Internet Archive in general. There has been an initiative to do that, which is obviously devastating. But if they don't actually take out the archive, then they will basically delete certain parts of the archive, and the archive will play ball in order to, in order not to lose out on this valuable resource. It is pretty gross. It is pretty... It's pretty disgusting. We're going to talk about the Department of Education and how politicians are blocked from entering the Department of Education right now by some guy, just one guy. Here it is. This is what's going on currently this morning. They're blocking members of Congress from entering the Department of Education. Elon is allowed in and not the people. Illegal. And I said, remembering what the Korean politicians did when the president tried to use special forces to block them from entering the National Assembly. It's just one guy.
He's not a federal.
They have no right to do this.
He's not a federal.
They don't have the right to do this. Like this guy with this weird ass Band-Aid has no right to block people. You know? Classic Democrat resistance. State the obvious, do absolutely nothing, demand applause. Yeah. Hi. We really need better politicians, man. We really need better politicians.
Of education are here because we pay for.
And we just need younger politicians in general. Like, no disrespect, not to be ageist or whatever, but like this is a byproduct of all the top leadership in the Democratic Party being 800 years old.
For them to be here. He's standing here today, blocking the door, and he can't give us a good reason why he's blocking this door.
Make sure they see right here, all access entrance.
Well, and I think it should be clear to parents in the United States, if you want to advocate on behalf of your children, you are not allowed to come into this building where you pay taxes. Parents who have children who are disabled, access is being blocked. You voted for members of Congress to advocate on behalf of your children with disabilities, for young women who have been victims of sexual assault in our classrooms, on our school grounds. Members of OCR are fighting for your children. We are not allowed in the building to talk to them. We are not allowed to advocate on behalf of America's children. America, we have a problem.
Now, everybody stand of education.
Like, even with Greg, he would become instant legend status if he just like said, hey man, you have no authority here. I'm just going in. There's not really much you can do about it. And then what? Okay, the cops arrested him. All right, so what? What do you think will happen? Like, what do you, this is how you're supposed to obstruct. Like, this is what you're supposed to do. Yeah, people are saying, oh, all right, there's cops inside. Okay. It is an illegal action. It is an unenforceable illegal detention. Yes, there are going to be some penalties in the process. What are we talking about? Okay, yeah, you get arrested. Do you know how much, first of all, as an elected representative, if you get arrested in that process for doing something that is within your rights, doing something at the behest of the public, okay, instead of sitting there and trying to say like, oh, look at this, this is so unacceptable. Yeah, you're actually getting a lot of momentum and more attention to your cause. It's a part of how you're supposed to do this. That's it. You would instantly shoot up within, you would shoot up in popularity instantaneously, okay? Instantly. If that's a part of political theater, then yeah, do some political theater. Do better political theater, because this kind of political theater is silly. It's not enough.
I'd like to speak with someone who works here.
So what are you going to do? You're going to beat us up if we go in?
I mean, you're going to,
we want you to move out of the way.
We're not steamrolling you.
Get out of the way.
This says all access
Sir,
entrance.
but we can't.
Stand aside, sir.
We're
This
members
says
of
all
Congress.
access entrance.
Please stand aside, sir.
I'm not standing aside.
Why not?
Because my role is to make sure that...
What authority do you have to block members of Congress from the oversight? We all have oversight responsibilities. By what authority can you deny members of Congress their oversight role?
You don't have a business reason to be here.
You do not have authority, sir. You do not have authority. There is no authority for you to deny members of Congress their oversight responsibility.
Bro, you're a member of Congress. You are an elected representative in the United States of America. That's just a guy. What is going on? Like, that's just some guy. What are we doing? Do you know how powerful you are? Did you guys forget? Did the Democrats genuinely forget what this looks like? Like, when you take a step, you are not just taking a step on your own. You are taking a step for all of your constituents. Okay? I don't get it. I don't understand it. I want to see some momentum here. I want to see some motion here. I want to see Democrats push back. This stooge of the DOE door has the same power over Dems as the Senate parliamentarian does. Yeah, it's just... It doesn't make sense. I just... Like, this is political theater, but it's bad political theater. Going inside would be good political theater. Getting arrested would be great political theater. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Not only would it be great political theater, but it also would get people to pay attention more to what is happening. This is the perfect visualization of democratic resistance. When someone does something outrageous and illegal, you just stand there and yell, "You're actually not allowed to do this." Yeah, and then, you know, demand fealty from the voters. It's also kind of funny because, like, their response is like, "Oh, well, if we get arrested, then we can't go and what? Vote for Trump's cabinet picks." Like, that's what you're... First of all, a member of Congress. You are not staying in prison, okay? That is ridiculous. That's like next level, we have officially moved on to full-blown autocracy nonsense, which we're kind of getting there. And especially if Democrats keep showing their bellies with every single act that the right-wing reactionary administration engages in, then we will get there eventually. Okay? Having said that, however, yeah, you're going to be detained for a couple hours. But if your response is like, "Oh, I don't want to be stuck in jail. I don't want to go to jail," and do what? Like, what? You're going to miss votes? Like, what votes were you going to be voting for?
Either we are informed in advance if somebody's coming, or
they knew we were coming.
Like, peak liberalism is what we saw in the National Assembly in South Korea. That was where liberalism as a method and voting as voting both as theory and as praxis actually worked. But that required politicians to actively not abide by whatever kind of illegal standards was being set by the administration in charge. Okay? Straight up. That is peak liberalism is what happened in South Korea. Yeah, here, remember, look at this. That's a member of the National Assembly grabbing the gun of one of the special forces soldiers. Like, that's insane, dude. Like, think about that. Do you know how fast any American would get shot in that process? They would get shot before it got there, okay? Yeah, that's also what happens when you're not 800 years old, I think. But then again, Greg Kazar was there, Maxwell Frost was there, and they're young. They didn't put their bodies on the line either. Just a sad state of affairs to watch, where liberals that present liberalism as the alternative, showing once again that liberalism, as a matter of fact, is not going to be enough to not only defeat, but even obstruct the Trump agenda. Because, like, breaking into the Department of Education, or getting into the Department of Education is not going to, like, solve this issue at all, but at least you are presenting a fight. You're presenting a fight and putting yourself on the line. You're showcasing that, like, you're showcasing that you're not afraid of sacrificing something. Hassan's chair is the hardest worker in the room. Yeah. This is true. Holds my fat ass up. My ass is very fat, chatter. They should have had their security teams escort that guy away for obstructing congressional movement and duties. Yeah. Anyway, God, I can't stand how corny these guys are. Speaking of how corny these guys are, here's what Elon Musk said today. I love @real Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. Hey, not gay though, okay? Pause. No homo. Like, he had to specify. He couldn't just say, I love Donald Trump. He had to specify. He's like, I love Donald Trump, but, like, not in a gay way, okay? Yes, I'm dick riding, but in a way where I'm not going to let him finish, you know, inside of me at least. That's what he's saying here. He's like, look, I'll ride it till the moment, all the way to completion. Only one spin? No, multiple spins. And yes, they are bringing back the racist staffer. Elon Musk, 6 hours ago, post, bring back Doge staffer who made inappropriate statements via a now deleted pseudonym. JD Vance, who has Indian children. Okay? JD Vance, whose wife is Indian and has an Indian son. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because one of the inappropriate statements that the Doge staffer made was something along the lines of, like, we should normalize Indian racism, or we should do more Indian racism. Something along those lines. Okay? Yeah, normalize Indian hate. I was racist before it was cool. You could not pay me to marry outside my ethnicity. 99% of Indian H-1Bs will be replaced by slightly smarter LLMs. They're going back. Don't worry, guys. That guy is now being defended by JD Vance, who has an Indian son. Okay? It's just like, I can't. Like, the only level higher, the only way you can be cucked even more on this issue is if you yourself were Indian and were like, yeah, this is actually pretty sick. I, as an Indian guy, also think we should normalize Indian hate. You know? And Ro Khanna did hit him hard on this. He said, are you going to tell him to apologize for saying normalize Indian hate before this rehire? Just asking for the sake of both of our kids. For the sake of both of our kids, grow up. Racist trolls on the internet, while offensive, don't threaten my kids. You know what does? A culture that denies grace to the people who make mistakes. A culture that encourages congressmen to act like whiny children. What do you mean? Dog, this dude is 25 years old. He's not a child, okay? While also simultaneously you're saying he's a kid for saying racist shit. He said it like 2 months ago. It's not like he was 14 when he tweeted that. He said it 2 months ago, you fucking asshole. What the hell? He literally, it's not like he's a child when he's making racist comments, but also an adult. How dare you say he's a child? A capable adult that is tasked with having all of your social security information. But also a racist troll that he is openly admitting is a racist troll on the internet. What is the argument? Kaya, please. The argument doesn't make any damn sense. My son loves being socially ostracized, actually. If he's just a kid, he shouldn't get top security clearance. Kaya, please. Kaya. Go. Get down. That's crazy. I cannot overstate how much I loathe this emotional blackmail pretending to be concerned. My kids, God willing, will be risk takers. They won't think constantly about whether a flippant comment or a wrong viewpoint will follow them around for the rest of their lives. They will tell stupid jokes. They will develop views that they later think are wrong or even gross. I made mistakes as a kid, and thank God I grew up in a culture that encouraged me to grow up and learn and feel remorse when I screwed up or offer grace when others did. Yeah, he said he wanted eugenic immigration policy and to repeal the Civil Rights Act 6 weeks ago. Okay? That is crazy. He's just like, come on. He's got a lot of growing up to do. But also, he's grown up enough that he should command the Treasury Department. Okay? He should have control over the Treasury in its entirety. He's grown up. But also, he has a lot of growing up to do in terms of his racist trolling. I don't worry about my kids making mistakes or developing views that they later regret. Like, this kind of trolling old comments is incredibly stupid and unproductive when it's 10 years old or when it's someone who said it when they were like 15. But if you're talking about someone who wrote these takes, who is now going to be in the federal government, okay, who wrote these takes 2 weeks ago as a 25-year-old or 2 months ago as a 25-year-old, then what are we talking about? Like, he just said it. That's not like, how can you combine a reasonable position about like influencers or whatever who have changed and who have grown from their past positions with something that is happening right now? Like, it's so crazy. The next step here is basically when someone says like, oh, I think black people should be removed from all positions of power, right, in the federal government because that's DEI yesterday. And then people go, hey, maybe this guy who is very clearly a white supremacist shouldn't be in office. And then they go, oh, that was yesterday. He's grown so much. Okay? He's grown so much from his past mistakes yesterday. You don't understand. Why are you doing cancel culture to a guy who is wearing a Klan's robe? Excuse me. We all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. This morning was a time of great personal growth for me. Yeah. Why is the vice president airing beef on Twitter? Because that's just how it is nowadays. They'll grow up to be a U.S. congressman who engages in emotional blackmail. They'll grow up to be a U.S. congressman who engages in emotional blackmail over a kid's social media post. You disgust me. A kid? So if he's a kid, then maybe he shouldn't be in a federal agency. He shouldn't have control over a federal agency. Like, which one is it? He's not. Is he a kid? Is he a racist troll kid? Then maybe he shouldn't have this much power. Big scoop. Musk's Doge teen was fired by cybersecurity firm for leaking company secrets. Edward Korestein posted online that he had retained access to the firm's servers. Now he has access to sensitive government information. Elon Musk about to be like, this is illegal to report on. Here's the article. Here's the second. Mr. President, a second controversy from Elon Musk's Doge team has hit the towers. Okay. Edward Korestein posted online that he had retained access to the firm's servers. 19-year-old member of Elon Musk's squad that crisscrosses U.S. government agencies was fired from an internship after he was accused of sharing information with a competitor. Edward has been terminated for leaking internal information to the competitor, said a June 2022 message from an executive of the firm, Path Network, which was seen by Bloomberg News. This is unacceptable, and there's zero tolerance for this. A spokesperson for the Arizona-based hosting and data security firm said Thursday, I can confirm that Edward Korestein's brief contract was terminated after a conclusion of an internal investigation into leaking of proprietary company information that coincided with his tenure. Afterward, Korestein wrote that he'd retained access to the cybersecurity company's computers, though he said he hadn't taken advantage of it. I had access to every single machine, he wrote on Discord in late 2022. Weeks after he was dismissed from Path Network, according to messages seen by Bloomberg. Posting under the name Rivage, which 6 people who know him said was his alias, Korestein said he could have wiped past customer supporting service if he'd wished. He added, I never exploited it because it's just not me. Amazing. Anne? You don't understand. If he gets fired from his job, this one job, it will ruin his life. We have to let him have all of our social security numbers so that he won't ruin the rest of his life, because no one has ever come back from being fired. I write from a job I got after being fired hella times. Yeah. Yeah, woke journalist Catherine Long, who doxed Doge staffer, has ties to USAID. Catherine Long, a Wall Street Journal reporter with connections to USAID, just doxed Doge team member Marco Elez and got him fired, conveniently after targeting him as a Doge audits her former agency. This isn't journalism. She should be fired immediately. First of all, doxing is revealing private information about random citizens, okay, about private citizens. Journalists that are uncovering the names of government employees is not doxing, it's just reporting. Okay? And also mentioning their past behavior that is from the not so distant past, such as 2 months ago, is also ridiculous. Like, that's not, like, what are we doing here? This is a public servant. Do you want public servant? I mean, I guess I don't want to hear the answer to that question. I was about to say, do you want public servants to have like overt, openly racist attitudes? And the answer for Elon Musk and the right wing is yes, absolutely. They do want that, yes. Also, wasn't it Wired, not Wall Street Journal, that dropped their names first? Yeah. And it's wild because we're talking about someone who is tasked with regulating, controlling sensitive information, and will have and is going to have a lot of control over federal regulatory agencies in general. Whereas Elon Musk's favorite account on his neo-Nazi website Twitter is Libs of TikTok, who literally does this deliberately, knowing full well that they'll get bomb threats, to like random teachers that she claims falsely are pedophile groomers. Okay? Like, none of this makes sense. They want every single political enemy that they have decided is bad to suffer repercussions for the crime of, I guess, for the crime of, being gay while teaching. But also at the same time, if you are a government employee, God forbid we go, hey, you said really racist shit like 2 months ago. I feel like maybe you're not the best person, considering that you have no background, like no competent background whatsoever. And this is one of the craziest aspects of this also is that this is the team DEI, okay? Team anti-DEI. You got like black and brown women of color that have to work extra goddamn hard to get to a top position. And immediately they're like, oh, they only got there because they're black. They only got there because they're brown. Meanwhile, the anti-DEI team is hiring 19-year-olds with broccoli haircuts with no competence whatsoever. Like, what the fuck are we doing? We want the most competent people to be tasked with this job. That's why we hired this 19-year-old white kid who apparently in the past was fired from his internship for leaking proprietary information. His comments made in a Discord server focused on another competitor company worried executives of Path Network who believed there was no legitimate reason for a former employee to access their machines, according to a person familiar with the incident. The person asked not to be named, citing the sensitivity of the matter. Several of Corstein's online peers and former coworkers said they were surprised that the teenage friend they knew has been brought into one of the most high-profile teams in the Trump administration. His 2022 dismissal and the circumstances surrounding it add to questions about how he arrived in his new job with Musk's Department of Government Efficiency and how he'll handle sensitive government information that comes with it. Great stuff overall. Giving Elon Musk goon squad access to systems that control payments to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and other key federal programs is a national security nightmare, said Senator Ron Wyden, an Oregon Democrat and a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Every hour, new disturbing details emerge to prove that these guys have no business anywhere close to sensitive information or critical networks. Yeah. We hate DEI. That's why we hired Pete Hegseth. That's why we appointed Pete Hegseth to lead the second largest hiring body in the United States of America. Okay. Even though his past experience is being the weekend host of Fox and Friends. Like, think about DEI hires in terms of like the previous head of the DOD. That's DEI. Okay. Why is that DEI? Well, you know why. You know why he's DEI. Okay. Pete Hegseth, on the other hand, not DEI. I wonder if DEI has anything to do with the actual competence demonstrated or the background of the individual at all. Just like everything else, DEI is, lo and behold, shocking to absolutely no one, at least in this community. DEI just means like they want to do what they think DEI is, but for white people. It's not merit-based at all, unless the only merit you care about is being white. Or being racist, really. Or being a troll. Which is interesting because that's kind of the reason why affirmative action and DEI was implemented to begin with. Because in the history of the United States, when you think about it, the only group of people that have ever actually been DEI recipients are white people. You know, at a time when black people and brown people were and there's still remnants of this, obviously, but at a time when black people were not allowed to get these jobs, or women were not allowed to get these jobs at all. And it had nothing to do with merit and everything to do with the color of your skin. So, yeah. There's never been a moment in American history where people were like, oh, are you black? Okay, you're hired. There have, however, been a lot of moments in American history where someone simply gets hired because they are not black or not a woman. Seems to me like that's what people are trying to go back to desperately. But in any case, the other racist Doge guy is restored. His position is restored, so fear not. This is the other one. This is the broccoli cut one. That's a separate Doge guy. He was fired by a cybersecurity firm for leaking company secrets. And the other Doge guy is now reinstated. Elon said it's criminal for the reporter to be a reporter. What the hell? Certainly improper, possibly criminal. Catherine Long, the journalist of the hit piece that got a Doge employee to resign for a spicy post, is a USAID employee. How is this not a conflict of interest? Yeah, another example of white people DEI, or hiring a white person not based off of merit, but simply because they did some racist ass shit, is Daniel Penny being hired by Andreessen Horowitz. Literally no experience whatsoever, with the exception of being a high profile guy who went through the court system after murdering with his bare hands a black homeless person on a New York City subway. And now he's got a job at Andreessen Horowitz. I wonder why he got hired there. The irony here, of course, is Elon Musk talking about a conflict of interest being possibly criminal, when now he is, for the price of $256 million, he is now in charge of every single government regulatory agency that has either active court cases against many of the companies that he owns, all of them, or have prosecuted him in the past for impropriety. So, I don't understand how this is a conflict of interest when a journalist is doing journalism. Okay? Wait, what? Have you covered that in the past? What? I've noticed that Elon is now saying everything he does not like is criminal. I know. It's definitely a little scary. It's definitely a little scary that Elon Musk gets to say things that he does not like are criminal now. Especially when, he does have a tremendous amount of influence over the current administration. He already got the Department of Justice to respond by saying that they would actively prosecute people that mention the names of the Doge employees in general. Don't know if they're following up on that, but just something to consider as Elon Musk escalates. Anyway. Here's Ezra Levin from Indivisible, co-founder of Indivisible, reporting on Hakeem Jeffries. Jeffries, after holding a House Dem leadership presser focused on Musk Doge concerns, does not commit to Dems withholding votes on government spending deal or debt ceiling over issues with Musk's efforts. At a presser minutes ago, Jeffries says he's powerless. Journalists asked, to what extent will Dems withhold votes in negotiations? Jeffries responds, Republicans control the trifecta. It's their government. What leverage do we have? We're going to continue to try to find bipartisan common ground. I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the collapse of America, okay? I'm Brian Kilmeade. Let's find bipartisan compromise, bipartisan common ground. What are you saying? Yeah. Trump mega donor Steve Wynn has filed a petition asking the Supreme Court to overturn the landmark 1964 decision in New York Times v. Sullivan, which protects the media's ability to aggressively cover public officials. This is part of a long-running conservative campaign, which has already gained support. This is David Enrich from New York Times Business Bureau, which has already gained support among at least 2 justices to curtail press freedoms by attacking Sullivan. The story of how we got here is pretty wild. It's all in Murder the Truth. A lot of people are asking about the backstory of Wynn's petition. In 2018, the AP reported that he'd been accused of rape. Wynn sued for defamation. Nevada courts ruled that the reporting was protected under New York Times v. Sullivan. Wynn is appealing to SCOTUS, another casino billionaire that is in Trump's corner. Great stuff. Great to see Democrats complaining about the filibuster for 4 years when they're in power, but when they can't be bothered to use it themselves. I know.
Trump.
Leisha Miller has a Why Aren't the Democrats Doing Anything video, which we will be watching in a little bit as well. But yeah. And another scary aspect of this is that, as you guys know, I love the Internet Archive. I love the Wayback Machine. It is an immensely valuable resource. And obviously, people in positions of power have long hated this immensely valuable resource for some of the reporting that comes out of it. Some of the reporting, such as, you know, the Doge guy. Okay? The Doge guy's racist tweets from literally 2 months ago. Now, they've been actively trying to destroy the Internet Archive, but I guess now they're just going directly to the Wayback Machine, the Internet Archive, and demanding that they delete stuff. So yeah, Why Did the Post said, when I checked the Internet Archive an hour ago for the URLs associated with that account, the racist account, the eugenics immigration policy guy that is now reinstated. Okay, Charlie Kirk is your dad. I watched him slam you in a debate the other day. If you watched that debate and you thought Charlie Kirk slammed me, I think you need to stop slamming your head into walls. I am genuinely concerned about your safety. I assume that your entire house is padded to ensure that you don't accidentally kill yourself while, you know, getting out of bed in the morning. Anyway, now there are a total of 2 saved URLs left, and the archive tweets I still have in my browser cache are excluded. Everything referenced in the Wall Street Journal reporting has been purged. This is all that is left visible. They're rapidly scrubbing the record on this, so all that's left is a Wall Street Journal recap that everyone references and can't verify. It's great. Great stuff happening on that front in terms of, you know, destroying the truth. Yeah, we already covered this MHUD, the other Doge kid who leaked potentially proprietary information when at a cybersecurity firm. Rand 940 with another 10 gifted subs. Yeah. I obviously disagree with some of Elez's posts, but I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life. We shouldn't reward journalists who try to destroy people ever. So I say bring him back. If he's a bad dude or a terrible member of the team, fire him for that. Yeah. He will be brought back. To err is human, to forgive divine. Great stuff. Yeah, he's changed a lot. It's just a continued lapse of judgment.
And Elon Musk's drive to reshape and slim down the federal government. Hours before a midnight deadline, a judge temporarily blocked the buyout that's been offered to some federal employees. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking this from the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
Rebecca, good morning to you. And at least 60,000.
Oh, speaking of like going after information, going after reporting the truth, aside from the New York Times v. Sullivan court case that we just talked about, another thing that I suspect they're going to start doing is actively go after reporters that cover ICE raids and leak ICE activity before it happens. This is something that Thomas Homan has been very angry about. They might even go so far as to make it illegal to tell undocumented migrants what kind of rights they have. Now, of course, I won't stop doing this. I won't stop reporting on this stuff, but I'm just letting you know that that is what I suspect is going to happen, because they're very upset that undocumented migrants that they're trying to falsely imprison and detain and deport for no reason whatsoever are actually aware of their rights, and that is very frustrating because they can't easily violate their Fourth Amendment rights. Makes it much more difficult for ICE to do their job because their job revolves around the violation of people's Fourth Amendment rights. Anyway, here's a judge that put a freeze on Trump's federal buyout plan.
1,000 people opted into this buyout program from the federal government. But this morning, the judge putting that on pause right before the deadline. It's prompting widespread confusion for those who want to resign and those who want to stay on the job.
This morning, widespread confusion for federal workers. It's been just over a week since 2 million federal employees received this email with a stark choice: resign now and be paid through September, or run the risk of being laid off.
It's just all kind of a mess.
Shonda Loader, a mother of 2 in Kentucky, works for the Department of Veterans Affairs. She took the offer, but hasn't gotten any clarity since.
New data shows that the majority of the 8,200 people arrested by ICE have no criminal conviction of any kind. Oh, what? What? That's crazy. Dude, I'm so shocked. Thank God for fucking ProPublica, by the way. This is what I've been saying from day one. Okay? Remember, I was like, where are the journalists? Why are they not logging through all of this data to figure out if these guys actually have any sort of criminal convictions whatsoever? Because the first couple of weeks of ICE activity was immediately met with onboarded Fox News commentators that were doing ride-alongs during these deportation processes and claiming that these were some of the biggest, some of the most prolific rapists of all time. Okay? One of the guys that they detained at an immigration court hearing was a DACA recipient who is a middle school teacher in Florida. This happened yesterday. All the most prolific rapists work at Fox News or own it? Exactly. Yeah, I told you. The notion that they're like going after criminals aggressively is ridiculous. And by the way, 50% of them have no criminal convictions whatsoever. And I'm willing to bet that the remainder, okay, the overwhelming majority of those who have any sort of criminal acts in their past are probably for minor things, like the guy we saw in Guatemala who literally was in the country for 15 years and they got him on trespass. Like, he was deported for trespassing. Okay? Yeah. Also, in terms of the criminal prosecutions that are coming down for reporting on ICE activity, okay? The FCC is now investigating San Francisco radio station that shared the location of undercover ICE agents. Wonderful stuff. The Federal Communications Commission has launched an investigation into KCBS radio after the San Francisco station broadcast information on live locations of undercover U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents in San Jose. FC Chairman Brendan Carr told Fox News that the commission had sent a formal letter of inquiry to the station in response to its January 26th discussion of ICE operations, which he called really concerning. He said that the station had a matter of days left to explain how this could possibly be consistent with their public interest obligations under the FCC license. You had ICE agents undercover doing operations in East San Jose and part of the town known for violent gang activity, and you had this radio station broadcasting a live location identifying the unmarked vehicles that they were in. Have you talked about the Kanye tweets? Not yet. I will get to it. Also, it is utterly irrelevant that Kanye West is once again, behaving like a neo-Nazi in an effort to pump some attention to his upcoming shitty-ass album, okay? There is no one that is this washed. It is the final stage of being washed. I'm sorry, okay? It is utterly ridiculous. He is so fucking washed that he is just simply trying to do the lowest form of attention seeking, which is rage baiting. It is like, it's like when a child is screaming, okay, and shitting in their diapers to get attention. Except this time the child is 50 years old, okay? I think he's just a Nazi now. He has psychosis, not rage bait. Yeah, it's weird that he wasn't tweeting about being a Nazi in the interim. And right up until he decides that, he has a new album coming out, or if he has to do like cryptocurrency or some shit, like right up until the moment where he decides that he needs to be in the public eye again. Is he manic? Yes. Okay. Did that make him more vulnerable to believing ridiculous conspiracies or becoming a neo-Nazi? I'm sure it did. Having said that, however, the timing of this is awfully suspicious. Okay? Jesus Christ. Let's get back to this for now, okay? We're talking about a group of Gestapo soldiers actively coming after the so-called free press in the United States of America, where the First Amendment is supposed to protect this sort of thing, okay? And going to another federal regulatory agency to basically take away their broadcasting license because they don't like what they're broadcasting. Do you understand where we're at right now? You're talking about fucking Kanye West. Like, who gives a shit? Is Kai still collaborating? Again, doubly who gives a shit? Like, this is what I mean. You just want drama, okay? I don't know. Why would I know that? Why would I know the answer to whether or not fucking Kai is going to still collaborate with Kanye West? Like, what a stupid fucking question. Democracy is falling apart, or the theoretical democracy, what is remaining of theoretical democracy is falling apart, and you're like, is Kai still collaborating with Kanye West? I don't know. What the fuck? Go ask him when he's live. It says in the Constitution, as woke is expressly not allowed. Anyway, ridiculous shit. On January 26th, the host of KCBS Radio Weekend News shared the location of agents and the vehicles they were in based on the information from the Rapid Response Network in Santa Clara County, a community organization developed to protect immigrant families from deportation threats. The county's response network says that agents in San Jose were in unmarked vehicles, the host said, describing the color, make, and model of the vehicles before listing the streets and locations they were spotted. which is awesome that they were doing that, by the way. Respect. The Communications Act of 1934 requires that broadcast licenses operate in the public interest, convenience, and necessity. The FCC reserves the right to fine a station or revoke his license if it's found in violation of the public interest standard. How is that not in the public interest? It is directly in the public interest. Trump first appointed Carr to serve on the FCC in 2017 and tapped him to lead the commission in November. During his interview with Fox and Friends on Thursday, Carr said he was trying to look on the bright side, which is that an unprecedented number of deportations have taken place, and for that, thank goodness for President Trump. Fox host Brian Kilmeade noted that Carr previously opposed the effort of billionaire George Soros, a vocal supporter of Democratic candidates and causes, to become the majority shareholder of Audacity by purchasing $400 million of its debt in 2024. The FCC approved this restructuring of Audacity in September. You think more than 48 hours after the start of ICE raids in Denver, Aurora, we'd know just how many people were detained and then taken into custody. We don't. And that's now the story. Let's talk about it. 2 days ago, the feds said it was trying to arrest 100 Tren de Aragua members. I believe the number of Tren de Aragua members that were arrested is 1. Yesterday, we asked ICE how many were detained. Seems like a simple request. Fox News, after all, had reported 30. Keep in mind, Fox has a reason to know. They had a team embedded with ICE on Wednesday. Problem is, 30 was nowhere near 100. But what's even more telling is that as of now, ICE has confirmed that just 1 Tren de Aragua member was detained on Wednesday. 1 is quite a bit less than the 100 that they wanted. We also don't know how they concluded that there were 100 plus Tren de Aragua targets to begin with. It is clear that the Trump administration is trying to spin this as a story about a leak. I addressed this yesterday. So yeah, I'm going to talk about this right now. The Aurora, Colorado situation. Okay? If you recall, the story became one of national prominence when virtually everyone on right-wing media, were, without any evidence whatsoever, relying on a slumlord claiming that a Venezuelan gang had overtaken his apartments. Now, of course, this CBZ management, that ran a bunch of different slumlords, not a bunch of different slumlords, ran a bunch of different slums. Why are we not talking about Kanye West? Because I will get to it later, and it is, you know what? I'm going to fucking permaban you, you dumb fuck. Okay? Just a couple more times. Fucking idiot. We're going to get to it inevitably. You won't be able to chat, okay? Because I'm a political commentator. And there's more pressing matters to cover, like the one I'm talking about currently. Anyway. So they try to do this thing where they try to make a big show of this falsehood initially. Initially, it was built around a slumlord who managed a bunch of slum properties, low-income housing, that were in a dire state, so much so that the local government there had sued the slums and actually declared it unsafe to live inside of these slums because of how awful the situation was. This management company had gotten thousands of complaints across numerous properties that they manage, not simply the one in Aurora, Colorado. Okay? Just remember that. But it did not matter. It didn't matter. They still kept going with this narrative that, like, oh, well, despite the fact that another one of the properties was actually investigated and found to be uninhabitable years before Venezuelans actually even came to Aurora, Colorado. And the second court case that came down for this famous property came down before Venezuelans actually, quote unquote, took over this Aurora, Colorado slum, right? But everybody went along with it. You don't treat the people who bought you that house well, do you? No, I don't. Okay, Stalin, I don't. And the reason why I don't, and the reason why you permanently got banned is because you're selfish. There are 33,540 people in here, okay? You're being unimaginably selfish and going, me, 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 me. Please, cover me. Cover what I want. Cover what I want you to cover. Okay? Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculously selfish for the 33,500 other people in the chat. Okay? Narcissistic. Anyway, I believe there's some really good local news reporting on this, and I want to pull it up and watch the reporting. But basically, Fox News is straight up, like, doing even more nefariously than in the past. Fox News is just doing straight up propaganda. Okay? Now, the difference here, unlike in the past, is that Fox News is doing this propaganda under its objective reporting wing. Okay? Initially, Fox News used to do this on the editorial side, but now they're doing onboarding. And they're supposed to have an objective news reporting side. And their objective news supporting side is also doing egregious propaganda. Okay? It's ridiculous. So I'm glad that ProPublica has been tasked with at least figuring out what the truth is. Micah Rosenberg writes, alongside Perla Treviso, that Trump's immigration policies and what has been tried before, data we obtained shows less than half of the 8,200 arrests from January 20th to February 2nd have criminal convictions. Okay? Cool Denver article? No, I want the specific Denver local news video coverage on this because it was pretty good. I don't care what side of the debate you're on. If you're in favor of the raids, you should want to know if there are more than performative acts. Here. Oh, this is the one. Yes, thank you. The local. Here, look at this.
Homeland Security Investigations Denver office framed raids across the metro area in simple terms.
These actions were targeted operation focused on violent criminal aliens.
Bro, why does he also sound like Tom Homan? Why does everybody at the Department of Homeland Security sound exactly like Tom Homan? And look, they're so ogre coded.
TDA members and those who are a threat to our public safety.
What he would not say was how many people they arrested, how many were wanted for serious crimes, how many were members of that Venezuelan gang. We know more about a raid 11 days ago in Adams County, where federal agents said they were looking for dangerous criminals with guns and drugs and handed out video of the arrests.
I think the people in the city of Denver woke up today to a safer city.
The Drug Enforcement Administration's top Denver agent hit the airwaves.
These are dangerous criminals. You've seen from those videos that came out of Aurora a few months ago. These guys are carrying pistols and AK-47. These are serious bad guys.
Now, 9 News Investigates has confirmed that no criminal charges have been filed against anyone in that case. None by the U.S. Attorney.
Dangerous criminals with AK-47s. And all they did basically was go door to door, harass and try to detain random people that they suspect of committing the crime of being brown while living on U.S. soil.
None by the Adams County District Attorney.
It should surprise everyone that we're using government resources like the DEA to go and round up people who have no criminal legal case against them.
Laura Lunn is an attorney with the Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network, and she says there's a very big difference between facing a criminal charge and being held for an immigration violation.
Immigration detention is civil detention.
Civil detention, where people seemingly disappear. Without a name, there's no way to find out who's being held or what they're accused of.
I think it's very intentional that people in immigration proceedings are detained so that folks don't have access to them to gain information about what their experience is.
One of my comrades, a teacher, the parents of one of their students never showed up to pick them up from school. They now have family friends watching them. Still aren't sure what happened to the parents. There were raids yesterday in my apartment complex. I live in Aurora, Colorado. Also, I will be picketing in solidarity at my local King Super this week for the Kroger union strike. Yeah. They're going door to door. They're doing door to door operations and basically trying to snag as many people as they possibly can.
Road offer. Checking out the massive and quite weird eagle population on the edge of the
No, this is the
said they only made yesterday. Members of the
This is all of the cover.
Results announced today by Fox News Channel. ICE agents said they were going after 100 members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua in Denver and Aurora yesterday. Now, while the feds refused to tell journalists just how many arrests they made and how many of them were TDA members, the Fox News reporter embedded with agents said they only made 30 arrests, and just one was a TDA member. Fox News and the Trump administration are now blaming local media outlets for the lack of success.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say. This is the other angle of this that I wanted to cover. They're claiming that the reason why they can't actually apprehend these like crazy criminals is not because they're not really interested in apprehending these, you know, really violent, crazy criminals or whatever, and simply trying to do a racist dragnet. Despite the fact that they're claiming that they're going after these like super violent criminals, it's because the media is reporting on it. And it's leaking it. It's leaking it ahead of time. And then, you know, everybody gets to run away.
It certainly felt like everybody knew this was coming, including the targets and the local media.
There were some leaks from local media that tipped off the local activists on the ground, and it made your jobs difficult.
We've already identified how this operation got leaked. I'll deal with that today.
Immigrant communities in Denver and Aurora have been expecting yesterday's raids ever since Donald Trump campaigned on a promise that he would start his mass deportation here. Many of the properties involved in the raids were also no-brainers. They're linked to CBZ Management, the landlords that made national headlines by claiming takeovers by the Venezuelan gang. And as those raids played out publicly for hours yesterday, community members and activists gathered to heckle agents from afar, shouting legal advice to the people inside apartments as agents went door to door asking people for their papers.
Interesting. I can't seem to put my finger on what this reminds me of, you know? Straight Nazi shit. That's what.
Today, Trump's supporters are. Tom Homan threatened federal prosecutions for people he says are.
What happens if you don't open the door? Nothing. Nothing. And you shouldn't. Okay? It is illegal for them to break in unless they have a search warrant. Okay? That's it. The fact that they're just like trying to go to every single person door to door with the hopes that they can nab someone who is not aware of their rights, their constitution protected rights, is ridiculous. They need a search warrant signed by a judge to be able to go into your home. Okay?
Are impeding their operations. Now, the feds say they were targeting violent criminals. We continue to ask just how many of the people arrested in Colorado yesterday were violent criminals, as opposed to people who had civil immigration violations and were picked up because they couldn't show papers.
Why are you adding Zach Rohr in my chat? Zach Rohr, why are you saying that like it's not literally what MAGA believes? I think you're in the wrong chat. Chatter.
Suggested today that the lack of success in this week's raids means more non-criminals will be arrested in the future.
We go on these operations, the operation got leaked somehow, it makes us less successful. Again, when you leak an operation, it means more bad guys are not being arrested, which means more bad guys are walking the streets. So as we address that, you're going to see the arrests increase. As the aperture opens up beyond criminals, you're going to see more arrests.
So let's look more closely now at the Trump administration's claim that this week's ICE raids failed because the local media in Colorado leaked the operation. You may recall that multiple national media outlets reported that these raids were supposed to happen last Thursday. That operation was apparently pushed back after it became widely known ahead of the fact. Our Evan Krugel's along now to explain that when these raids did happen, Evan, federal agents had Fox News along for the ride, and this was a pretty conspicuous parade around town.
It was, Kyle. It's worth noting ICE did very little to hide or disguise those operations yesterday. We got multiple calls from community members who saw them staging in a large parking lot in southeast Denver. So we showed up and decided to follow at a distance as they made their way up I-25 to Thornton.
This local reporting is fantastic, by the way, and I'm so glad that there are still people out there doing real fucking journalism. Holy shit.
It was clear even before sunrise Wednesday that ICE operations were underway. Agents gathered with buses and armored vehicles in high-traffic retail parking lots, including one in southeast Denver, where a photojournalist and I found a convoy and followed it more than 20 miles down I-25 to Thornton, where officers spent another hour prepping an armored vehicle as a cable news channel tagged along for the ride. It didn't take long for people to see them and for activists to show up at the park.
And what is happening with President Donald Trump is that he is, and his administration is, creating a spectacle.
Kareem El-Damanhouri is a journalism professor at DU and says he was not surprised to see such a visible operation and to see select national media invited along to showcase it. He says look no further than President Trump's campaign promise in October to target Colorado.
We will have an Operation Aurora at the federal level.
NBC reported the operation was supposed to start last week, but it was pushed back after the plans became public.
The operation was leaked, and again, we're going to hold those people accountable once we find out what those leaks occurred. This isn't a game.
Order czar Tom Homan said Wednesday's operation was less successful because of supposed leaks.
We may have to stop the media ride-alongs because I'm not pointing the finger at them, but the less people that know about these operations, the safer it is for our agents.
Some leaks can be harmful to certain operations, some leaks aren't. So it's just a matter of social responsibility in a way, both by the politicians and by the media. So it applies both ways.
El-Damanhouri says journalists will play an important role in the weeks to come as we wait to find out how many people were actually arrested and why.
People tend to forget, or certain things tend to dissipate. So this is, again, role of the journalists to try to follow up on those type of stories and find out, what has been going on, what are the updates of people who might have been caught up in the midst of that.
To be clear, we as an organization are not accepting any invitations for ride-alongs with immigration officials at this time. We will, however, continue to respond and report on what we see at those operations. Kyle.
Another thing that I heard today on Fox News was surprise that when the immigration agents got to some of these infamous apartments in Aurora, that they were largely empty. I mean, we've been talking about in the local media for months now that a lot of people have moved out of those problematic apartments. That's been going on for some time.
Yeah, they did this specifically. They did this specifically because they wanted to make a show of it. Most of the immigration enforcement actions that you're seeing, all the way from the messaging surrounding it, constantly claiming that these are like really, really violent criminals and whatnot, is all done to basically beef up the Trump agenda and to justify increased enforcement. Okay? That's why they're lying and claiming that they're apprehending violent criminals, when in fact they're not doing that. They're actually just going after whoever they can that they catch that is undocumented or sometimes literally documented, but are not a natural-born U.S. citizen, like the DACA middle school teacher that was apprehended at a immigration court proceeding. Like that's a documented immigrant. That is not an undocumented migrant. That is a documented immigrant, okay? That's crazy. They're also detaining people for speaking Spanish and not having paperwork on them. So even if you are a documented natural-born American who happens to be speaking Spanish, you can still be detained. That should probably reveal to all of you what the actual intention is here. They're going after tribal members, Native Americans. Think about that. Think about what that means, why that's happening.
Yeah, the edge at Lowry, Whispering Pines, these were pretty obvious places for operations to begin. We still don't know why they made their way to Thornton to that mobile home park. You heard Fox News. They had some information from ICE on who they were going after there. We repeatedly pressed ICE for that information today and did not get it, Kyle. That will be a big story here. Who gets information moving forward and when?
Yep, because at the end of the day, public wants to know what's going on, right? Yep. That's the end of the story. All right, Evan Krugel, thank you. There's finally been a conviction for.
Anyway, that's the end of that. That's the end of that. Tamam. My mom is trying to talk to me. This badass lady is cursing ICE on Fox News. Anyway, oh yeah, when they did the Operation Ride Along, like the locals were shitting on ICE apparently too. Here, let's watch
ICE
this.
was met by activists who taunted them. And others who used megaphones to coach those living inside. DEA agents used flashbangs inside while serving a warrant. That led to a handful of arrests, but no TDA gang members. A stop at another apartment complex netted no arrests.
That first woman in the parking lot holding her coffee cup and cussing them out, they described her as an activist. I don't know, maybe she is. Looked to me like a super annoyed neighbor who was angry to see a bunch of ICE agents dressed up like the 82nd Airborne in her apartment building's parking lot. The day after that footage was released, Trump's border czar Tom Homan announced that these media ride-alongs might be coming to an end because of operational security.
Yeah. They thought they could get away with captive media. They thought they could get away with like, Fox News onboarding on these things to make them look cool and badass and just do propaganda. And then, obviously it shows the depravity, the moral depravity of the entire situation. So they might actually stop these highly televised, publicized media ride-alongs. Ugh. It's truly insane what is going on right now. The fact that we don't have accurate information instantly on the detentions and how many of them are violent criminals and what kind of crimes they have been charged with, whether or not there has been a court process. I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. I mentioned this when I was in Japan as well. A lot of people got mad at me when we were looking at the first ICE ride-alongs that Fox News did. If you recall, the question I had was, who are these people? And if they are truly violent criminals that went through the court system and were convicted of doing crimes, why were they walking free? I don't want violent rapists, no matter what their background is, whether they are of Venezuelan origin or homegrown white rapists, to walk freely on the streets after they have been charged. Okay? And especially after they've been convicted. So what happened here? Because if the Republican administration's propaganda on this matter was correct, okay, they would have a significant upper hand. Okay? They would have a tremendous opportunity to propagandize by saying, this guy is a convicted rapist, and Joe Biden's activist courts and Joe Biden's activist judges allowed him to roam freely because he was undocumented. If that was the truth and not simply a lie that they present, then, oh my God, that would be a fantastic opportunity. You can't even find one? You can't find one guy? That's all you guys claim. That's what that's what the right wing is claiming. That activist judges allow undocumented migrants to walk freely after being caught doing heinous crimes. Okay? They're being caught doing heinous crimes, and activist judges are just letting it happen. And that there are 20 million migrants, undocumented, living on U.S. soil, that are all responsible for death and destruction. And for some reason, they're just walking away free. Okay? If that was real, that would be an insane revelation. That would be massive. So why is there no evidence to show that? Why is the only thing that we have to rely on Fox News onboarding and doing ride-alongs with ICE, where they basically put the camera on someone and claim that they're a rapist? Why is there no paperwork that we can look at? That's why I think the ProPublica reporting on this is very important. They actually dove into the data and found that with the increased ICE immigrant raids, they've actually detained 8,200 people so far for deportation, and more than half of them had no criminal records whatsoever. That directly contradicts the argument that the Trump administration was making, that they're only going after violent criminals. Except 4,000 plus were not criminals at all. The Trump agenda is exactly the same as the first go-around. Declare a national emergency at the border, halt refugee admissions, end catch and release, make asylum seekers wait in Mexico for U.S. hearings, Promote third country asylum agreements. DNA test some of the immigrants. Expand who was targeted for deportation. Okay. Focus Homeland Security investigations on immigration enforcement instead of, like, literally pull from other aspects of Homeland Security, like actual drug detentions, like units that are tasked with investigating drug-related drug trafficking are now tasked with doing dragnet operations on random immigrant neighborhoods. Think about that. Expansion of expedited removal, put pressure on recalcitrant countries to take back deportees, create an office to assist victims of crimes committed by immigrants, limit temporary protected status, increase scrutiny of work permits, target sanctuary jurisdiction, information sharing, denying public benefits to unauthorized immigrants, travel bans, denaturalizing U.S. citizens is like the final stage of this. Actively trying to do that is going to be the last aspect of this. Expulsion based on public health concerns. A version of this already occurred with the CDC move. Donald Trump kept saying COVID is fake, it's not real, whatever. But it was simply used as a tool to deny immigrants access into the country. Title 42, if you recall, was the only COVID prevention measure that the administration actually utilized. Deploy military troops to the border, build border barriers, land acquisition for border barriers, ramping up criminal prosecutions of people crossing the border illegally, expanding detention, local cooperation for immigration enforcement, increase immigration agent hiring, and enhance vetting. Policies he hasn't tried before that he wants to are ending birthright citizenship, making the border a military priority, seeking to end birthright citizenship, end Biden-era humanitarian programs at the border, immigrant registration, invokes a law requires all non-citizens to register and present their fingerprints to the U.S. government or be subject to criminal penalties, ending and clawing back funding from organizations that support migrants, designating international drug cartels and gangs as terrorists so they can further deny habeas corpus, deny due process to the people that are being prosecuted for criminal activity. And, then you can fucking torture them and stuff too. The problem here always, as is the case with all matter of criminal enforcement, is that once you take away those constitutional rights, you are going to apprehend people that you claim are gang members, and now you're treating them like terrorists. Terrorism already is a vague designation created specifically to deny people their human rights anyway. I'm a denaturalized citizen, and it scares me that this could actually happen. I've worked for the federal government and been a good citizen. It's pathetic that because I'm brown, I could be stripped of my citizenship. You're a denaturalized citizen? What do you mean? How do you reason with those that don't have a problem with deporting even people without criminal backgrounds because of an impression that they're taking a decent money out of our taxes? It's incorrect. Undocumented migrants literally put more into government coffers than they take out. There's already a limited amount of social safety nets to begin with, and undocumented migrants are not capable of taking advantage of any of those programs regardless. The only burden that undocumented migrants have on government resources is actually emergency rooms. When they get, in the off chance that they get any sort of health care whatsoever, and they go into an emergency room and then they don't actually pay. It's just factually wrong. Yes, it is. Philly D right-wing turn. What?
USAID
Why?
has been propping up sites like Politico, giving them media stealing. Walk through it. This whole debacle, it started.
I doubt that he's saying he's anti. Wait, what? Yeah, no, you're crazy if you think that Philip DeFranco is going to do right-wing misinformation on USAID. You're on crack. No, he's baiting you in. That's funny.
Politico, giving them $8 million in taxpayer funds in just one fiscal
Philly D is a massive lib, chatters.
fiscal year, meaning the Politico is state-funded media stealing from you, the taxpayer. Except that isn't really accurate. And the truth, it turns out, is much less sinister. So let's walk through it. This whole debacle, it started when Politico was late with the payroll this week. And that, thanks to what they said, was a technical error that was resolved by the end of the day, so everyone got paid. But then what we saw is that with that, you had posts including screenshots from a government website tracking federal spending showing that Politico received $8 million from the government in the 2024 fiscal year. With former Fox News producer Kyle Becker sharing these screenshots and saying, fun fact, Politico received USAID funds. Receiving
Dude, this is such a funny... I think this is such a funny cope. USAID does pay journalists, okay? Except they pay foreign journalist operations that are tasked with undermining whatever foreign adversary or, you know, sometimes even spreading misinformation about foreign adversaries, okay? They don't need to pay American journalists to do the bidding, okay? They don't. American journalists literally do it because that is the profession. Their job is to literally do State Department propaganda anyway. That's how they do it for free. Well, not for free. They get paid for their jobs, but yes, Voice of America is different than Politico. That's who actually gets paid for it. In case you're out of the loop, people like Asman believe that the government basically smeared Gamergate. What? People think that, like, domestic news producers actually were paid by the government to attack gamers? Like the government. The government was doing Gamergate? I quit. I have to. I can't do this any longer. I think I might be done. I think we have officially reached a level of stupidity that I could not foresee us ever reaching. This is the dumbest, most self-involved, most self-entitled, most self-elevated story of all time. If you truly believe this, if you even entertain this as a thought, okay, you have to be institutionalized for your own safety. This is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. Chattels, people will learn about like Operation Mockingbird, and then they'll turn around and be like, well, this was still continuing with Gamergate.
Right here.
Asmongold hits the nail on the head about woke journalists. I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. What goes around comes around, and we're coming. You should have left my video games alone.
I'll show you. Like, people think I'm fucking crazy. I'm not. Look at this. People wonder our tax.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, what's ironic is something, dude, if you ask me one more time if something is going on with YouTube, I'm just going to end the broadcast. I don't know what the fuck you're asking. Why do you keep asking this? Is YouTube being hacked right now? I can't open it. Something going on with YouTube? Is something going on with YouTube? Am I Google? Do I look like Google to you? Why do you keep spamming? Is something going on with YouTube? Look, you are one of my primary news sources other than what I read in my email, so this is just breaking. I'm asking you because I really want background noise while I watch you because I'm mentally ill, like I will not deny. So I'm simply wondering if you know why YouTube is down. If you do not know, that is okay. I will shut up. That's a sincere answer. It's still stupid. Please. I am not. I am not Google. What is happening? Chatters will have like a personal issue with their. Chatters will have like a personal issue with their own computer and will come in here and be like, can you please answer my question? Should I turn my computer on and off? Anyway, getting back to the most pressing issue of all time, how Politico actually got paid by the federal government to undermine gamers, which is really funny because the exact opposite actually happened, where someone actually did work with gamers in general and was very closely associated with Donald Trump. His name is Steve Bannon, and he actively used Breitbart to try to drum up Gamergate narratives, knowing full well that they would be very helpful. They'd be willing participants who would be helpful in doing propaganda for the Trump administration if he were to win. This is literally real. So if there's one aspect of the government that has been pro-gamer, it is Steve Bannon and the Trump administration by way of Steve Bannon. Remember that this is the average American IQ before the Department of Education is dismantled. Gamergates being freaks and then being mad at people covering them being freaks. Yeah, how could they have done this to me?
People wonder are tax dollars used to promote wokeness in video games? Answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as...
Dude, oh my God. This is just wrong, man. I don't know how to explain it. It's just fucking wrong. Okay? The worst part about it is that things like what they are suspecting with USAID have occurred in the past in terms of like the State Department aligning itself with media directly, the CIA actively infiltrating American media as well in an effort to manufacture consent. Nowadays, it's more nefarious. Nowadays, there is no direct involvement, especially when it comes to domestic media, okay? Or the direct involvement is out in the open when you have a guy like John Bolton speak on CNN, okay? And say things like, yeah, I've done a lot of coups. In terms of USAID, they paid for a subscription-based service similar to a Bloomberg terminal, okay? Politico Pro. It's real-time. It's a real-time newswire. That's it. It's worse than what these guys suspect. They don't need to pay Politico to do pro-State Department propaganda. Okay? Dude, who is even on your side amongst political streamers? Are you on your own? There's plenty of awesome political content creators and political streamers in general that recognize the truth. Okay? How is he so popular, man? Is it that easy? Yes, it is that easy. Straight up. Claiming that the USAID actually funded Politico to write articles and influence articles, specifically targeting gamers, by the way. Okay? is like saying they actually funded Microsoft to also target gamers because they bought Excel. They bought Microsoft Word subscriptions. I can't believe it. How deep does this rabbit hole go? It's ironic, though, because the real way that there is like active glad handling happening with American media when they're covering domestic issues and the American government is done by way of access journalism. There are a million different ways in which the government could also actively fund these outlets as well, whether it be giving them grants or whether it be, buying advertising space if they chose to do so. And they do that sort of stuff anyway. Doing it through USAID would be one of the silliest ways to do it.
As disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing, guys.
Yeah. They covered Gamergate because USAID has a designated task force in between trying to, I don't know, undermine the Cuban government by setting up like a fake internet, okay? Or I don't know, another failed initiative where they try to like task rappers in rapping about how Fidel Castro sucks or whatever, on Cuban soil. They're actually on the weekends spending time attacking gamers. Nobody gives a fuck. In the grand scheme of things, nobody cares about gamers. If you think that there's this level of interest in the government oppressing gamers, you are out of your mind. I don't know what to tell you. I cannot believe that this is like actual commentary on the realm of politics, and it's getting a lot of motion. It's 700,000 views. Yeah, the U.S. government made Stellar Blade's titties smaller. We must investigate. We are the most persecuted minority. I can't believe that we've gotten here. This is reality now.
With the glass ceiling broken, all the oppressed groups shall prosper, especially the most oppressed group of all, gamers.
That's where we're at now. Like, low key, this is not even something shit that we used to joke about in terms of like, oh no, you came after gamers, is like unironically a rallying call now. Okay? It's no longer a meme. It's reality. People do legitimately believe this. It's crazy. Yeah. Asmongold is the Fred Hampton of Gamergate, okay? A real threat to the established order is gamers. The American government does not want you to jerk off to big-tittied main characters, okay? They do not want that. They will do everything to stop that.
These people to suffer. Because that's what they did to me. I want to set an example.
What did they do to Asmongold? Like, what is happening? What have they done to Asmongold? They made his games bad? Oh my God.
Get rid of these people. Put them like completely out of their jobs. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens. Gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes.
How did they, someone in the chat said, how do they make you suffer?
Comes around, and we're coming.
4 years of a destruction of my favorite games. Fight fire with fire. Like, this reads as a parody. And if someone had actually sent this to me as a joke and they were like, look, Asmongold is doing parody of like the sweatiest nerd you've ever seen. Isn't this funny? I'd be like, yeah, this is actually pretty good. It's pretty solid in terms of parody. Turns out it's not. This is something truly. This is something that like, you know, lolly PFP accounts unironically believe. I don't know. I really don't understand. Can you explain, please, what's happening? Here, let me uncover the layers of misinformation. Number one, USAID's funding gets cut. The Trump administration rolls back USAID initiatives. Okay, USAID, created by JFK, is a separate department that is tasked with doing aid all around the world. A big chunk of that is to beef up America's soft power capabilities, but also a big chunk of that is also to engage in covert operations at the behest of the CIA to engage in foreign destabilization against our foreign adversaries. Okay? Which leads me to be confused by Trump's decision overall, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, so obviously the aid for soft power or even to, defend American destabilization in other nations is still actively a good. And you can't have that, okay? According to the Trump administration, you can't do something that helps people, even if it is aiding a larger cause that will end up aligning with American interests, okay? You can't do that. God forbid. Anyway, that's the first start of the story. And as Philip DeFranco also correctly explained here, there was a technical error with Politico paying their staffers, but that kickstarted the story of people claiming, oh, it's because U.S. aid was funding the entirety of Politico. Let's take a look.
Shots from a government website tracking federal spending showing that Politico received $8 million from the government in the 2024 fiscal year. With former Fox News producer Kyle Becker sharing these screenshots and saying, fun fact, Politico received USAID funds, seemingly claiming that the $8 million came from USAID alone. And then in a follow-up post, he connected Politico's late payroll with the recent crackdowns on USAID's spending. And from there, the situation just exploded with big names on the right chiming in and spreading this far and wide. And even had Trump on Truth Social this morning saying that...
Yeah, that's the other aspect of this, that Donald Trump is just straight up saying that this is fact. It's not. I just want to reiterate, this is incorrect. Okay? Which is crazy. I fucking don't like Politico. I'm not the biggest fan of USAID. And here I am having to seemingly defend it because I'm not defending either of these institutions. I'm simply defending the truth. Also, double L stolen. Looks like billions of dollars have been stolen at USAID and other agencies. Much of it is going to the fake news media as a payoff for creating good stories about the Democrats. The left-wing rag known as Politico seems to have received... By the way, Politico is not a left-wing rag. Politico is not left-wing at all. What is happening here? Asman is currently doing a deep dive into the clip of you showing the Houthi war music to Nick, and Chad is eating it up. Yeah, I don't care, man. Yeah, okay. Great. Yeah, I need to get banned. This guy must get banned. Okay? This guy must get banned. Houthi propaganda, unacceptable. Nazi propaganda, well, that's all right. It's homegrown American Nazi propaganda. Okay? Saying that Politico is a left-wing institution is insane. It's owned by a right-wing German guy. Okay? And not only that, but also, it's just not left-wing at all. Their coverage is not even remotely left-wing at all. It's not the point, and some people won't believe it, but Biden, White House hated Politico. When I worked there, the Biden team constantly complained that Politico embodied the problem with journalism today. Too insidery, too focused on horse race coverage scandal, and too both-sidism. They're not. Also, I'm not even. This is ironic because the Biden White House was actively and aggressively anti-media for no reason whatsoever. Okay. But he didn't want to cover the Epstein stuff. Oh yeah, Asmongold didn't want to cover the sex pestiny stuff, but he has no problem rehashing the same fucking shit over and over again. Hassan showed Nick a music video of the Houthis. I wonder why. And sex pestiny goes after Asmongold all the time, and I think it's partially because he's afraid. He's afraid of the Diddy G wrath. He does not want Diddy G coming after him. Anyway. Hey, I'm sorry. Can you explain what any of this has to do with gamers, Gamergate, or Asmon? It literally doesn't. The truth has nothing to do with gamers, Gamergate, or Asmongold. But the truth does not matter. Okay? That's the point. Because Asmongold is claiming that on top of this misinformation that came out, that he wanted to add his own layer of silliness to the conversation by, I guess, reading a tweet from a Lolly account, a Lolly PFP account, that claimed that Politico was actually getting paid by USAID to do anti-gamer coverage. It's probably the most ridiculous thing that could have come out of this. It's so ridiculous. I feel like even the Fox News people would laugh at this shit. You spending all 2025 on media literacy of your colleagues? What do you want me to do, man? What do you want me to do? One, you guys sent me this link. And two, Asmongold is currently the biggest political content creator on this platform. Okay?
Billions have been stolen from federal agencies like USAID and gone to, quote, fake news media as a payroll for creating good stories about the Democrats, and then adding, this could be the biggest scandal of them all. Perhaps
also, it still stems from misinformation coming from the fucking president. So it's not like Asmongold is just like making shit up on his own. Okay? He's adding on to the pre-existing fake bullshit that's running around.
Biggest in history. But then, with all this, there's been a whole lot of pushback against this narrative. But for example, the Washington Post pointing out that if you look deeper into the government spending website, you'll see that USAID gave Politico only $44,000 during the fiscal years of 2023 and 2024. Right, and that was reportedly for subscriptions to an energy and environment publication that the company produces. And then that $8 million, right, the amount the entire government spent on Politico last year, most of that reportedly came from contracts from subscriptions to their premium service. In fact, you had the Post reporting that just days ago, the White House's Office of the National Cyber Director signed a $35,000 contract for a Politico Pro premium subscription for 15 users. Or with that service, tracking, analyzing, and providing updates on the entire public policy landscape. I mean, for example, the Post reports that committees led by Republicans dropped $500,000 on Politico subscriptions in the first 9 months of last year, with 38 Republicans in the House reportedly spending $300,000 for subscriptions within the same time period. But follow to stay in the loop.
Yeah. That's it. USAID is not funding Politico. Politico does pro-State Department propaganda because that's what the American media is tasked with doing. They don't need to get paid directly by the government. They don't need to be incentivized in that way. The incentive structure nowadays is simply elevating people who already get that level of access. The incentive structure revolves around access. They play ball with the government and beef up government narratives and rarely ever undermine the established hierarchy, because those are the people that get elevated to the top. Okay? They are stenographers. But in terms of like the USAID paying for a political subscription, political pro subscription, that makes sense. What do you want me to do? I don't know. Use your position as someone with money to do on the ground journalism. You could be the only person live streaming the barricade of the Department of Education, but you're home. Do you have a teleportation? Do you have a teleportation device? Do you understand that news teams have thousands of people that they employ so they can be everywhere all at once to do on the ground reporting? I'm a commentator. That's why I say I'm not a journalist. Sometimes I do engage in journalism, okay, do some original reporting. But if you think I would be capable of flying to every single event before it even happens, you fundamentally misunderstand how travel works or how logistics work. Your haters are the dumbest people alive. I know. This is not my issue. I don't think you understand how any of this stuff works. Yeah. Let me just hop on a plane. And instead of doing news commentary and informing the public on what's going on as to the best of my ability, I should be flying around the country every single day, nonstop. It's pretty funny because, like, you also want me to be at the barricade of the Department of Education, which is probably one of the most low. It's literally one of the dumbest fucking stories to actually fly anywhere to do. There's ice raids happening. You could have said you could fly to Colorado and try to report on the ice raids, but instead you were like, why don't you go to the barricade of the Department of Education, which basically shows the limits to your processing power to begin with. Anyway. Is USAID something that was exclusively used by the Democrats? No, of course not. What? No, obviously not. No, it is just like everything else with foreign interference or foreign policy is uniparty. It's bipartisan. Something tells me something tells me they weren't saying that in good faith. I know, but it doesn't matter because that person actually succeeded. Because there's always, and this is a consistent thing that's always occurred in this community, especially, which is a chatter with no genuine intention whatsoever says some of the dumbest things that anyone has ever said, okay, and launches it as though it's constructive criticism. And a long-term community member will immediately defend it and be like, nah, that's actually sick. Why don't you do that? Anyway. Bait and clip. That's what Epstein and ZZZ does. All right, let's continue. The Trump Vance department just approved $7.41 billion in weapons sales to Israel, $6.75 billion in bombs and weapons guidance kits, $660 million in Hellfire missiles. This sale will increase interoperability with U.S. forces, the administration writes. Good thing we're taking money out of like cholera medication or, combating famine on the U.S. aid stuff so that we can open up our coffers for unlimited funds to Israel more. I think they were being genuine and you're being defensive because they're right. I love you. See, this is what I meant. I love you in the stream, but you're kind of spinning your wheels here. If you want to call out the useless Dems not pushing through that guy, maybe it's time to be the person to encourage. Protesting a little too much, man. They're kind of right, though. Love you, but like this is spinning your wheels. Why not? Remember what I said? That's why that chatter said that thing, because there's like a bunch of schizophrenic losers in the chat that will immediately go, actually, I do agree. The logistics of this is virtually impossible, but I think you should be doing that. This doesn't work, okay? What you're describing is logistically impossible. There is a reason why news media operations and newsrooms hire journalists literally around the fucking planet. What you are describing is impossible. Please. You respond to bait, I know. I respond to this kind of stuff because I want people to open up their minds a little bit, okay? And try to comprehend, like, the limits. I understand you can't take a supersonic flight there literally right now. Okay, let's say tomorrow breaking news occurs in Washington, D.C. Should I be flying to Washington, D.C. tomorrow as soon as the breaking news occurs? What do you think? How do you think this would work? Walk me through this. Fast travel is not within my capability, okay? I stream 8 hours a day for 7 days out of the fucking week. I flew to Japan and I still kept up my news coverage in Japan. I came back the next day and still kept up my news coverage the next day. How do you foresee me flying to every area where news is happening in real time? Do you think I have teleportation capabilities? Do you think I'm clairvoyant? Do you think I can see the future, for example? Can I see the future and predict where news is going to occur so I can fly there in real time as fast as I can? How am I supposed to do that? Why do you think the New York Times employs 7,000 journalists if one guy could technically do all of this on their own? Why are these silly guys hiring thousands of journalists all around the planet? Why do they even have beat reporters? One guy could just be doing all the beats. You're extra grumpy today? Yes, because I'm back in the United States of America. That's number one. And number two, people are just extra dumb today. Like, please, dude, I am a political commentator. I am not a journalist. That's number one. Number two, even if I was a journalist, I would have to keep to a specific beat. Okay? I would also not be able to do this thing that I'm doing, informing as large of a group as possible. Okay? Anyway. Notice how they stop responding when you walk through their dumbass argument? They do. I feel like people are just getting dumber and dumber every single day. Anyway, now let's get to the Democrats. Why aren't the Democrats doing anything? By Leisha Miller.
Trump and his cronies, including unelected, deluded, low IQ, ugly, socially awkward, loser dork billionaire Elon Musk, are stripping people of their rights, placing people in camps, invading our privacy, and gutting the federal government. And to those of you in my comment section saying personal attacks and name-calling undermine my arguments, no, they f***ing don't. No, they don't. I can bully Elon Musk and create sound legal arguments at the same time. Watch me. And yes, I'm going to be saying swears a lot in this episode because I'm mad. The uncensored version is available on my Patreon linked below. And in response to this tyranny, this all-out war on democracy, on the very foundations of our country, of the rule of law and of the Constitution, our lawmakers are, sending strongly worded letters, tweeting, holding press conferences. I don't know about
Hasan, you're playing dumb. It's not about teleporting. It's about scaling up your operations. Scale the logistics of HasanAbi Productions. That's all I'm asking. I'm still responding. Stop fucking ignoring me. Scale up your operations. That's all we're asking. Okay. I'm going to respond to this the last time. Okay. Considering that I am currently doing news commentary for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is the only thing I'm good at, and it's the only thing I've done that I've actually been able to scale up within the bounds of reason, okay? When you ask me to scale up my operations, what you are demanding is that I go and I hire managers. I maybe go to private equity to actually go and get more capital and be beholden to a constant profit seeking by banks and other investors that are now tasked with growing this operation. I go and I hire journalists all around the country. I spend a good deal of this time not doing commentary, but instead management. I'm not good at management. I cannot do management, okay? You want me to become a corporation. I'm not good at that. I'm good at this. That is precisely why I do this, okay? Not if you're smart with contract law. What the fuck are you saying? Shut the fuck up! Let me become smart with contract law.
about you, but it feels like not enough. Today, we're going to talk about what the Democrats are and are not doing, what they should be doing, and what to do about all of it. Let's get into it. But first, a very big palate cleanser. It's almost Valentine's Day, and whether you're partnered up in a throuple, single, and ready to mingle, or in a never-ending series of situationships, you deserve to celebrate. And listen, in these trying times, finding anything to celebrate is a major win. What better way to celebrate love than with the most comfortable underpants of your life? Thank you to MeUndies for partnering with me on today's video. MeUndies offers insanely comfy and sexy underpants and loungewear to buy or gift this holiday season. They have something for everyone, from basic black to fun prints, and you can get a matching set for yourself or get a set that matches your partner or even your pet. And they have loungewear too, including joggers, hoodies, onesies, and more. It's comfy, it's responsibly sourced, and hey, if you don't love your first pair, it's on MeUndies. That's how confident they are, and I am, that you'll love your MeUndies. But how could you not love them? Look at this sassy little Kiss My Peach set I got. We're keeping it PG here, so calm down, but just know they're flattering and comfy as heck.
No, I'm not raging so hard I forgot I'm watching an ad. This is a day ago from Leisha Miller. It's Ethical Reacts. Okay, of course we're going to watch her ad. We're watching her video
This
overall.
Valentine's Day, give the gift that'll always have them thinking of you and get 20% off your first order, plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/Leija and enter the promo code Leija. That's MeUndies.com/Leija. Enter promo code Leija. Thanks, MeUndies. So let's get the lay of the land here, because as I keep saying, the point is to overwhelm us to the point of not caring. So we need a big picture moment to understand where we are. Trump passed a ton of executive orders right away after his inauguration. I went over all of them in a previous episode. They then started an avalanche of administrative actions that agencies under Trump within the executive branch are making in order to carry out his executive orders and proclamations. Those are things like the order to expand expedited removals of illegal immigrants, the closure of USAID, the creation of DOGE with loser Elon Musk at its helm, despite the fact that he's not appointed or elected and is just acting in his individual private civilian capacity, and acting illegally to gut as many federal programs as possible. Lots of lawsuits are coming down the pipe to stop DOGE, to challenge the end to birthright citizenship, and so much more. So that accounts for 2 of the 3 branches of government. Trump and his loyalists and government agencies are shutting down, freezing spending, and gutting agencies of their institutional knowledge and personnel within the executive branch. Lawsuits are being filed by state AGs, private citizens, nonprofit orgs, and more, and judges are using their injunction power to stop various of Trump's orders from going into effect until these lawsuits play out. And while it is incredibly tedious and slow, it is that injunction power that is standing in the way of a lot of these things from playing out. So the judicial branch is doing its part in the checks and balances scheme to step in where it can as Trump continues to overreach. So that leaves one branch, one sad little useless, limp branch that doesn't seem to be doing much of anything in its checks and balances powers to counteract the actual insanity unfolding in the executive branch. And that's the legislative branch, where our legislators, the ones we elected to represent us, the ones who are supposed to be the essential part of the democratic workings of our government, where they sit around with their thumbs shoved up their asses doing jack shit to stop any of this, all while lamenting, well, we just don't have a majority.
Leisha is also a lib, like, for the most part. I really like her commentary, but like, she certainly is I think closer to the Democratic Party than myself. Okay, so for her to provide this blistering criticism, I think, is a pretty solid read on how a lot of regular institutional Democratic Party voters, I mean, she's not fully on board with the Dems either, but she definitely is like an active supporter who does not shy away from openly stating that she likes the Democratic Party. I think she's more left than you think she is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, she is definitely more progressive than the average Dem. But having said that, I think she is overall. I think she's overall like, yeah, 100. Like Elizabeth Warren Dem is a good way to look at it. Yeah. But regardless, her commentary is solid always, okay? And that's precisely why I rely on her coverage and her commentary on a regular basis. Now, having said that, I think this is a fairly decent assessment on even people that are, on the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, feeling a little angry with the Democratic Party.
Oopsie, sorry, guess there's nothing we can do. Or playing lip service to our outrage through strongly worded letters to Marco Rubio or some shit. The classic trope I've talked about before. Republicans openly violate the laws in the Constitution, and then the Democrats say, hey, but I mean, you can't do that. So here's a basic rundown of what Congress has done since Trump was inaugurated. The Senate has confirmed 13 Trump appointees and passed the Laken-Riley Act, the first official law Trump has signed. Laken-Riley was passed with bipartisan support and allows for the complete suspension.
This was so unimaginably. She's the type of person who thought the January 6th Commission was going to do something. I don't know about all that. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But the Laken-Riley Act being passed with bipartisan support was so incredibly cruel, so ruthless, so ridiculous.
of due process rights for undocumented immigrants accused of crimes. Not just violent crimes, but also theft. Reminder that we give due process to everyone in this country, at least in theory, meaning notice and an opportunity to be heard by a judge, the right not to be held indefinitely without a trial and forcibly removed from the country. We give that to everyone, including those accused of even the most heinous of crimes in this country. But the Laken-Riley Act, combined with Trump's executive orders declaring an emergency at the border and pausing all immigration, including of refugees and asylum seekers.
Yeah, the fact that it had no resistance is so sad and disgusting. No resistance. It's worse than that. There was support. That's what makes it so insane. Support from the Democrats on the basis of something that the Democratic base cares about, which is bipartisanship for the sake of compromise and nothing else. The fact that this was presented as a bipartisan bill and the fact that Democrats passed alongside, like Democrats offered a veto-proof majority, a filibuster-proof majority by voting for it was insane. Why wouldn't they support it? First of all, they should support nothing that the Republicans are advancing. If Republicans, when Democrats are in charge and they advocate for bills that actually Republicans want, the Republicans still obstruct. That's number one. Why do they do that? Because there are only benefits for obstructing in this partisan way. Okay? But number two, for this bill specifically, it is an incredibly cruel bill that denies due process on the basis of your documentation. Okay? If you are suspected as an immigrant, both documented or undocumented, if you're an immigrant and someone suspects you of stealing, ICE can come and detain you permanently and deport you. Okay? This is unconstitutional. It is completely unconstitutional.
Seekers and the resulting agency actions like the expansion of expedited removal all provides for a blanket suspension of due process rights for immigrants of all kinds, including those seeking and using legal means to be here. The elimination of due process rights is a key ingredient in fascist takeover because it allows for human rights abuses to go unchecked and tends to be directed at vulnerable minorities because people already hate their fucking guts, so it's easy to turn a blind eye, whether they're Jews in 1930s Germany or Mexicans in 2020's America. And the Laken-Riley Act passed with bipartisan support. 12 Democratic senators and 46 Democrats in the House voted in favor, along with every Republican in both houses. Here's the list of Democrats who voted in favor. If you are their constituent, you should be the most annoying person on the planet for them right now. Get to work. The House, for its part, has introduced a ton of bills, many of which are symbolic and will not even make it to the floor for a vote, 25 of which have passed and gone on to the Senate, and that's about it. Those Senate and House minority leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries introduced bicameral legislation this week to try to challenge DOJ and Elon Musk by preventing unlawful access to the Treasury Department's payment system, which DOJ operatives took over last week, as we talked about in my episode on Monday. They called their new bill, wait for it, the Stop the Steal Bill. They were very proud of themselves when they announced the name and received some chuckles from the audience.
We call our legislation Stop the Steal.
And that's when it hit me. Oh yeah, part of the reason why Democrats aren't getting done is that legislators are a bunch of nerds in suits, and many of them are old as dirt. Of course they don't know how to talk to the American people or create a cool, engaging social.
Yeah, the older you are, the more seniority you have in the party, which means the longer you have actually stayed in office. The longer you've stayed in office, the more out of touch you are from the average person. In theory, the longer you've been in office must mean that the longer you've actually talked to your constituents. Is the exact opposite. You get tunnel vision. You get bubbled into this. The only access you have to the outside world is oftentimes lobbyists that are there to push for a corporate agenda. So they are just completely delusional to the needs and wants of the average American. Okay?
social media campaign and are terrified of youngsters coming in and using unconventional tactics to get done. Also, they're probably sleepy because most of them should be in retirement homes at this point. Theoretically, they would hire PR people to make up for being big giant dorks, but I don't think they'd know relatable, cool messaging if it hit them across the face. And Republican lawmakers are also dweebs, but so are their constituents, so it works. I think I've solved the problem, guys. Everyone can go home. The literal only reason we thought Kamala was cool was because of some sweet fan cam edits on TikTok. She certainly didn't convince us on her own after literal decades in public office. It took some lefty weirdos getting control of her TikTok account to win any of us over. Did it get her elected? No. Obviously, the entire messaging problem on the left that has alienated a huge swath of the working class and other groups that would historically fall under Democratic umbrellas cannot be solved by a slick TikTok campaign. But as it is, these Democratic lawmakers are speaking to literally no one except for a few policy wonks and some boomers. A couple of younger representatives have come down the pipe and actually feel inspiring and know how to speak like humans. AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Katie Porter, but name me a single cool Democratic senator that can speak like a human and makes you excited about politics. I'll f***ing wait. They got Cory Booker on the social media game. Literally, Chuck Schumer confirmed, according to Mother Jones, that Cory Booker is in charge of the Senate Democrats' social media, with the New York Times reporting, and I quote, "Last week, Mr. Booker delivered a PowerPoint presentation to fellow Democrats about how to deliver their message online. In the slides, which were obtained by the New York Times, Mr. Booker offered his colleagues guidance on how often to post on each platform. Instagram once or twice a day, Facebook once a day, LinkedIn 3 to 5 times a week, X."
This part is so crazy. Like Cory Booker is like a alien, dude. Like, no disrespect. Some people just don't have it, you know? It's crazy. It once again shows me that, you know, it just shows me that we're just completely removed. Like, the Democrats are so removed from the needs, wants of the American public. Okay, but like, this is decent social media training for boomers, or at least their staffers.
2 to 5 times a day. TikTok 1 to 4 times a day. Like, their social media strategy is about how often to post. This is you learn in like a poorly made intro to social media management for dummies course. Cory Booker is a fucking dork, guys. We have nothing to work with. And because much of the high-profile work is being done by the Senate because of their role in confirming presidential appointments, a lot of the focus and ire is on the Senate. So while House members definitely play a role in counteracting the horrors coming from the executive branch, it is the Senate where a lot of the work is to be done. And no, I'm not talking about introducing silly, fun, cool, tongue-in-cheek legislation like the Stop the Steal Act. We all know that the bill is dead in the water. It's being done for show, and so that our legislators can point to something and say, see, we are fighting back. Meanwhile, we're all out here getting fucking annihilated by breaking news story after breaking news story of some new horrific thing Trump and his cronies are doing, while our lawmakers chuckle at sassy names for bills no one will read or pass. Get a grip! I think there's a time and a place for introducing snarky legislation. This is not one of them. This is not business as usual. This is not a simple, well, we'll get them again in 2 years. Yes, the midterms will be important, but we need to actually have a functioning fucking government to hold a...
You said the Democrats are marketers, but they're not even good. The Democrats are literally just marketers. They don't do actual work. They're always selling an idea. Yeah, but they're not even good marketers. They're marketing a product that no one wants.
Elections in the first place.
And they're not even doing a good job marketing said product. That's why they are unimaginably unpopular right now.
Trump is causing damage at breakneck speed that will cause years of chaos and rebuilding. This is mission critical, all hands on deck shit, and our legislators are sitting on their hands, shrugging their shoulders, despite the fact that Trump is following the Project 2025 playbook word for word, line by line, the playbook they've had access to for a year and a half at least, and yet they did apparently nothing to prepare for. I made an episode ringing alarm bells about Project 2025 in September of 2023. Why are they just now starting to realize that, maybe this is pretty bad? Literally just this week, I think they're starting to get the memo, with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries sending out a 10-point plan to counter the hostile takeover of government we're seeing, and even that is pretty weak. One of the 10 points is the Stop the Steal Act I just talked about. They also include calls to increase efforts to communicate with the American people about how awful everything is, with zero concrete advice on how to do so. The only real tangible plan they have at this point is to challenge the appropriations process that they'll go through in March. Remember how the government almost shut down and they kicked the can can down the road to keep it open? Well, they kicked the can to March. And because appropriations bills require a larger majority to pass, Democrats will actually have some sway in that process, especially because there are some Republicans that just straight up will never vote in favor of an appropriations bill because they believe the government shouldn't spend any money at all. And until March, I guess the plan is...
Yeah, like gift after gift handed to the Democrats. Like ridiculous executive orders that your job is to communicate how ridiculous they are, to get media coverage surrounding it. A group of Republicans that are in the party that refuse to abide by the wishes and the best interests of the party. You have all of these wonderful opportunities to make a big stink. I'm not expecting the Democratic Party to overnight become revolutionary Marxist-Leninists that are trying to build a militant vanguard. Okay? I'm just saying, be a competent fucking party. Be a competent liberal party. Right now, at this stage, they are not even a competent liberal party. That's crazy.
Is tell people things are bad. Even Democratic governors hopped on a call with Chuck Schumer, according to reporting for the New York Times, literally begging him to get the senators to do something to stop the onslaught, suggesting better media and messaging strategies, and lamenting that the Democratic governors, are bearing the brunt of angry calls from constituents while also being the ones heading up a lot of the legal battles as well. And old Chucky Schumer was like, well, I can't force anyone to do anything. Plus, Cory Booker's doing a great job with the social media. Pathetic. Okay, so that's the lay of the land. Executive branch, fuck it up. Judicial branch, the one string holding back the worst of the onslaught. Legislative branch, dog shit. The good news is that at least in theory, the legislative branch is the one most responsive to the people. That's us. And as much as the moneyed interests do control our elected officials, the one thing they fear, probably even more than losing money, is losing elections. And if you understand that their main and all-consuming goal, the thing that they think about with every vote and every public move they make, is re-election, you can start to understand how to leverage that as someone who votes on whether or not they get re-elected. But we can't apply pressure if we don't know what to pressure them to do. So what could Democrats, especially in the Senate, be doing? Well, we know it's not passing legislation. Their minority status and partisan gridlock means that's nearly impossible.
I think the first step is obstructing every step of the way, even if it's like seemingly a good thing. Okay? Just obstruct, obstruct, obstruct.
Gumming up the appropriations process in March is also something they should definitely be planning for. They absolutely should be hiring better social media managers and talking more publicly about how awful things are. But the real way for Democrats to fight back, to get down and dirty and make the day-to-day passing of bills and Republican tomfoolery slower and more painful, is by wielding the bureaucratic, mundane, day-to-day processes of Senate sessions.
100%.
What the organization Indivisible calls procedural hardball. A lot of what I'm about
100%. This is also part of the reason I am completely in agreement with Leisha here. This is also part of the reason why I get really annoyed with like liberal commentators, not Leisha. I'm saying like the liberal naysayers who will regularly just defend the Democratic Party instead of demand that the Democratic Party do more. Okay? Liberals who are tasked with defending the Democratic Party are always playing catch up. And they constantly will yell at people like myself. They'll say, Hasan, you just want like incredible pie in the sky ideas, right? You just want the Democrats to be socialist and radical Marxists or whatever. It's like, no, I'm talking about the minutia, the day-to-day operations, things that are within the realm of Democrats' possibility, things that are entirely in their control. Things that they're refusing to do. Okay? That's the difference. I understand process, and that's why I regularly criticize the Dems when they're in power or out of power for not utilizing the process or claiming that procedural hurdles sometimes undermine their agenda when they can so easily do away with it, like the Senate parliamentarian, for example. Okay? That's it. Those guys don't understand process. They don't know anything. They're just there to fucking defend the Dems, which is weird because even like MSNBC has a better understanding of process and will do a better job of talking about the Democratic Party than the average liberal influencer who is tasked with defending the Democrats with very limited knowledge. That's why they're wrong all the time.
About to talk about is from Indivisible's explainer on how Democrats can play that hardball. It's linked in the sources in the description. The day-to-day functions of the Senate include huge amounts of standard protocols, business as usual rules and procedures that provide a veritable treasure trove of opportunities for Democrats to take actions that will provoke.
This is why I love David Dayen's work initially at the American Prospect. David Dayen put out like a 150-point plan on what the Dems could do with executive orders. Like how far the Dems could take it. You know? Wait, what just happened? My chat broke. Something that I regularly pointed to as far as like what the Biden administration can do, right? Of course, they didn't really do it. Yeah, they had an executive action. They had an executive action tracker. Like, this is boring process shit, okay? Out of 111 actions, there are 23 yes, 19 partial, 6 no, and 1 no longer applicable. Like, there are plenty of people who are very progressive that urge the Democrats to do the right thing for free. They're putting this out there, okay? They're putting this out there for free. If the Dems would follow through on any number of these different suggestions, they would be infinitely more popular.
Time-consuming, incredibly boring procedural actions that will eat up valuable floor time and make the process of getting anything done absolute hell for Republicans. Republicans are trying to get federal employees to quit by making their jobs a living hell. Democrats can do the same to Republicans on the floor of the Senate. Specifically, there are 3 tactics laid out in that Indivisible explainer that senators could take. Number 1 is simple blanket opposition. Every nominee, every resolution, every yes-no vote that furthers Trump's agenda, it's a no. Even if the nominee seems like a reasonable Republican, they are still being put in place as a Trump loyalist, it's a no. Democrats have been voting yes on certain nominees, and there needs to be consensus among the entire Democratic caucus that it's a no vote every single time. Taking this a step further, there are ways for Democrats in their individual committee roles to muck up the process further. Democratic Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii is doing just that. He's on the Foreign Relations Committee, and in response to the shuttering of USAID, he's placed a blanket hold on all of Trump's State Department nominees. Marco Rubio has...
Repeating exactly what you said? Yes, because she's correct, and so am I. And this is... You know what this video is? It's 22 minutes of Leisha saying... Democrats should behave like Republicans when it comes to playing politics. Okay? That's it. That is the message that I have had as well. Republicans play politics all the time. They play hardball all the time. They do it very successfully. Okay? Democrats don't. They're constantly seeking out bipartisan compromise for no reason other than the concept of bipartisan compromise being a virtue in and of itself. That's it. There are no tangible policy goals attached to it. They just simply do compromise for the sake of compromise alone. It is ridiculous.
Has already been confirmed as Secretary of State, but every official below him, from his deputy to major ambassadorships, have not yet been confirmed. By placing a blanket hold, Schatz isn't completely blocking the confirmation process, but it requires Republicans to jump through a number of additional procedural hoops and waste valuable floor time to get any new person confirmed. It slows down the process. And that valuable additional time gives all of us a chance to breathe and a chance to respond and react to each new thing instead of it being a constant onslaught. Blanket opposition, combined with tactics like blanket holds, will show a united front within the Democratic caucus and will help to slow Republican actions even if they can't stop them completely. Next tactic is weaponizing quorum calls. Technically, according to the Constitution, the Senate cannot conduct business unless there is a quorum present, meaning a majority, meaning 51 senators. However, in reality, there is hardly ever a quorum actually present, but typical Senate decorum, the friendly thing to do, is for senators to not ask if a quorum is present before conducting official business. business, because if it is officially established that a quorum is not present, the work of the Senate grinds to a halt. They can't do anything, and they have to either adjourn for the day, or the sergeant at arms has to literally call senators back to the Senate floor and forcibly retrieve them. What's fun is that any senator can call for a quorum check at any time. Calling for a quorum check forces the clerk to do a roll call of all 100 senators out loud. If the roll call is finished and a quorum is not met, the Senate cannot proceed. So Democratic senators can call for quorum checks, forcing Republicans to prove they have a quorum anytime they try to do anything. They can also stage a walkout, assuming that there are some Republicans.
How can you stop Elon? Okay. There are a number of different committees that Democrats sit on. They can use those committees to open up investigations into Elon Musk. Republicans have done this for infinitely sillier shit. Republicans literally did this to basically beef up the lie that Hunter Biden, for example, was somehow connected to Joe Biden, and the entire Biden crime family was doing crimes. This was a falsehood. They knew it was a falsehood, which is precisely the reason why they didn't do open door meetings. They did closed door meetings instead. And then they would leak details to Fox News with the hopes of lying to the public even further. Okay? And under other circumstances, they also actively undermined Hillary Clinton with the Benghazi investigations. It was more costly and more time consuming than the 9/11 Commission. Okay? That's how much they actually spent time on Benghazi, making it seem as though Hillary Clinton deliberately murdered like 7 fucking diplomats or whatever in Benghazi, if you remember. Kevin McCarthy famously took credit for ruining Hillary Clinton's credibility by keeping her preoccupied with the Benghazi meetings. Okay? Like, he openly said it. It wasn't a lie. This is a real thing that they admitted. Benghazi was a valid investigation that was weaponized against Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party. And the Hunter Biden stuff was not a valid investigation that was weaponized against Joe Biden. Okay, I'm giving you 2 different examples. One is a real thing, okay, and understandably investigated, even though the degree to that investigation is obviously political. The other is a ridiculous investigation that was built around a falsehood. Okay? Democrats could do both if they chose to do so. Democrats could at least do valid investigations into the likes of Elon Musk, for example. Go after Jared Kushner's business dealings. Those are valid investigations. Those are worthy investigations because there's violations there. Okay? That's it.
Not present, which usually some aren't, meaning that there would not be a quorum present if all Democrats leave the Senate floor. But even if technically there is a quorum present, they can still call for a check at any time to gum up the process. This will be incredibly boring. It will make Republicans' jobs really boring and bad. It'll be so annoying, and it'll go against decorum and protocol, and that's the point. And then the final tactic is blocking unanimous consent. Unanimous consent is used to skip over procedural requirements involved in things like setting dates, moving things on the schedule. Pretty much nothing can happen in the Senate unless there are no objections. But by saying unanimous consent, they're assuming there are no objections, and they just kind of jump over that. Senators request unanimous consent for things to happen, and usually there's no objection and things move forward swiftly. I imagine you can see where this is going. Senators can object.
Refusing to work with bolster Republicans and make them look like the good guys, that's so silly. You're so wrong. Walk out on quorum calls, the stupidest idea I've ever heard, respectfully. Yeah, we have to keep working with the Republicans because then they'll look like a bad guy. What are you saying? When have Republicans ever worked with the Democrats? They don't. The people are begging the Democrats to actually fight back against the Republicans. Even if what you're saying was completely unpopular, it would still be the right thing to do. But luckily, it's also not unpopular. It's a popular thing to do. Partisanship is the name of the game. Yeah, working with them on every single literal issue has been so fruitful so far. That's why their popularity is historically low. You know, like the bipartisanship on the Lakin Riley Act. You'll look mean.
To anything, any procedural step, any request, anything a Republican senator wants to do, no matter how small, cannot move forward if a single Democrat objects. Things will probably eventually move forward if the objection is like frivolous, for example, but when a senator objects, it starts down a rabbit hole of further procedural hoops that must be jumped through, including, for example, roll call votes, debates, and delays. Democrats can take it a step further by using their entire allotted 30-minute debate time whenever it's available. It means zero fast-track confirmations. It means, again, making Republicans' jobs as hard as possible, as boring as possible, as tedious as possible. It's making their day-to-day work nearly impossible. Not completely impossible. They still have a majority. They'll still get things done, but the pace would be dramatically decreased. You know, we always complain about how it feels like Congress can't get anything done. Might as well make that fact work in our favor. Often, blocking unanimous consent and requiring quorum calls can go hand in hand. Typically, because senators need time to have informal discussions, negotiations, take time to figure things out, they will pause work on the floor of the Senate by...
Like, the saddest part about it, this isn't even... Like, this is below bare minimum. Okay? Like, that's what's so crazy about it. It's below bare minimum. Like, this is what you should be doing already, and then we should get mad at the fact that you're not doing more of it, okay? Procedural hurdles and obstruction across the board is literally not even expecting the Democrats to do their jobs. It's to expect the Democrats to do less than what their job is. A competent party on top of that would be trying to find bipartisan compromise in areas that actually suit the Democratic agenda. What are your thoughts on Asmongold talking about you promoting a terrorist propaganda clip? I don't know the story. Yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here.
By suggesting the absence of a quorum. This requires the clerk to then read out all 100 names and take a roll call. And the clerk will do that usually incredibly slowly on purpose, knowing that it's just being called to give senators time to discuss or until the next senator wishes to be heard. It's just part of the business of day-to-day operations in the Senate. You could go to senate.gov and click watch live Senate floor proceedings on any given day, and you'll see this in action. A senator will make their statement.
Yeah, here, look. Hakeem Jeffries met privately with Silicon Valley donors in a bid to mend the fences from Politico. Here's a remarkable quote that really gets to the heart of what mending the fences means in this context. There's a significant fear that these tech folks who have been with us for a long time will say, fuck it, we're going with the other guy, said Alex Hoffman, a Democratic donor advisor who works with donors across the country but did not attend the event. These donors are also pissed, watching former and current colleagues have unlimited unchecked power and getting richer off of this, and they're not. They're going back to their Silicon Valley boosters and saying, oh, please don't leave us to get the unlimited unchecked power from the Republican side. We will give that to you once we are back in office. This is the exact opposite of what the Democrats should be doing. We're completely hostage to the whims of capital. It is crazy.
And then suggest the absence of a quorum when they're done. That's
By the way, if you're wondering why they don't routinely shit on billionaires and become like a true populist, left populist party, that's the reason. Democrats could so easily turn around and behave at least like social democrats, right? I'm not expecting revolutionary Marxist principles out of nowhere. Okay? Just simply like a competent social democratic party that cares about expanding the existing welfare state and protecting areas that the Republicans are attacking, that will use left populism as a message Okay? Ironically enough, people are sometimes confused when I say stuff like this. They're confused and think I am also a social democrat. I always maintain the position that I am perfectly comfortable and happy with social democracy in the interim, given how devastating American capitalism looks like and given how limited the American left actually is in this country, where people have an inherently reactionary attitude towards any sort of socialist initiative. It's the Bernie method. If you listen to Bernie Sanders, while he simultaneously says that he is a democratic socialist or a socialist or an anti-capitalist, his advocacy revolves around social democratic principles for the most part. The reason for that is because he is trying to do as much harm reduction as he possibly can. That's it. And even then, he is treated like a radical.
It's normal. The clerk will start calling names, but then when the next senator stands up and is ready to speak, they will request unanimous consent to end the quorum call. It will be granted, the senator will speak, and then they'll suggest the absence of a quorum again, and the clerk will once again start very slowly reading off the names. Anytime that unanimous consent is requested so a senator can speak, any Democrat can object, requiring a full roll call vote on whether or not to move forward. So they'd object to the senator asking for an end to the quorum call, triggering a full vote tally on whether or not to end the quorum call, which would require listing off every senator and taking their vote. And then if it's not unanimous, there could be a debate that follows. It could eventually lead to allowing the quorum call to finish, showing an absence of a quorum, grinding Senate work to a halt. Like, it would be so stupid and so boring. And they can just do that over and over and over. Anytime any Republican asks for anything to be done with unanimous consent. Again, things will eventually get done, but it will be so much slower and it will be so painful and so boring. The name of the game is block, delay, obstruct. The reason Democratic senators aren't already doing this, because you know that they could be, is the same reason why you wouldn't want to do it either. It's boring as It's also embarrassing because it goes against decorum and, the way we do things. So they'd have to make themselves look a little ridiculous by standing up and objecting to things no one ever objects to and that are actually pretty absurd to be objecting to in the first place. That's the point. Democrats always try to take the high road, to stick to the way things are, the rules and regulations, because they think it makes them seem more legitimate, more credible, because they're following the rules. That's not
Surely the Dems are doomed to terminal decline. Isn't that a good thing? I mean, this is something that I talked to Michael from Pennsylvania, Central_Committee, in the lead up to the election. He has a more positive outlook on this process. I do not. I just don't think that when the Democrats perish, that there will be a Labor Party that is born out of the ashes. I think that when the Democratic Party perishes, we just have, fascism, which is what's going on right now.
That's not the protocol right now, though. It's time to play dirty, and this is the best way to do it. The trick is to make sure that these senators are also communicating why they are doing it, so people don't look and see them gumming up processes and making a mess in the Senate and think, wow, what is wrong with this person? They aren't doing their job. Democratic messaging has to be, we are doing our job to protect this country from the complete takeover of fascist rule. This is how we do it without a majority or any power. We are slowing the process down for you. That needs to be the message. Okay, so we're blocking, we're delaying, we're obstructing. But how do we, as individual private citizens, use our voice to push the legislative branch, the one that's supposed to be answerable to us, to do what we want it to do? Well, much like we are asking our Democratic senators to do, we must also be annoying as hell for the good of the nation. That means that if you have Democratic senators, keep an eye on what they're doing and call them and tell them what I just told you. Send them the link to the indivisible explainer I linked in the sources. Tell them you expect them to vote no on everything. Push them to delay through playing procedural hardball. Show up to their state offices. Yes, your senator has an office in your state where you can go and make your voice heard. In-person visits are the most powerful way to influence them, especially if it's an in-person visit of you and 15 of your friends. Indivisible actually has a toolkit for that very act. I'll link link that in the sources as well. If they do something you like, support them and cheer them on. If they do something you don't like, for example, my Senator Amy Klobuchar voted yes to confirm Trump's nominee for Veterans Affairs, going against the lockstep anti-Trump no votes that we need in our Democratic coalition. If they do something like that you don't like, you berate them.
Same with Marco Rubio. Like, even with Bernie Sanders, who voted to confirm Marco Rubio. Like, that's completely unacceptable. Like, what are we doing? And it's crazy to me that there is no motion whatsoever, no interest whatsoever from the Dems at all in dealing with that. And doing anything.
You'll be so annoying.
Yes, I'm familiar with David Graeber. He's great. Rest in power.
Call, email, show up, petition, nag them on social media, all of the above. And at the state and local level, you can also berate your elected officials to make sure that they're fighting against every MAGA move coming from the feds and implementing policies that will counteract the worst of it, like sanctuary policies and others that protect vulnerable communities. In fact, Indivisible has a whole guide with different directives depending on if your elected officials are Democrats or Republicans and what you can do to influence them. I will also link that in the sources. This isn't sponsored by Indivisible. They just have a lot of really helpful resources that I really leaned on for this episode. If the name of the game for Democrats is block, delay, obstruct, the name of the game for all of us, their constituents, is pressure, complain, annoy. For the good of our nation, we must all become the most annoying people on the face of the earth. It's time for you to rise to the challenge of being annoying as hell. And you can join me over on my Patreon community, where I just launched the Why America Co-Learning Lab, a learning community having discussions and making connections, along with a monthly syllabus curated by me. All year we'll be covering topics under the umbrella theme of Eat the Rich, building solidarity in the new Gilded Age. February's topic is all about how to build a movement even when you're feeling overwhelmed as hell. This is all hosted over on Patreon, which is linked down below. If you're interested, please join us, patreon.com/Legion Miller. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Sarah Shelby, Art, David, RH.
All right. Now we're going to move on to at least one aspect of the government that is resisting to a certain degree, the courts. President Trump's federal buyout plan has been delayed by the judge.
President Trump and Elon Musk's drive to reshape and slim down the federal government. Hours before a midnight deadline, a judge temporarily blocked the buyout that's been offered to some federal employees. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking this from the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
Rebecca, good morning to you. And at least 60,000 people opted into this buyout program from the federal government. But this morning, the judge putting that on pause right before the deadline. It's prompting widespread confusion for those who want to resign and those who want to stay on the job. This morning, widespread confusion for federal workers. It's been just over a week since 2 million federal employees received this email with a stark choice: resign now and be paid through September, or run the risk of being laid off.
It's just all kind of a mess.
Shonda Loader, a mother of two in Kentucky, works for the Department of Veterans Affairs. She took the offer, but hasn't gotten any clarity since.
Everyone is just, they're all shooken up and they're all scared, and it was very much a scare tactic, and it definitely worked.
The offer now on hold until Monday as a legal challenge plays out. Unions calling it arbitrary and unlawful. But the administration insisting the program is not being blocked or canceled.
We encourage federal workers in this city to accept the very generous offer.
Sharia Smith, the civil rights attorney at the Department of Education and a union official, says the offer is flat out insulting.
So we're being asked to give up our careers, give up our commitment to the public in a week's time with very conflicting and oftentimes erroneous information given to us.
The email's titled Fork in the Road, the same one billionaire Elon Musk used when he slashed the workforce at Twitter. Now Musk, who last night posted this photo in the Oval Office, and his team on a blitz through federal agencies looking to cut costs. Sources tell us USAID, the relief agency that brings food, water, and health care to victims of natural disasters, will soon have its global workforce reduced from roughly 14,000 people to fewer than 300 employees. An internal email shared with ABC News shows just 12 employees to be assigned to the entire continent of Africa and only 21 to the whole Middle East. It's an agency whose work the First Lady praised in 2018.
We care, and we want to show the world that we care. And I partnered and I'm working with USAID, and that's all I want to show, that we care.
And this morning, the New York Times identified more than 30 studies that have now been frozen, from trials for malaria treatment for children in Mozambique to nutritional support for children in Ethiopia. A 25-year-old staffer connected to Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency has resigned after the Wall Street Journal reached out to the White House about social media posts they described as racist. ABC News has not independently verified those posts, which have now been deleted, but we are learning that staffer did have access to sensitive information over at the Treasury Department. So now all of this once again prompting questions about who exactly is working for Elon Musk and what they have access to, George.
And whether what they're doing is legal. And in the latest, in a series of personnel moves that appear to be illegal on their face, the president moved to dismiss the chairman of the Federal Election Commission.
Yeah, George, and the FEC was created by Congress to be this independent watchdog over our election system. Well, overnight, the chair of the FEC, Ellen Weintraub, says that she was fired by President Trump in a letter. She is a Democrat, but this is a bipartisan commission, and under law, the president is supposed to first nominate her replacement. In a statement on social media, she says there is a legal way to remove her, and this is not it, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks very much.
Elon Musk says it is, quote, a viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. Supporters say it saves lives and projects American power and influence. So what is USAID? Well, the United States Agency for International Development was set up in 1961 by President John F. Kennedy.
If we were not so heavily involved, our voice would not speak with such vigor. And as we do not want to send American troops to a great many areas where freedom may be under attack, we send you.
By 2023, it had a budget of $40 billion, covering an estimated 120 countries. But on his first day in office, Donald Trump implemented a 90-day freeze on foreign assistance, taking quite a different view from JFK.
The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous.
Now, more than 10,000 people had been employed by the agency, but that workforce will now go down to a skeleton staff of just 611 essential workers. And the USAID website is now down with only this message saying, in order to be consistent with the president's executive orders, this website is currently undergoing maintenance as we expeditiously and thoroughly review all of the content. Now, this is the sort of content that puts USAID in Trump and Elon Musk's sights. The White House highlighted these specific programs, the pet projects of entrenched bureaucrats, as it called them. Among them, $47,000 allegedly spent on a transgender opera in Colombia, $70,000 on a diversity-themed musical in Ireland, and $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. Now, these claims are all quite controversial in themselves, as are others. For instance, one account on X alleged that Ben Stiller and other actors have been paid by USAID to do photo calls with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Elon Musk himself retweeted that, but Ben Stiller has rejected that accusation completely. And actual funding recipients that have riled Musk include mainstream media outlets like Politico, as well as the BBC's international charity, BBC Media Action. All of these, though, are cherry-picked examples. They're also very small pieces of fruit in the overall pie. This shows where all that money goes. It includes USAID, but other sources of US foreign aid, $70 billion in total. You can see the largest chunk goes to economic development. Then you've got peace and security, humanitarian assistance, health down here at the bottom. And Ukraine is the top beneficiary by quite some way at the top there of USAID money, followed by Israel. Military aid to Israel is exempt from this. Now, how is that money all spent? Well, it includes funding for media, in this case, independent outlets to counter.
Thank God the Israeli aid is exempt. For a second, I was worried,
Counter Russian information efforts, but also more tangible things like prosthetic limbs for amputees in Ukraine, $150,000 of aid towards a contract to supply those. Or go to South Africa. It alone received $440 million. Much of that goes to HIV programs. At least 8.5 million people living with HIV, they are reliant on USAID money. So whatever arguments can be made about individual funding grants and whether they are or are not worth the money to US interests, this total pause on funding means that entire programs are being removed.
What links this shelter in eastern Ukraine with this HIV clinic in Cape Town?
It also connects this hospital in Thailand for refugees from Myanmar with this human rights activist in Uganda. It's USAID, the American government agency that provides humanitarian assistance around the world. But its budget has come under criticism by the new cost-cutter-in-chief, Elon Musk, with funding frozen and staff laid off or placed on leave. Why? Because according to the White House, this humanitarian agency is part of the woke agenda.
These are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru.
But if this is about cost-cutting in government, those programs just mentioned account for less than $2 million. That's 0.005% of the USAID budget. And the USAID...
Amazing. This is what people who believe that America is a moral rot on the planet would consider a dream. Nice. Streaming someone else's content while you eat with zero input to ads. Such a good content creator. Yeah, I'm stealing from Channel 4 News. The small content creator, Channel 4 News. Anyway, ironically, while I was also giving input that you had to chime in. But having said that, this is like people that say America is an evil empire couldn't even dream of taking out the USAID. It's insane. It's actually, seeing news as content says a lot about that person. Like, I don't understand like what the Trump administration is doing here. This is even dumber than the tariff stuff. Truly.
The budget of $43 billion is itself just 0.7% of overall federal spending, which stands at $6.3 trillion. Reports suggest the USAID workforce will be cut from more than 10,000 staff to just 611 essential workers at midnight tonight. And key projects will be affected. What will happen to maternity and sexual health plans in Afghanistan, Pakistan and Bangladesh? Or the President's Emergency Plan for Aid Relief, PEPFAR, which ensures 20 million people receive HIV treatment, worth $400 million in South Africa alone. The United Nations today warned that millions could die.
So as UNAIDS, we estimate that if PEPFAR wasn't reauthorized between 2025 and 2029 and other resources were not found for the HIV response, there would be a 400% increase in AIDS death. That's 6.3 million people.
Protests have taken place across Washington this week as a weakened opposition finds its voice. Critics are concerned about Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency gaining access to sensitive data in its drive to cut costs. Democrats are worried about overreach. President Trump has no such concerns.
Elon is doing a great job. He's finding tremendous fraud and corruption and waste. You see it with the USAID, but you're going to see it even more so with other agencies and other parts of government.
But critics say this isn't about efficiency, it's pure politics. Take Musk's approach to his country of birth, South Africa. He's accused the ANC government of pursuing openly racist ownership laws, and stripping the country of US funding sends a message. But South Africa's president had one for Washington, too.
We are witnessing the rise of nationalism, protectionism, the pursuit of narrow interests. We are, as South Africans, a resilient people, and we will not be bullied.
With Ukraine also receiving billions of USAID funding since the start of the war, Foreign Secretary David Lammy today warned this could all be a big strategic mistake that might benefit other powers like China. But President Trump wasn't listening today, as he wrote simply, "Close it down."
The Joe Rogan Experience.
This U.S.
Hassan took the red pill. What? Why tie it to CIA money then? Never mind. Congress will not act. All I'm saying is, wait, Joe on the crazy USAID spending being uncovered? I just never thought I could spend years and years talking about USAID being utilized in incredibly inappropriate ways. Okay. And these guys are just destroying. These guys actively have destroyed that. They've undermined it. It's like saying the CIA is woke. We need to shut it down. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Like Joe Rogan starts talking about how the CIA is doing woke and gay in other countries and we have to put an end to it, you know? And then they do. I feel like you can get these guys to be on board with anything as long as you say it's woke and gay.
USAID thing that's going on. You know, Mike Benz has been on that like a pit bull, and I've been following him on X, and he's going to come back on here and kind of explain everything. But he explained it the last time he was here, and I don't think I really grasped it until Elon's 6 wizards. He brought in some young wizards to go in there and go over the books, and they are just finding crazy shit. It's great, and it's so interesting. I was listening to a left-wing podcast today. I like to mix it up. You know, I listen to all kinds of different stuff, and it was like I was listening to a different world. Like, they weren't even talking about all of this corruption and all this obvious buying of influence. Instead, they were talking about aid overseas and how people are going to starve. And like,
it's mind-boggling, and there's also, I have to say, I'm.
Yeah, because the truth is both. No, if he was listening to me, he would have heard me say that USAID both works to do soft power with actually good initiatives like, you know, anti-famine initiatives or, you know, trying to stop the spread of disease. But also simultaneously, they do a whole deal of, I mean, they basically are a part of the State Department in general, not directly under it, but they work in collaboration with the State Department to advance America's agenda. How did they help out in Gaza? Here's a great example. They made a memo in Gaza where they escalated this memo all the way to Anthony Blinken, where they were like, there's a famine happening in Gaza. Anthony Blinken read the memo and said, yeah, no, I'm going to go ahead and say, no, that's not the case. Also, thank you, Nasty Little Shit, for the 50 gifted subs.
Upset at the general pattern of a failure to recognize how right those of us who hypothesized that there was a racket that had overtaken our entire governance structure, we turn out to be absolutely right about this, and no one's going to mention it. That's mind-blowing.
It's very strange that the media is ignoring it, especially the left-wing media. It's just too big of a win for the right, and so they're just ignoring it. And then they're just highlighting the good things that USA did, which I'm sure it probably did. Probably had to do some good things to like at least justify its existence
as a cover story. I'm not even sure. Maybe it doesn't change anything. Obviously, this was a mechanism used to funnel money to all sorts of things that we didn't vote on, that don't make sense in light of our constitutional structure. And
This is amazing. They've arrived at like somewhat of a correct conclusion, but from the opposite side. Like, what do they mean by this? I don't understand when they're saying like, oh, the USAID is doing like unconstitutional stuff, that it's an influence peddling operation. And I don't know what they mean when they say this. They can't possibly mean like, you know, U.S. aid is utilized to sometimes destabilize foreign adversaries. Like, there's no way, because I feel like they would like that. These guys are pro-American empire. They think it's like DEI, woke and gay to say that you're not pro-American empire. So I think it's just the mere words that they hear of woke and DEI, and they go, oh, it's a bad thing. You know?
You know, I obviously have concerns like everybody else about where this train takes us, but seeing that structure broken up it's a huge relief.
They gave $27 million to the George Soros Prosecutor Fund. So our own government is funding this left-wing lunatic who is hiring the most insane prosecutors who are letting people out of jail who commit violent crimes.
And that's exactly how this racket worked.
What? What are they talking? Chat, I'm asking in all sincerity. I have no. What is the George Soros Prosecutor Fund? I know that conservatives always say like woke DAs are being hired by George Soros. There's like 8 different conspiracies that they tied together. Wait. Yeah. East West Management Institute, an organization partnered with George Soros, Open Society Foundations in the last 15 years. Okay. George, this isn't prosecutors, though. This is American foreign policy. These guys don't even know why. Like, I hate George Soros. These guys don't know why they hate George Soros. This is precisely the point. This is about Ukraine and other foreign efforts that the American State Department has. Okay? George Soros, among many other billionaires, was very interested in Ukraine far before Russia invaded Ukraine. They do this by way of opening civil society organizations and NGOs that operate on the ground there, where they create like, you know, a reasonable amount of support for the inevitable American intervention. I feel like if you were to explain to Joe Rogan, like what USAID actually does, like if David Pacman sat him down and explained it to him as a positive, I think Joe Rogan would be on board with it. Many Republicans would be on board with it. They just hear George Soros and they lose their minds, I think. Yeah, look, according to its reports, funding primarily comes from USAID and the U.S. Department of State. Programs include judicial reform, legal aid, and rule of law initiatives in countries like Albania, Armenia, Cambodia, Georgia, as well as civil society training organizations such as in Kyrgyzstan and Uganda. Civil society training in nations. The Anti-Corruption Action Center, another Soros-backed entity, also lists USAID as its largest donor, providing 20% of its funding. The funding has drawn backlash, with critics accusing USAID of acting as a personal piggy bank for Soros, who is known for his role in the collapse of the Eastern Bloc and alleged interference in domestic affairs. He didn't spend his own money to destroy American justice system. He used ours, one social media user commented. Chat doing a 180 in 10 seconds. No, this This is American foreign policy. This is in line with the American agenda globally. It's not against the American agenda globally. It's not what they think it is. This article is not talking about how George Soros is actually undermining the American legal institutions or whatever. What? Not about a lot. George Soros also funds a bunch of programs and institutes that are tasked with American domestic affairs. But what they're talking about here is specifically foreign intervention. But once again, this is in line with Americans' agenda. So I don't personally understand why the Trump administration or any number of different conservatives who like American foreign policy and American destabilization would turn around and get upset about this. But let's continue.
Is that the ability to tax the American public and then effectively get us to pay for being propagandized, for being surveilled. That's the game. And I don't know what era we currently live in. Obviously, there's a lot that's confusing about what the Trump administration is up to, but I don't think any reasonable person could be unhappy that we are exiting that era.
I'm going to read off some of the things that this guy, Kanakota the Great, on Twitter listed. And this is off the Jesse Waters show. USAID, $20 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. $2 million for Moroccan pottery classes, $11 million to tell Vietnam to stop burning trash, $27 million to give gift bags to illegals, $27 million, $330 million to help Afghanis grow crops. Crops. I wonder what those crops are. What's their biggest crop, Brett?
It's going to be the poppy seeds for bagels, I'm thinking.
Opium! $200 million on an unused Afghani dam, $250 million on an unused Afghani road. This is wild. I mean,
he accepts all this all of this actually. Yeah, I don't think any of the stuff that they're mentioning is a lie. I think they massage it a little bit, like the condoms to Gaza or whatever. But what I don't understand is how he can't comprehend all of these initiatives advancing American interest. That's what I don't understand. Like, why does he think the American, a foreign aid agency under the control of the U.S. State Department is tasked with teaching Afghans how to do crops? And by the way, I doubt that it's poppy seeds. No, obviously not. I bet it wasn't poppy seeds. I bet it was literally different crops that they wanted them to grow, aside from the poppy seeds. Yeah, they don't need to learn how to grow poppy seeds.
Some of this stuff is really, really crazy.
Well, yes, and, USAID is, of course, riddled through whatever international madness it is that caused us to open our southern border and facilitate an invasion through the Darien Gap. So, seeing that structure laid bare is... It almost feels like it can't be real. Like it can't have been this close to the surface, and yet here we are.
They were spending, is this number correct? I think the number that I read was $600 million every 2 months to ship in illegal.
Assisted firms export 4.6 million in agricultural commodities. Afghanistan Value Chains, High Value Crops, is a market-oriented project that operates throughout the country with regional offices in Kabul. It promotes sustainable agriculture-led economic growth in line with the Ministry of Agriculture. Yeah, so, like, the American government does stuff like this all the time. It is weird how they talk about USAID like it only does good things. It is truly them shitting in their own bed. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Building on past U.S. government investments in agriculture, USA shift towards private sector and agriculture-led economic growth by building the capacity of individual high-value crop-related enterprises to be profitable and competitive. I just learned about USAID and I'm mad as hell. Every idiot Republican. I guess maybe they think like it's helping the Afghan population in any way is woke. Maybe. I don't know. These are all BS. Cover up charges to fund black projects. I mean, I'm inclined to believe that this might not even be a cover for poppy production. Like USA does do stuff like this, chatters. What are you talking about? They need goodwill to be able to operate. If you want people to flip, if you want people to be subservient when you are dominating their country, you sometimes have to be interested in doing good things. Okay? So they do both. Of course, they do black budget operations, but they also do stuff like this. Afghanistan is the world's largest opium producer, but it's not their most produced crop. 70% of their farmland is used in growing wheat.
Illegals?
Sounds right. I don't know the number offhand, but
what the fuck?
Well, you have to realize that basically we had a shadow apparatus functioning, and it involves all kinds of things. It involves payoffs to people who didn't deserve them. It involves contracting to entities that were necessary to get the work done. So I don't think we can properly understand what these numbers mean and what they're actually being used for, but it was a racket.
Well, we were always wondering, like, why is our debt so high? Why is the national debt so high? Like, why is our deficit so insane? Well, this is it. I mean, how about the one where they paid $236 billion, like, for chargers? Do you know that they were trying to set up chargers?
You mean car chargers?
Car chargers.
And they only built a couple of them?
Excuse me. $40 billion for electric car ports. 8 ports have been built. Do you know how crazy that is? $40 billion.
I do.
I'm sorry. That's the beauty of the public-private partnership, baby. What do you mean? That is the beauty of that sweet, sweet public-private partnership that I rail against on a regular basis. Kaya, please.
Airports.
But I have to say, as much as this is shocking, I wasn't surprised. I thought that effectively our entire system had been turned into a racket and that we were basically being fed a cover story from it. And it's weird to now have the evidence of this, but I think it was apparent that whatever had taken over our system wasn't interested in the well-being of average people, that it was interested in the power of the state to take people's resources and redistribute them, and that really is what's been going on for most of our adult lives.
And it's also important to note that this progressive, left-leaning, like radical left arm of the government, of the country.
This is what I mean. They're so stupid. I think they legitimately think that because aid is in the name and that is inherently a positive, like a good thing, like a moral, virtuous thing to do is give aid. They literally do not understand why this institution exists. And they just automatically say, oh, that's woke leftist nonsense. And therefore I'm against it. It's amazing. Right wingers are such marks, dude. It's awesome. They're such suckers. That's awesome. Like, virtually every aspect of U.S. aid also operates in the same vein of taking government funds and implementing market strategies so that these people are more susceptible to foreign capital takeovers. Like it's basically opening it up for any sort of intervention at the behest of foreign corporations. It's influence peddling so that America is still seen as the hegemonic superpower. This is all in line with things that I think Joe Rogan would want. And ironically, that's such a cynical take. It is the correct take. I'm sorry. Also, it's a cynical take. What do you think Democrats are saying right now in defense of U.S. aid? They literally are saying what I'm saying. The only difference is I think that's an overall negative thing, even if it's doing good in the short term. Democrats, on the other hand, openly will go, no, it's a good thing. It's good that we're peddling our influence around the world. It's the same principle behind China sending Sinovacs to the Philippines. It's soft power. Do I agree with it just because it's China's doing? No, I agree with it because it's a good thing overall. The same principle goes for U.S. aid. That's it. It's not a cynical take. It's not a cynical take to admit reality. Not all soft power initiatives are bad inherently. Plenty of them are good. USAID is tasked with a lot of good things. Sometimes they also utilize that banner to do evil shit. Sterilization operations on indigenous populations, spying operations, sending in shipments of weapons under USAID contracts in countries that we want to destabilize, or even setting up a social media platform in a country that we want to destabilize, with the specific task of trying to feed propaganda, like anti-government propaganda. There's a lot of that USAID does as well. But the overwhelming majority of stuff that USAID does is good, okay? Like maternal health. And yet it is still done for influence peddling. It's soft power. It's not necessarily a bad thing. And the danger of your cynicism is painting all the workers doing good work to help people with the same brush. What? Oh my God. You should simply say that your opinion on it is in view of your opinion on our foreign policy, and that's it. Save so much argument time with someone that doesn't share your interest. Yeah, but it's also silly when people come in here and act like what I'm saying is incorrect when it's actually what their favorite politicians are also saying, because it's just the fucking truth. That's it.
was manufactured.
Yes.
It's all manufactured. It's all manufactured and supported. It's not organic, which is really fascinating about the other side, because the other side, the reaction to it is organic. Like, say what you want about the Trump administration and what you think about him. That was an organic shift where people were like, fucking enough.
Yes, it was an overdue reaction.
Yeah.
The cover story that what we were up to was righting past wrongs was so pernicious and pervasive that it was hard to get our footing to challenge it.
Right.
But it shouldn't really be surprising that that movement wasn't organic. Of course it was induced. It was a cover story for theft. And we're going to be waking up to the magnitude of that theft for quite some time.
I think this is going to take years. Chamath said that it's going to be like Iran-Contra on steroids. That's what he said. He said when you get to the bottom of all this, it's going to be insane. Because they haven't even got to the Medicaid yet. They haven't even got to the medical stuff.
Oh, my God. I think these guys literally don't understand what they're saying. Like, there is a shit ton of Medicare and Medicaid fraud. It's not the people that are doing it. It's corporations that are doing it. And they don't care about woke. I think these guys are so hyper-focused, so lasered in, so dialed in on like woke and DEI that they don't understand that this private-public partnership is done at the behest of corporations. I mean, they're like accidentally, by way of opposing DEI or woke or whatever, have arrived at a conclusion that I also have. Like, if you're talking about Medicare and Medicaid fraud, it's people like Rick Scott. I don't think he realizes that he's like railing on a lot of these corporations that on its face he would probably defend, considering his right-wing perspective.
There's so much they haven't even tapped into where they think the real motherlode of fraud is.
Yes, and I must say that there is also another aspect to this which we have to be careful about, which is that the justifiable anger at discovering what it is that we've been dragged into as a nation is going to make it hard to see where the limits ought to be in terms of upending this stuff. In other words, at the moment, I'm cheering for the wrecking ball.
Right.
Break this stuff up.
Yeah.
Never again. But there are...
What's that, Jamie?
I was reading an article about the spending on the chargers. They said that they haven't actually, according to this, they haven't actually spent all that money yet.
Well, what do they do with it?
They've spent some of it to make some of those things, but it's just that hasn't been allocated yet. It's a long article going through all the...
Shut the fuck up, Jamie. That's not fair, man. Joe said he's not right-wing. Yeah, dude. Yeah. And I'm a blue dog Democrat, you know? That is so nutty. Joe Rogan literally endorsed Donald Trump. Right-wingers are so funny to me. They're always so like weirdly embarrassed by being right-wing. Or they want to be right-wing and openly say the right is awesome and correct on everything while simultaneously running away from the branding. Like you can't endorse Donald Trump for president and then be like, I'm not right-wing at all. I don't know why people are saying that. I know why people are saying that. Because you endorsed Donald Trump. It's not even Donald Trump that made me understand that Joe Rogan was right-wing, however. I've talked about this before. It was actually his endorsement of Ron DeSantis. Because ain't nobody that isn't right wing is endorsing Ronald McDonald DeSantis. Okay? You got to be a real die on the wool, hardline right winger to be like, yeah, that Ron DeSantis guy, he's great. Okay? Because he sucks. At least Donald Trump is like telegenic. He still has the capacity to capture the attention of like the I'm apolitical Andes who are too stupid to recognize what their politics look like. But nobody's saying I love Ron DeSantis unless they are a right winger.
The spending that's been done, it's on factcheck.org.
Factcheck.org.
Oh, I knew he was going to come after factcheck. Oh, I don't believe that. That's probably also funded by USAID.
Runs that?
I don't know. Some of the chargers have been made. Some of them are on the way to be made, and they've built 61 at 15 stations since mid-August, or through mid-August. 14,900 more are currently in some stage of development. But that's where it goes into like where they are, what they have to be done, and who's getting the money from them. It has to be done through a long process from each state.
Yeah, the question is, how can we get a proper accounting? As you point out, who the hell is factcheck.org?
Well, that's the problem with fact-checking organizations. That should really be illegal. Like, I think if you're a...
What? I mean, look, I get annoyed with the actually ass accounts as well. But saying fact checking should be illegal is crazy.
A fact-checking organization, we should have stringent rules on what influence is being peddled, like who's paying for these fact checkers, who's behind the scenes, what is the it should be very transparent. How did you determine whether or not this was true or false? You know, because there are a lot of things that get said. Like, I don't know if you saw this, but
I mean, I don't know if I completely disagree with Joe Rogan on this issue because like there are a lot of quote unquote unbiased fact check or like media bias accounts out there, and then you investigate their funding a little bit, and it's just the Koch brothers, like Pointer, the Media Institute, that says I'm a serial misinformer and more of a misinformer than Alex Jones. Like, that is a wholeheartedly unserious institution, right? That's it. Or SAN is another one, Straight Arrow News, literally owned by a right-wing billionaire, okay? That is not a real fact-checking, unbiased fact-checking organization. That is a right-wing billionaire. We looked at it here. We found out about it on this broadcast. Ground News relies on some of these institutions as well, and therefore, you know, who knows how valid their media bias ratings look like. But the difference is I, unlike Joe Rogan, do not look at random guy like Hitler Groiper 14 posts from Facebook and Twitter and go, yeah, no, this guy's telling the absolute truth. And if someone were to fact check me on that, we should make it illegal for people to disagree with me.
Elizabeth Warren got confronted.
Hey, big bro, I've been a follower and fan for years. I think it is time you banned me. Wait, why? I will not be doing that.
And it's on Twitter this morning. She got confronted about the amount of money that she's received from pharmaceutical drug companies. She said she's never received any money from pharmaceutical drug companies and never received any monies from any PACs. And then, of course, underneath it, Community Notes strikes again. And, of course, she received millions.
Yeah.
She's a fucking liar.
Well, and it's an arms race. How can pharma cloak the money that it's giving so that there's plausible deniability at the point that Elizabeth Warren is confronted or Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders was hilarious. Only 1.5 billion. Only 1.5 million out of 200 million. Only 1.5.
Yep, that's what I saw
First
as
he tried
well.
to say nothing. Only the hardworking people of this country gave me money.
Well, I don't think the Democrats.
This made me very sad to see. He's completely gone, dude. He even shit on Bernard Sanders.
Understand that it's over and that there was a vast infrastructure that made their feeble arguments viable, and that infrastructure is now collapsing. People are far more aware.
Yet another instance of a right-winger looking at a piece of information that he's too stupid to comprehend, and then making it everybody else's problem. Like, not understanding that Bernie Sanders did not get donations from any sort of PACs, let alone the pharmaceutical industry. Okay, if you are a janitor at Pfizer and you gave Bernie $30, that is logged in as a small donation, but yet still logged in as a donation coming from someone who is hired by the pharmaceutical industry. If you don't understand how that works, why are you giving commentary on it as though you get how that works? Why are you so negative? I mean, come on, man. This is a video that got 3.6 million views in a day. What am I supposed to do? This is just filled to the brim with misinformation. Should I just be more receptive? Am I not allowed to be upset? Kaya. The real question is, why are you not upset?
And their lives aren't going to function anymore.
Well, it makes sense now that we're seeing these numbers because, okay, this was what was funding the infrastructure. Now we get it. Because it wasn't, otherwise, it's organic. This is the will of the people. This is how people are moving. It's not. It wasn't that at all. This was all organic. And it was really about control and money. It had nothing to do with helping people, making people better, giving aid to foreign countries. That's all a cloak and dagger bullshit show. The reality was it's about money.
Yeah, it's
money and influence.
It's always about power and limited resources.
Yeah.
And this was a new game taking place at a level that was hard to believe, and therefore...
New game. USAID, new game. JFK fucking designed it. It's been around as an influence operation for quite some time. It's not new.
Many of us couldn't see it.
Did you see how they used software to map out 55,000 different NGOs that were used as a branch of the democratic system?
No, I didn't catch that.
I could send it to you. I think I sent it to you, Jamie, right? We went over it on the podcast before. It's so nutty that this was all kind of like hidden until they started using software to try to like figure out like, well, and map out where all the influence goes. And the crazy thing about the NGOs, and this is one of the things that Mike Benz has gone like so deep into it, it's essentially like they contribute to the Democratic Party, the government pays them. It's like it's all this like weird sort of...
Dude, what benefit would the Democrats get from putting forth a transgender play in Guatemala? Like, please. The only benefit for American foreign policy later down the line is if we want to say why we are invading Guatemala, let's say, and part of that is because we want to liberate the transgender Guatemalan population. Okay? That's it. These guys unironically hear the propaganda. Like, I'll give you Afghanistan as the greatest example. Okay? Donald Trump negotiated the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Joe Biden actually followed through on it and pulled out of Afghanistan. The media was up in arms. They freaked out. They were like, why are we leaving Afghanistan? How dare we leave Afghanistan? Look at all the women in Afghanistan that we're leaving behind. They're going to be dominated by the Taliban. Okay? That is the liberal version of manufacturing consent for why we must continue occupying Afghanistan. Okay? These guys hear that liberal version, the liberal propagandizing of why we must permanently occupy Afghanistan, and think, oh, this is woke nonsense. This is woke nonsense that the Democratic Party is involved with. They don't understand that it is just a part of the consent manufacturing machine. Okay? It is still done at the behest of a permanent military occupation. It is not beneficial to the Democrats. It is not beneficial to just the Republicans. It is beneficial to American foreign policy. Okay? For Republicans, they don't really need this kind of propaganda. Okay? They don't need it at all. For Republicans, they just go, there's Muslims there. We should kill them. And Republicans are like, hell yeah, brother. They did 9/11. Let's go kill them. For liberals, the squishy libs need more motivation to be on board with the woke occupation of Afghanistan. So for them, you say, well, there's a lot of issues with, women's reproductive health in Afghanistan. And there's truth to it. There are a lot of issues with that. So they'll take advantage of real opportunities to help people in an effort to also still justify a military occupation. Okay? They'll say, oh, we're doing women's education in Afghanistan. And it's true, they are doing it. And it is truly something that is necessary to do in Afghanistan. But they use that as a way to propagandize why we are continuously occupying militarily a fucking foreign country. These dumbasses don't even realize that they're actively undermining American empire when they advocate against U.S. aid. So I'm just kicking back and observing what is happening. Okay, that's it. I'm not speaking on this. I'm just kicking back and observing. Okay? But it is kind of funny that they legitimately think that this is being done at the behest of woke and simultaneously being done to not like engage in some sort of whitewashing of American empire and its actions in the global South, but instead it's to help the Democratic Party somehow. Yeah, not everything deserves a reaction. Just take a seat back and relax. Enjoy the show. Xi Jinping.
Like circular money transfer thing that's out in the open.
No, it's a positive feedback. The whole idea is power is utilized to free resources that garner more power, and it is the exact inverse of the system that we are supposed to have.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
Where we're headed, that's a harder question.
Where we're headed is we're going to own Gaza.
Somehow.
This is it. So Fractal Technology maps previously hidden connections between 55,000 liberal NGOs, revealing how tax dollars allegedly flowed through major institutions like Vanguard and Morgan Stanley to groups like the Chinese Progressive Association. This breakthrough tracking system can now monitor every dollar going to every NGO, exposing intricate funding webs that traditional tech couldn't detect. So, example, Black Voters Matter Fund's $4 million distribution network was invisible until quantum mapping revealed dozens of subsidiary organizations. The unprecedented mapping reveals a previously hidden web of financial relationships. And that's what it's really all about. And
yes.
One unintentional thing that I never really thought we'd get here is that these guys literally think like Vanguard is woke. Like they're not anti-Vanguard or anti-BlackRock because these are parasitic forces of capital. But instead, they're anti those things because they think those institutions are doing woke. And at this stage, like, I don't know. I don't know how to combat that. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't even know if we should. Like, okay, yeah, you're right. It's woke, man. You're right. We should abolish private capital. We should abolish financial institutions because they're too woke. I agree. Yeah. They're woke and Chinese. You know who's the wokest of them all and the gayest and the most Chinese? Like more Chinese than the Chinese Communist Party. Profit healthcare. For-profit healthcare insurance industries. Guys, that's the method. And the CIA. The CIA is so woke and so gay, they're trans. Okay? Which is the highest stage of being woke and gay. Have you guys thought about this? Do you know how woke the CIA is? They're all trans. All of them. Which is why we should shutter the operation. You ain't lying, bro. That's the angle. Yeah, I think we could do like a proletarian revolution if we were to if we were to get these guys on board. The only thing they're trained to get mad at is woke and gay. Yeah. CI gay and FB bi. Yeah. I mean, they are kind of doing that. Yeah, look at this. CIA offers a buyout to entire workforce as a part of Trump makeover. I think we actively fried the brains of like tens of millions of Americans where they are so malleable. What you're saying is not too different from leftist leaders using xenophobic language to push out colonialism and establish popular democracy. Yeah. I'm serious. The CIA is so gay and so woke. You know who's not gay or woke? Trans people, like actual trans people. You know who the real trans people are? The CIA agents. We should be focusing on that instead. Yeah, I saw this and it was amazing. One of the myths, Bronze Age pervert says, one of the myths the left dearly holds on to is that the USA and CIA knocked off third world communist regimes during Cold War instead of what it actually did, which was to set them up and prop them up. We're reaching the terminal stage of anti-communism where it has now negated itself. The CIA will now be abolished under the very same ideologies that helped deploy to defeat communism. The CIA controls both parties in Congress. Every patriot should be reading Destroying America, the CIA's quest to control the government. Schumer and infamous Liz Cheney are just two of the Democratic and Republican CIA officers who became members of Congress in violation of the Constitution. With Pelosi's blessing, the CIA orchestrated everything on January 6. CIA officers used police covers when they moved barricades aside and ushered protesters over to the Capitol. CIA officers were in the crowd, perpetrating violence and stirring up anger among the protesters. Ray is a CIA officer. He illegally used an official cover as FBI director. And because the CIA could not get rid of Trump with a phony riot, they tried to kill him in July 2024. Official documents state that the CIA officers are detailed by the CIA to be Secret Service agents. We all know they allowed crooks to open fire on Trump. The CIA spent decades building up its control before stealing the 2020 election. Cheney is gone, but the CIA still controls both parties in Congress. To repeat, every patriot should be reading Destroying America, the CIA's quest to control the government. Patriot Victory 2024. Get the facts. The Patriots are in control. The problem is Trump consolidating power, and now there's less oversight and transparency going forward. They're trying to go back to how the CIA operated in the 60s. I mean, that's what I think as well. But also, this is pretty funny.
The problem is, sometimes when I see like a list of preposterous scientific projects that have gotten big grants, I read it and I think, they all sound preposterous, but I don't know. Some of these things are likely to have had a good explanation, and it just is not apparent in the soundbite. And some of them are every bit as preposterous as they.
NATO is also woke and gay. I just want to point that out. It's the wokest and gayest institution. Yeah. Operation Gladio, more like Operation Gadio. Okay. Yeah. Nothing more woke than propping up terror cells in an effort to destabilize our European allies because you wanted to you wanted to make sure that there's more gay stuff happening in Italy and many other places. Yeah, NATO, more like Gato. Shut it down.
They seem. And so I can't look at a map like that and say what I would expect if the system was healthy. So I'm cautious about it. I don't think the system was healthy. I think the system was a racket from one end to the other. And I've been saying that we've been living.
Why do you use gay as an insult? Because I'm not woke. Because I'm based. That's why.
In the era of malignant governance, where there's basically no element of this you couldn't turn off and make us better. But we have to be suspicious also of our understanding of how a properly functioning system would graph in something like that, so that we don't overrun the train station when we get there.
Federal workers now have until Monday to decide whether to take a buyout after a Clinton-appointed judge extended that deadline.
I hope it ends there, too. The move comes as nearly all USAID employees are reported to be laid off tonight, with unions now suing the Trump administration over the sweeping cuts. They'll be for over 1,000 to 300.
It's unbelievable. Lucas Thomason joins us live from Washington with the details. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. Well, if you're a federal worker on the fence about taking the buyout, you have some more time to think it over. Not the case for thousands of USAID workers who face a midnight deadline tonight. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio on the cuts.
We're not trying to be disruptive to people's personal lives. We're not being punitive here. But this is the only way we've been able to get cooperation from USAID. I had preferred not to do it this way. When we tried to do it from the top down, by getting cooperation from the central office of USAID, what we found instead are people trying to use the system to sneak through payments and push through payments despite the stop order. The United States will be providing foreign aid, but it is going to be foreign aid that makes sense and is aligned with our national interest.
Now, USAID is being folded into the State Department, who plans to...
I suspect that it's like, instead of doing like a Guatemalan pro-trans play, they're just going to do like a Guatemalan neo-Nazi play, because like they're still going to fund the arts. Okay? You know what I mean? But they're like, I'm actually upset, not because there's a theater play being funded, it's just it's a trans one. You know? So that's what it is. Foreign aid to Israel only? I mean, yeah, that's a definite, that's a given. Yeah. Prager you for Guatemalans. Yeah, exactly. They're gonna do Tom McDonald's the musical. Yeah. Yeah, no more like contraceptives, no more like anti-AIDS initiatives. They're just gonna they're like pro-AIDS now. You know?
Keep only about 290 employees. More than 10,000 will lose their jobs tonight at midnight. Unions representing the workers say these actions have generated a global humanitarian crisis by abruptly halting the crucial work of USAID employees, grantees, and contractors. They have cost thousands of American jobs, and they have imperiled U.S. national security interests. Now, the U.S. Office of Personnel Management says, in compliance with court order, the deadline for federal employees to accept the deferred resignation program is being extended to Monday, February 10th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. The program is not being blocked or canceled. The government will honor the deferred resignation offer. Now, we've put together a list of some of the things USAID is spending money on with your taxpayer dollars. Perhaps we get a few more turns on the scroll there. 1 million gender diverse support in Bangladesh, 1.8 million for Honduran LGBT group. Some of the bigger ticket items, 15 million for condoms to the Taliban, 19 millions assisting migrants in Colombia. The list goes on and on. As you can see here, 3.3 million for a Caribbean LGBT group, 29 million for young and female working Egyptians, and 14.9 million for supporting LGBTQ youth in Cambodia, and 49 million for improving reading scores in Zambia. Now, some lawmakers on Capitol Hill, guys, seem to support USAID, and that includes Mississippi Senator Roger Wicker, who says USAID is important to countering Chinese influence, but he also acknowledges some of these spending programs are...
Is this real or are they lying? Some of it is massaging the truth, but a lot of it is real. I don't know why you guys are shocked by this. Yes, USAID, USAID absolutely funds a lot of shit that you would consider to be silly, that you can't comprehend why they're doing it. The reason why they do it is because there's real need for it from the population, and you can have willing participants in destabilization later down the line if you choose to do so. Condoms to the Taliban is an example of like lying by exaggerating. It's most likely contraceptives that they're sending to Afghanistan. But it's funnier if you say we're giving condoms to the Taliban. People respond to that with anger.
Wasteful, guys.
Right. Thanks so much, Lucas.
Thanks, Lucas.
Thank you, Lucas. You would think it might work to their benefit to point out some of the programs that are dubious, to point out other ones that are necessary. But instead, they want to condemn people for bringing it up. When, as Mark Thiessen writes today with Perspective, he said Warren Christopher, Secretary of State under Bill Clinton, was the first to say, these guys are out of control. Let's fold them into the State Department. Al Gore was going to do it, but he got massive pushback from...
No, the U.S. Agency for International Development didn't fund a transgender opera in Colombia. Speaking, she listed 1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia workplaces. Leave it at it. I don't know about you, but in America, it sounds like the USAID International Development Agency focused primarily on providing vital food aid, extremism prevention projects, and disaster relief to countries around the world. Would add transgender opera to its list. Leavitt was referring to a 2022 production of an opera called As One, a chamber opera by acclaimed American composer Laura Kaminsky, which focused on the inner journey of Hannah, a transgender woman, and her process of personal discovery from her childhood in a small town. 3 performances of As One were put in Bogota, Colombia, thanks to a co-production between La Compañía Estable and the Universidad de los Andes. The 47,000 figure quoted by Leavitt appears to be related to the fact that Universidad de los Andes in Bogota received $25,000 under a State Department program allocated for expanding and strengthening the relationship between the people and the government of the United States and the citizens of the rest of the world. The remaining $22,000 for the production also wasn't funded by the federal government, according to Notice, a Washington publication from the nonprofit, nonpartisan Albatron Journalism Institute. When asked about the lie, Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly told Notice it was immaterial. Yeah. So when they say we're giving condoms to the Taliban, what they actually mean is family planning and reproductive health services to an area that is desperately in need of such services. But it's funnier and more anger-inducing if you say, we just don't want the Taliban to raw dog. Okay? And the same goes for this. This is an initiative for soft power, funding arts programs that promote collaboration between like institutions of higher learning is a soft power initiative, and it's marginal. It's like a little bit of money that you're giving, but then it sounds a lot better. It sounds a lot better if you're saying, oh, they're funding a transgender play that they wrote. Like a bunch of government stooges sat down and were like, how can we make the Guatemalans more trans? Like, that's not what it is. Does that make sense? Musk claims on X followed the removal of two top security officials at the United States Agency for International Development. Bunch of radical lunatics is what Trump called them. Musk tweeted a baseless claim that U.S. aid funded a bioweapon research, including COVID-19, that killed millions of people. From day one, this administration has demonstrated that they were more focused on blowing up an agency than actually understanding what it is and what it does. They have the report details how an economic and political crisis in neighboring Venezuela led to an influx of around 2.5 million refugees seeking sanctuary in Colombia that year. At the same time, almost 1 million Colombians who had immigrated to Venezuela returned home, putting a huge strain on food supplies and local health services. In response, USAID's Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance prioritized the provision of emergency food assistance, including cash transfers for food, vouchers redeemable in local markets, and hot meals, not operas. Did millions of people just not die? What? Once again, talking about that issue when you support Ansar Allah, holy? Did millions of people just not die? What are you saying? Talking about what issue? I'm confused. Do you think that I am calling into question whether COVID killed millions of people? Or the fact that it was a US-funded bioweapon that was unleashed upon the public? Like, because I'm not calling into question the millions that died to COVID. The Taliban, once again, talking about that issue when you support Ansar Allah. First of all, my support for the people of Yemen entirely revolves around them trying to do whatever with the little power that they have to make Israel's genocide more costly. This is something that I've been very clear on since day one. Okay? I've explained this over and over again. And yet, people seemingly don't understand that position. Okay? That's number one. Number two, I'm confused as to what this has to do with anything that I'm talking about currently. Because the only aid that we're offering Yemen, as far as I understand currently, is bombing. Aid in the form of munitions that explode on Sana'a. Actually, that's not true. I'm sure USAID has done initiatives in Yemen as well, as they do everywhere. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you understood where I'm coming from. They are mad about you Houthi takes. I checked the logs. How much you want to bet? It's probably things that I've already addressed or criticized about, like the Ansar Allah movement's like insane banner where they say a curse upon the Jews or any number of different things, but he obviously never heard my commentary on it at all. And he just simply watched like either Asmongold talk about it or Ethan Klein talk about it or Sex Pestany talk about it through clips, and then decided that I am unconditionally in support of Ansar Allah and is now in here getting mad at Shadows, basically repeating the same things that I've already mentioned and addressed. You know what? I kind of want to look at what he had to say. Let's see. Where was it? What was the name of the chatter? Here's the thing, you guys. I don't support Destiny at all. Oh, this is the same guy who was like pro RFK. Who's anti Bernie Sanders. Oh, it's the same guy from yesterday. What the hell? Liam Doherty? Liam Doherty and Winston? Liam Doherty? You realize that's what Liam Doherty said? But you didn't hear about Liam Doherty? Liam Doherty, though. What the hell? I think he's he might be just like a COVID guy. Maybe that's why. He's like a COVID is a bioweapon and RFK Jr. is right guy. But he's also like a leftist, I think, on other issues. I'm confused. Anyway. Let's keep going.
USAID, and they said, okay, we'll fold. Senator Joni Ernst said, what are you guys spending your money on? You're looking as though you're not even going for American causes. You're going for anti-American causes. They threatened her. They told her to back off. And as Peggy Noonan writes, she says, of all the agencies being batted around, this one will remember the first one will recall the period in history of the U.S. agencies for international development. Some of whose line items were spending was devoted to cultural imperialism. You have seen the list. USAID produced DEI musical in Ireland and everything we just saw. She says, when you look at what they are pushing in the world, you think they're not fighting anti-American feelings. They are causing anti-American feelings.
Well, Ainsley, I'm stunned that they have allowed the Republicans now to be the party of the people. And when I say the people, I mean the American people. If there was an argument to be made of some program internationally that you want to fight for, you could just go to the president of the White House and say, can we at least just keep this program? But that's not the argument that they're making. They want to keep all of the programs from the USA, even though it's fraud, waste, and abuse going on, in place. And I just don't think this is, of course they're not going to win against the Republicans, but they're not going to win with the American people. They're not going to have all these Americans calling and protesting to keep programs from foreign governments.
Yeah, you're going to have progressive people that want to keep all of those programs, that whole scroll of list. But the common sense, middle of the road, Democrat or Republican is going to say, and all the Republican Party is going to say, stop wasting our money. We're in debt. We're giving money to these programs that we don't agree with to other countries. They don't need these programs. Some of them, yes, maybe. And there's an argument for that. If it's feeding children or if it's preventing HIV from a child from getting HIV and they're.
You're coming across a little woke, lady. Maybe because you're DEI right now, which is what I'm using as a substitute for being a woman. Okay. What do you mean? Feeding the hungry. Sounds woke to me. Fuck that. We should kill the hungry. What kind of woke shit is this? You want to combat HIV?
they're allowing to send that drug over or the malaria drug. I get it. But these programs, I mean, it's so much waste. And the Democrats, what are they scared of? Are they scared to save money? Are they scared that we'll pull back the curtain and actually see how progressive these Democrats really are? They don't want this done, and it just baffles most Americans.
So here's Joe Rogan saying, hey, guys, this is what America voted for.
What's fascinating right now is we're getting a chance to see what happens when you take a business approach to the government. The same people that say we need radical change.
Right.
We need radical change. We've got corruption. We need radical change. Okay, well, here's your radical change. We don't need this, but you do.
Yeah.
The government does. They need oversight, and they haven't had that. And because of that, you're seeing this. Not just waste. You could call it waste, but it's deeper. It's deeper than waste. It's corruption. And you're seeing that corruption get weeded out.
Some of the people working for Elon Musk Group, Doge, are in their 20s. So what is wrong with 20-year-olds? Have you talked to them in terms of being the Silicon Valley is populated by mostly 20-year-olds, 20 to 30-year-olds. This is their generation. This is intuitive to them. They're great at it, and they help Elon Musk build 7 major companies to make him the richest person in the world. So they, between 40 and 60,000 workers have applied for the 6-month buyout. So they're examining whether we can do that or not. Bottom line is, our federal structure is too big, so in any company, you have to pare it down. When your number one expenditure is paying the debt on money you owe, this has to be the focus. But if you look at the left, all they're doing is mocking Elon Musk, one of the smartest, richest people in the world, and ripping 20-year-olds because they're examining the Treasury. So I hope the judges don't get in the way of this paring down and slimming down of the government.
Well, I just know the executive branch has large discretion over these funds. And when I look at all the crises in America that we're currently experiencing, we can go all the way back to Ohio, East Palestine. Were there protests advocating for those people? Have there been protests in Los Angeles for the rebuild? North Carolina, have we seen people assemble to give those folks the funds that they need? They have not. And I think it's a slap in the face of the American people. And one viewer came on Martha's show yesterday, and I'm not saying this is true, but the viewer said, are they getting money? Like, why are they so passionate? For the average day American at home, this is an independent voter. She's like, why are they like this? Are they getting kickbacks or something? They're so passionate about this money.
Next up, the NGOs. They're examining what's going on there.
Oh, we need that, right? Okay, and Joe Rogan's right. It's corruption. It's more than waste.
If you could.
Oh my God, Boo Boo Bennett. Have you missed the part where Joe says, I guess we're going to own Palestine now, and laughs? Yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit. He's a right-wing asshole. What do you mean? Queen Poopy Pants is back. And she's defending Elon Musk. Oh my God, this is from 33 minutes ago. It's got 3,000 views. Why is your computer in italics? I don't know. I kind of want to. This is from 2 months ago. I'm not going to watch this. I don't know if I want to watch that. I feel like Hank Green is going to be taking an anti-populist stance. It's in support of Luigi. Oh, there was this part as well. Yoav Gallant admitting Hannibal Directive, which everyone said was bullshit. Yeah, was the order given to use the Hannibal Directive, which is the Israeli directive to kill Israeli citizens if they're taken hostage rather than allow Palestinians to use them as a bargaining chip. I think tactically in some places it was, says Yoav Gallant. In other places it was not, and that is a problem. Anyway, Yeah. Something I've talked about for quite some time. But yeah. A U.S. senator wants Americans who use DeepSeek to be thrown in prison. That's cool. Yeah, there is more from this interview, though. Yoav Gallant, former defense minister Yoav Gallant, current war criminal Yoav Gallant, confirms what we've long known. Same ceasefire deal was there and agreed by Hamas back in April, and Israel torpedoed it. Let's talk about the hostages. Did the Israeli government do everything possible to bring them back? I don't think so. We could have brought back more hostages earlier at a lower cost. The agreement we see unfolding these days is, broadly speaking, according to the Americans, according to the cabinet secretary, essentially the same deal that was on the table in May, which you supported. Oh, Don Uyghur. Salam alaikum. Was identical to the current proposal, except it was worse in several ways. Unfortunately, there are fewer hostages still alive now. The more time has passed, and we are paying a heavier price. Kaya, at least 110 additional convicted murderers will be released in this process. I like that he's saying the deal is identical, except it's worse because they're releasing more Palestinians as a process, as a part of this. This clip would hit hard if any of your critics cared even a little bit about the truth. No, my critics do not care about the truth. That's why they're my fucking critics, especially on this issue. Okay? You can have ideological disagreements with me. You can have disagreements, but on, I don't know, my best standards and practices. But you can't disagree with the fucking truth. And because people refuse to contend with the reality, they usually try to push for alternative ways of being critical or desperately seek out with a fine-tooth comb, anything that they can clip out of context. And the damage to the Israeli ethos is severe. So who's responsible for the fact that it didn't happen back then? Take, for example, the events of April. It explains the entire situation. The war cabinet unanimously decided to proceed with a deal. And that included withdrawing from the Netzarim corridor with different mechanisms for releasing hostages. By the way, I literally mentioned this as well. Not only did I mention this as well, but also on top of that, Israeli hostage families also directly mentioned this, saying that the responsibility was entirely on Benjamin Netanyahu's hands for refusing to withdraw from the Netzarim corridor and the Philadelphia corridor for no reason whatsoever. It was like a last second addition in exchange for prisoners. The decision was made in the early afternoon. By the evening, during a broader cabinet discussion, Finance Minister Smotrich, who was not supposed to be privy to the plan, entered and said, "There's a plan to return 18 hostages in exchange for withdrawing from the Netzarim, and so on. We will oppose this and we will leave the government if it happens." I wonder how Smotrich was privy to this information. It's Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to tank the deal. I mean, his people... Murat! Telefona bakar mısın? Babam devamlı arıyor. It is... he routinely sought out to sully the deal over and over and over again. And he took the initiative. I mean, he had people in his orbit leaking classified information to European outlets. If you recall, they were prosecuted by Israeli courts. They were prosecuted by Israeli courts. People that were directly aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu, that worked under Benjamin Netanyahu, were leaking classified information to European outlets in an effort to sully the deal. Who told him? I don't know. I didn't tell him. We had told the security establishment we need to secure 33 hostages with a minimum of 18. Yet the number leaked to the media shortly after. Within an hour, 2 or 3 was 18. It took 1, 2, 3 days before Hamas understood the situation from Israeli media and said, we're withdrawing from the deal. And that deal collapsed, only resurfacing at the end of May through the president's speech. That's not the reason why that deal collapsed. The reason, I don't know, sounds like a really good guy in a moderating voice. Okay, I'm not even going to entertain these jokes, okay? Calm down. Did someone leak this from the cabinet to Smotrich to sabotage the deal? No, the real reason why the deal fell apart is the Netzarim corridor withdrawal. Okay? That's the real reason. And no, Yoav Gallant is not a fucking moderating voice nor a good guy. He is a genocidal, monstrous piece of shit who very actively and deliberately in the initial stages after October 7 said that we are fighting human animals and we must cut out their electricity, their food, and their water. And then he proceeded to do that, okay? So no, he is not a good guy, as evidenced by even this information, because despite the fact that he has a personal bone to pick with Benjamin Netanyahu, he is once again still entertaining certain aspects of the war cabinet's mismanagement by claiming that it was actually Hamas that withdrew from the deal because they found out that parts of the deal were leaked to Israeli media, when the real reason why the deal never came to fruition was because Israel refused to concede, because they added additional shit. Benjamin Netanyahu added additional clauses to the deal, such as not withdrawing from the Netzarim corridor.
סמוטריץ' כדי לסכל עסקה.
אני לא יודע מי העביר למי, ואני, תראו.
Yo, every video game just went offline. What is happening today in my chat? YouTube went offline. Yo, is every video game actually offline? Like, what's going on? What does that even mean? Down detector says yes. Oh, PSN was down. They turned off video games because guess what? USAID was also funding video games to make titties smaller. Okay? And now that they've cut funding to USAID, it's obvious that the video game titties are going to be much larger. Clearly.
תקשורת אתם מבינים יותר ממני, ובהדלפות בוודאי שאתם מבינים יותר ממני.
אבל יאמר נתניהו, אם אני הייתי עוצר בנקודה שבה יואב גלנט רצה שאני אעצור, אז לא היה רפיח, לא היה מחוסל סינואר, לא היה מחוסל נסראללה, כל הדבר הזה לא היה קורה.
קודם כל היחיד שלחץ לחיסול חיזבאללה ולהמשך הלחימה בעת ההיא זה אני.
The fact that Aslan was talking about that unironically as a conspiracy was incredible. Yeah, it's amazing. I love it. Here's Piers Morgan denying the Hannibal directive. Yeah, of course he's denying it because he's a propagandist for Israel. Many mainstream outlets are propagandists for Israel.
About the 1,200 people who they murdered and the 7,000 they wounded.
No. Hundreds of those people were killed when Israel implemented the Hannibal directive.
That's simply not true.
It simply is true.
It isn't.
And I encourage you, in the spirit of journalistic inquiry and curiosity, to really look that up.
It's already been thoroughly investigated.
Yeah, no, it had not been. And also, this is 4 months ago, too. So, like, at this point, we did know that Israel played a role in killing at least some of the Israelis that were about to be taken hostage. It's not like this was immediately after October 7, where saying that would have, you know, would have presented you as a propagandist. He can't deny it. It's been one whole day. Fix the camera angle. Shut the fuck up, stupid ass, dumbass bitch. Shut your stupid bitch ass mouth up. Anyway. They released footage of the Apache helis and tanks shooting at the kibbutz at the Nova Festival. President Trump signed an executive order establishing the White House Faith Office. What? What the fuck is this? To empower faith-based organizations, community groups, and houses of worship. This initiative strengthens families, uplifts communities, and protects religious liberty. Establishment of the White House Faith Office? What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Ah! Let's talk about Kanye West. Confirmed, Israel killed his own citizens. Is this released? Is this actually released footage? Okay, hadi bay bay anne. Anti-Christian bias? Eradicating anti-Christian bias. Oh my God. I don't think so. Maybe an example of the doctrine. Yeah, I don't know if this was real footage or not. They have an advisor too. She's a televangelist who has been advising Trump for years, Paula White Cain. Nice. Nice. Wait, that's Paula White Cain? Oh my God, remember her? Oh my God.
And strike 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 until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even.
She's spitting, dude. Bars.
Dispatched from Africa.
Okay, I think I have to watch this now. Blonde Politic, the Silly Serious, Dark Gothic MAGA, because approximately 25,000 of the probably 100,000 different chatters have linked this today on numerous occasions, even though it's a video from 2 months ago. And you guys have literally non-stop been sending this video. You're like, you have to watch this video. If you don't watch this fucking video, I'm going to kill myself. Please watch this video. It is the best video that has ever existed in the history of politics. Is there something going on? Did your dads watch this video? Did your moms watch this video? Is this popping on like Lib Talk? What is happening? What the fuck is going on? Why is this the video that you guys desperately want me to watch? Yes, my dad actually watched this video. Is it popping on Lib Talk? Is that what it is? Like liberals are watching it or something? Lib Talk, and it's all over Reddit. We are paid to promote this video. Okay. Why you have to be mad? Because I get really annoyed when it's like, when everybody spams the same fucking link, dude. You did it, Reddit. I'm watching it.
Throat. Like every morning I wake up happier than the day before because all of these forms of repression that I just had gotten used to.
Hallelujah. Disappeared so far up their own woke asses. If those people stay in control, I think that the Republicans could have an electoral majority as far as the eye can see.
It's really the dawn of a new crypto era.
The future is gonna be amazing!
More than any other sector, the tech industry invested in this election. Crypto accounts for more than half the corporate spend, with no other industry coming close. It's not unusual for...
This shit is making numbers, doing numbers in Blue Sky. Yo, this shit's popping on Blue Sky, dude.
...industry to use their money to buy influence. And at a superficial glance...
There was a first-time chatter and offline, like first thing in the morning, mad as fuck that you weren't waking up early to watch it for them. All right, let's watch.
That's all the tech VC world wants. They want lower taxes and friendly regulation. They want the head of the Federal Trade Commission out. They want the tech industry to be responsive to the Future Commodities Trading Commission, not the Securities Exchange Commission. Except that's not all they want. Behind the money and influence flowing into the Trump campaign are a set of bizarre beliefs and a dark agenda.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA.
You see, the tech bros of Silicon Valley believe that the American empire is on the verge of collapse. Silicon Valley wants to speed this up, but use the coming administration to create safe landing zones for them and their cash, where they can also run their own governments. And what is so annoying about this is it makes me sound crazy. It makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But I'm talking about crazy people. I am talking about the guy who wants to colonize Mars. I am talking about the guy who said he gave up on democracy in 2009. These tech bros justify their point of view because they believe that that's the natural place in society.
I agree with everything that she's said so far. Yes, our tech feudal overlords unironically believe that they are God ordained to be in that position. Maybe some of them masquerade under the guise of meritocracy, but the attitude is almost identical. Are we watching the same video every day? What? I haven't watched this yet. Shut the fuck up, chatter. Every single person is literally demanding I watch this video.
The courageous geniuses on the new frontier. I'm not speculating. These men say it. They say it on podcasts and at conferences and in interviews and in blog posts. Some are quiet, some are very, very loud, but they all are on board.
And I think that if we want to increase freedom, we want to increase the number of countries. If you want to replace the elite that you have today.
God, I can't get over how much of an egghead this motherfucker is, bro. Like, how are you walking around looking like that? And then you want to dominate American society and perhaps the globe? Look at this. Look at this goddamn egg, dude. That's Mark Andreessen, for those of you who don't know.
Hey, what you need to do is you need to have a better elite. And there's a way to do this. It's been done before.
We get kind of money and property right, and that it's a strong foundation for building, kind of a world that we all want to live in. We're seeing, some breakdown of those in the real world in the United States lately.
I'm definitely very interested in ways that you can sort of tokenize real estate and
I think one of the funniest parts about Mark Andreessen's anger and resentment, and I've listened to, unfortunately, a lot of interviews of his, is the fact that what radicalized him was that he didn't feel like the peasants gave him enough respect. He's like, back in the day, you used to be rich, you used to be an oil baron, and you do a little bit of philanthropy, and the people would constantly tell you that you're awesome. But then something changed. That was a part of the social contract. But then something changed. Now everybody thinks the rich are bad, the rich are bad, the rich are evil. That's it. That's why he's mad. Because people weren't sucking his dick enough. That's not Mark. What do you mean? No, this other bald, clearly with a more normal looking dome, is not Mark Andreessen. But the person who said those, that's Brian Armstrong, CEO of Coinbase. Bro, this is a separate bald. I'm talking about Mark.
actual physical land to create better forms of society and governance. I do think America is in slow decline right now. I would like us to all in crypto think about how we actually go create physical places in the world to preserve freedom over the long term. I think that's ultimately crypto's destiny.
The people of Mars will be more enlightened and will not fight amongst each other too much.
It's basically tech libertarian futurism, an ideology around technology, and including technology enhancing human freedom.
I am trying to fix government in the U.S. The point was like, let's have a new government.
Where do we sort of go from the wisdom of crowds to the madness of crowds? We're far too far on the side that you can describe as collectivist, centralized, Borg-like, conformist, and also generally just simply incorrect.
I think that what Elon's doing is showing a path to fighting back. The left-wing elite's going to be kicking and screaming the whole way.
Mark Cuban, one of the more normal billionaires, had this to say about this particular group of men that I'm talking about.
What's happened in Silicon Valley is insane.
Right.
Right. It's not so much a support thing, it's more like a takeover thing, trying to put themselves in a position to have as much control as possible. They want Trump to be the CEO of the United States of America.
I think he's not a good billionaire, okay? There's no such thing. But him and Bill Gates, I think, are looking at the situation and going, dog, we're fucking billionaires. We already own the government. Why are you fucking up the bag by taking an active role in the government? Okay? That's the frustration, because like Bill Gates and Mark Cuban both have been very critical of the right-wing tech bro, the openly right-wing tech bro attitude that is fairly present in Silicon Valley now. And they look at that and they're like, dude, when you're a billionaire, you're supposed to be fucking silent, you know? You're supposed to be making these moves in silence. You're not supposed to actively assume the reins. You're not supposed to openly say you're, moving the government in this direction, especially because nobody likes the government. So you are associating yourself with a negative entity for no reason, when you could make the government keep doing your bidding just quietly behind the scenes. And I think it's narcissism. I don't think it's like some great, brilliant capture of power. I think it is pure narcissism. These guys don't simply want to control the government, which they already do. They want to get credit for it. They want to be praised for it. They want to be loved. They want to be worshipped. What? Please do not ridicule people simply on how they look and how you perceive their looks. HasanAbi, Trump behaves like that, to be honest. Yeah, that's the biggest negative about Donald Trump, is that he fat shames people. You're right. And not that he's a fucking racist, rapist, fascist. I know. Shut the fuck up, chatter. I'm gonna call billionaire Mark Andreessen an egghead because his cranial outline is that of an egg. Okay?
And they want to be the board of directors that makes him listen to them.
Now, this hypothetical board includes a couple of power players that I think are worth
Lord
keeping an eye on.
come on!
Namely.
Come on! I mean, come on! Come on! If I did not openly joke about this man's dome, I would be doing you a disservice, because it's such an elephant in the room that if I don't address it, people are going to be like, why is this guy not addressing the most obvious thing that we are literally looking at right now? Come on. He looks like a cartoon character. Like, heads are not supposed to look like that. People will start suspecting me of being paid opposition for not openly saying the truth that everyone can see. Here at the HasanAbi broadcast, I do not shelter you from the truth. I tell you openly what my eyes are seeing. Okay? That's why Mark Andreessen and his net worth is increased, because egg prices have shot up spectacularly under the Trump administration. And therefore, the top egg is also a more valuable egg now.
Peter Thiel.
Humpty fucking Dumpty.
Elon Musk. Brian Armstrong. Mark Andreessen. Ben Horowitz. And David Sachs. In this video, I'm
putting him next to two other bald guys who have, in comparison, more human-like shapes in their skulls, perhaps makes this even worse for him. Like, they could have spliced Elon Musk here and maybe David Sachs. They could have separated the balds. But putting all the balls together makes this infinitely worse for Mark Andreessen. Ironic enough, because Ben Horowitz is his business partner. Okay, so he's constantly surrounded by people that have a normal bald look, which makes his head look even funnier. It is crazy. Imagine a lifetime of people constantly thinking about how your head is egg-shaped, especially because your business partner is also bald and has a normal looking head in comparison. He looks like one of those conehead babies, but it didn't come out of it. Yeah. If you shot Mark out of a cannon, he would fly like a bullet. Okay? He would literally he has the perfect bullet-like shape. Yes, he is ballistically sound. Perfectly aerodynamic. He would pierce through any object that you shot him at. It's crazy. Perhaps this is the reason why he blocked me on Twitter many years ago.
Sachs. In this video, I'm going to try and lay out what I think these people are doing behind the scenes. If you do want to dive further into this topic, I recommend looking at the work of Gildaran. I have linked his blog below. This is his beat, and he's amazing at it. This man is named Balaji Srinivasan. Like Beyonce, he tends to only go by his first name. Balaji is highly involved in the tech scene, and while not a billionaire himself, he is friends with a lot of them. He's a former partner of Andreessen Horowitz. He is the former CTO of Brian Armstrong's Coinbase. Thiel actually recommended Balaji to be the head of the FDA during the first Trump administration. Balaji wrote a book. It's called The Network State: How to Start Your Own Country. In that book, he talks about how to break nation states apart into smaller territories, which can then be run like corporations.
What I mean by Silicon Valley's ultimate exit. It basically means build an opt-in society, ultimately outside the US, run by technology. And this is actually where the Valley is going.
You see, like many in the industry, Balaji is a disruptor. He is interested in disrupting the current idea of nationhood through the creation of a network of sovereign, tech-run territories protected by military-grade security. Balaji wasn't the first person to come up with this idea, not even in the tech scene, but he was the first person to present it in a more palatable way. The idea...
Bro, these guys read one book, okay? They read one Ayn Rand book, and just, it shaped their whole lives permanently. Okay? It's so sad. Read a second book, man. Please. Please read a second fucking book. Every decade, there is a new version of this exact same project. Every decade, they're like, we are very wealthy. Why are we wealthy? Because we deserve it, because we've worked harder and smarter than anybody else. They believe in meritocracy, the myth of meritocracy, okay? And they think, oh, why don't we capture all of this wealth and not be restricted by pesky government regulation? That's it.
It actually comes from someone named Curtis Yarvin.
I
In
hate
Patchwork,
this guy
Yarvin
too.
wrote, the basic idea of patchwork is that as the crappy governments we inherited from history are smashed, they should be replaced by a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of thousands of sovereign and independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation, without regard to the residents' opinions. Patchwork is a reboot of the current system in order to install a new operating system. Yes, Yarvin is a software developer with a company named Urbit, invested in by Peter Thiel. He refers to these small territories as patches, but he's flexible about how they might run, maybe like a corporate urban space or a city-state like Athens. These corporate dictatorships would use all-seeing surveillance to protect their citizens and enforce their laws. There would be biometric IDs. If you're poor, you will have to move to another patch. Or the poor could be ground up and used as biodiesel or locked into a virtual reality prison. Now, Yavin said he was joking about the biodiesel thing, but not about the prison thing. So I'm not sure if he was joking about the biodiesel, which gives us an understanding of why Balaji had to come up with a more appealing way to present this.
It's pretty crazy because I do often joke about how the rich want to milk the poor for, for fuel. And here he is, one of Peter Thiel's like biggest influences, just a literal grotesque, advocating for it as a haha joke.
This idea. Balaji has less about dictatorship and mass incarceration and more about freedom and opportunity. A lot of people in the industry acknowledge that Balaji's ideas are a little out there.
This is Balaji.
yeah, it's Balaji.
And I would dismiss them too if those same people weren't actively funding them. Millions of dollars are being funneled into these projects as we speak. This is the website for Praxis, a network state funded by Peter Thiel.
What's really funny is that these guys end up, I think, huffing their own farts a little too much. One, they personally have an inflated sense of self-worth and genuinely think that they're fucking brilliant and not like unimaginably lucky being in the right place in the right time. Sure, I'm sure that they're like somewhat intelligent too, but overall, to get to the level that they got to, they have to be profoundly fortunate. But these guys don't think that. They think meritocracy is real. So they actually arrived at this because it was God ordained. Okay? The other myth that myth making that they have ended up believing is the notion that like the American government is simply a restrictor of innovation and not a major proponent of innovation and not unimaginably its contributions are not unimaginably important. Like they legitimately believe that if they were to build this like small state for themselves, that they would actually be able to successfully thrive in said small state and that it wouldn't get fucking destroyed either due to the, actual issues and their inability to address them, like with a welfare state or whatever, the inherent contradictions that exist within capitalism, or they would get dominated by another competent nation state, like instantly. It is hilarious. Dude, a little micronation like this run by a bunch of autistic nerds who think that they're brilliant would get dominated by like not even China, okay? Because everyone immediately thinks, oh, they get dominated by China. They get dominated by like Somalia, okay? A country that is far smaller, or rather far poorer than the United States of America. I'm not even saying Mexico. I'm saying like a cartel in Mexico could overtake this. They do more administrative governmental duties in the fucking areas that they have cultivated as fiefdoms than these fucking dipshits do. They don't realize that they would probably be overtaken by one of the shittier cartels, not even like one of the big ones, in perhaps a week. They are so stupid.
Mark Andreessen, Balaji, and Sam Altman, through their shared capital fund, Pronomus, which is dedicated to funding the creation of network cities. The website for Praxis says, as local communities dissolve and nation-states stumble, network states will...
Hamas does more administrative work? Of course they do. The Taliban does more administrative work because they are a government. These people only suckle on the teat of government and think that that everything the government does is bad because they're fucking stupid, okay? They're stupid. They're dumb. They literally believe the lies that they tell people, which probably makes them a more competent liar, especially if you believe your own lies, then yeah, you'll be a better liar overall. But they're stupid at the end of the day for believing in this fucking lie. You think the government creates bureaucracy because it's a, nanny state communist propaganda tool or something? No, they have to. You fucking idiot. It's so annoying that these guys would just be like, nah, you don't understand, dude. If left to my own devices, I would create this incredible libertarian utopia. Okay, who's going to build the fucking roads for commerce, dumbass? I know your ass ain't building it. You're an agoraphobic autist. How are you going to build the fucking roads? You think you're going to be able to enslave people to do it? No, you're not. It's not happening. Yeah, they'll just keep saying you have violated the non-aggression principle.
The next global superpower will be a network state. The next America will be on-chain. The stated goal of Praxis is to build a corporate government with a global footprint. It will have territories all over the world. Crypto will be its currency. The modern global system, once the greatest power in the history of man, has become a brittle, jerry-rigged contraption incapable of carrying out the most basic functions. As these governing institutions continue to degrade, people will come to realize that no one is truly on their side. As nation-states falter, network states become inevitable. I should mention that Pronomus Capital is funding the creation of...
If you don't believe in meritocracy, then you have to admit your success in Twitch is all luck and no skill. I disagree with you on a lot of things, but even I don't believe that about you. If you think luck did not play a ginormous factor in me being born into a family, having an uncle that was already in, media to a certain degree, in a small business, but still, in a startup, but still, regardless... If you think that that does not play a formative role in where I arrived at, I don't know what to tell you. Of course luck played a major factor. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many competent, charismatic, brilliant fucking people start Twitch channels? How many of them make it? How many of them get to this level? Of course luck plays a major role. That is my point. I say this all the time about myself. Now, having said that, you can have all of the affluent beginnings in the world and still fuck it up, and plenty do. Okay? Plenty do. So yes, hard work still plays a major role. You've said before you paved it on your own. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. In a complex interview, you actually got clip-chimped by a dude who has never stopped being jealous. Why would I say this right now if I genuinely believe like I did everything on my own with no help from anybody whatsoever and that luck was not a significant factor? Why wouldn't I just keep saying I paved it on my own over and over again, you dumb fuck? You're arguing with what I'm saying right now. You're arguing with what I'm saying right now because of your own personal misunderstanding, okay? When this is something that I have repeated a million times over. He is saying it now too. That's why people are bringing it up. I know. Ethan is so fucking invested in trying to cry about how I'm responsible for him stubbing his toe all the way to like losing partnerships and stuff like that. Even though I've played zero role in this and would love to wash my hands of all of this in its entirety. Because I think it's a sad state of affairs for him, more so than it is for me, that he has decided to just go down the fucking... He's decided to go down the Destiny pipeline so hard that he's rehashing old shit that he used to cry about. Destiny used to. It is crazy. And yes, you even give credit to Divorcelli for your career, like it's insane. Yes, in the beginning, I did. Except he is such a monstrous person that, yeah, it got embarrassing to admit after a while. But that's, again, his own fault. Wait, what? It was really sad, backed up by an Ethan lie about Dr. Pepper being BDS? Yeah. It's so sad, man. Please stop trying to drag me into this shit, okay? I wish Ethan Klein all of the peace and prosperity in the world. I really do. I wish this upon all of the people that are naysayers, that say I'm a bad person, I'm the biggest evil villain of all time, okay? Because I feel like if they were to become, happier people, they probably would be, not up my ass all the fucking time. You need to talk about it? What's wrong, bro? Does it feel like I need to talk about it? So pressed. Yeah, you're right. It's really getting to me. Yes, if you keep repeating it in the chat over and over again, maybe you can clip it and then put it on Reddit and be like, oh man, we really got him. Do I seem pressed? I don't understand. Anyway, getting back to this video.
Other network states, many of which are further along than Praxis. Some examples are Prospera in Honduras, Afropolitan, Tana, and small farm cities in Africa, Metropolis in Palau, and I think Young Drunk City is planned for South Asia. On Pronomis' website, they claim, decades of research on economic development has shown that the primary determinant of prosperity is the quality.
The only reason you speak about this stuff is because people bring it up, acting as you bring it up on your own. I know, people bring it up, and it's not even fans. Like, people bring it up, and then I reply to it, and then other dumbasses in my community would go, no, you do actually sound kind of pressed. Like, it's an entirely one-sided beef. Okay? And if you keep escalating it because you can't comprehend anything other than drama online, then I don't know what to tell you, Anyway, let's get back to these fucking tech feudal overlords. I can't believe a conversation about the myth of meritocracy, and something that I repeat regularly in terms of the unimaginable privilege that I have had and the unimaginable luck that I have had to be able to get to this point, led to an entirely stupid sidestep here. Okay. I'm going to start banning people that also are just saying, just get to commentating, lol, because you're being almost as annoying as the dumbass gray names that come in here specifically to chirp.
Of a country's laws and the integrity of its courts, administrators, and other legal institutions. When institutions are outmoded, corrupted, or failing, the result is untold human suffering. Yet upgrading national institutions is notoriously difficult. Our solution? Build the cities of tomorrow. Right now, they are creating cloud communities, virtual nations. Once they have access to land, they will get their citizens to migrate to that city. Have a look at the pledge that you sign when you join Praxis, which you can join right now, by the way. Pronomis isn't actually Peter Thiel's first flirtation with exiting democracy either. In 2009, he funded the Seasteading Institute.
I want to say some things on why I think seasteading is not just possible or desirable, but why it is actually necessary.
The Seasteading Institute envisioned building these floating cities in the ocean outside of government's jurisdiction where billionaires could live and create as they saw fit. This idea kind of ran out of steam because nobody wants to live at sea, especially not billionaires, which means they need land. But how do we get from a nation state to a network state?
And this is actually related to a fundamental concept in political science, the concept of voice versus exit. If a company or a country is in decline, you can try voice or you can try exit. Voice is basically changing the system from within, whereas exit is leaving to create a new system, a new startup, or to join a competitor sometimes.
There's another way that Balaji also talks about how this could possibly happen. He calls it tech Zionism.
Right. What I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism, a movement supported by a global network to take back territory in the city, floor by floor, street by street, block by block.
It's literally, it is BioShock. If you didn't understand the lessons of BioShock.
Policeman by policeman, you have a foothold of private property, and you have a group membership of Great Tribe membership and private property. You also issue t-shirts. The tribal lens is like a virtual reality filter. Every single thing can be tagged as gray or blue in the city. I mean, like literally. So gray is the future, red is the past, blue is the present. So blue stands against both the past and the future. They're against both the self-driving cars, and they don't want to go back to the 50s. They prefer OnlyFans, Me Too, BLM, Ukraine. The hard part is to take control of the streets. How can you fence off a street and make clear that it's under great control? Take total control of your neighborhood, push out all blues, tell them they're as unwelcome as just as blues ethnically cleanse me out of San Francisco. Like, push out all blues, who has lost some territory in the cloud. They still control the land. Once Gray starts taking back control of the land, that they're really going to howl. As they start losing, they're going to whistle for backup from California and eventually DC. Okay, they're going to try to get executive orders or things like that, which means you're going to need to have sympathizers at the level of California and DC who will side with you enough to block those actions, number one. And or number two, you actually get to the level of a sanctuary city and you say, I dare you.
Keep in mind, actions like this are already being attempted in places like Solano County, where they're trying to build California forever, or the actions that Gary Tan is taking in San Francisco. But the people in these areas are putting up a fight, and it's costly, and it's slowing everything down. Fortunately, Trump is talking about something called freedom cities, the creation of new cities on federal land.
Almost 1/3 of the landmass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
I wonder where he got that idea. This is where J.D. Vance comes in. J.D. Vance is seen as a mild-mannered, well-spoken success story, a populist who was born into tough circumstances in Appalachia, but managed to pull himself up by his bootstraps, graduate from Yale Law, become a best-selling author, become a tech venture capitalist, only to give all of that up for public service.
Yeah, he just brown-nosed his way up to the top, sucking up to liberals and then most importantly, Peter Thiel.
When he was officially tapped on the shoulder for
giving Peter Thiel a massive foothold into the Trump administration,
the vice presidential nomination, many of his former colleagues celebrated. Elon Musk, David Sachs, Mark Andreessen, and Balaji all tweeted their congratulations. After all, it was a strange choice for Donald Trump, especially compared to Mike Pence. But when it comes to J.D. Vance, a lot of people make strange choices. Peter Thiel invested $15 million in his campaign to become senator, the largest single donation to a Senate campaign in history. J.D. Vance is an extension of Peter Thiel. That doesn't mean that he is beholden to him, but it does mean that Peter Thiel has had such a huge influence on J.D. Vance's life that you cannot understand him without first understanding who Peter Thiel is.
I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things.
I would say Peter Thiel is the most honest representation of what Silicon Valley is today. Worth up to $9 billion, extremely well connected. He started off as a member of the PayPal mafia, the guys who invented PayPal, and they originally intended for that to be a libertarian alternative to the US dollar. When it wasn't that and they sold out, he used the money that he made from PayPal to invest in other companies, including being the first outside investor in Facebook. And today he has invested in a huge portion of the tech industry, including companies like Sam Altman's OpenAI. He's also a big deal in the tech defense sector. He owns Palantir, which is a surveillance software that is basically omnipresent in the US government.
Did you guys see that Palantir guy with the kooky hair be like, we kill people all around the world. We're murderers. We love doing murder on a quarterly earnings meeting? It was insane.
It's used by the CIA, FBI, ICE, Homeland Security, various police forces.
No, Alex Karp, yeah.
Palantir is also used by private companies such as Cambridge Analytica. In 2009,
Alex, as always, we have a lot of individual investors on the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?
This is what he said to his retail shareholders.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am. Let's not talk to analysts about the burden of being right, our burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking at the math, the burden of reading what the Rule of 40 is, the burden of being honest about what an enterprise software company is, or the burden of explaining to your friends that you're really happy. Maybe we should just stop talking about it. I'm very happy to have you along for the journey, and you are partners for us. Every Palantirian, we are crushing it. Everyone else who's listening, we are dedicating our company. We have dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, you know, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare our enemies and on occasion kill them. And we hope you're in favor of that. We hope you're enjoying being a partner, and we're really happy and very, very focused on what we're doing. Thank you for your time.
The stock went up 23% after this call, by the way. Nice. It's an interesting change in attitude, I think. That's what this marks. An attitude shift, a noticeable attitude shift. Back in the day, these guys used to at least hide. Like Google had a do no evil policy, right? They used to hide the more nefarious things that they did. Now they use it as a marketing technique where they're like, no, we are really fucking bad. We're awful pieces of shit. We love murder. We are doing murder all the time. We are evil people who like doing bad things. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, Google also dropped its pledge not to use AI for weapons and surveillance. Tech giant says it updated its ethics policy that it will use AI in line with international law and human rights.
Thiel wrote a manifesto called The Education of a Libertarian. In this manifesto, he disavows electoral politics and democracy because he doesn't trust the people with big decisions, and he's come to believe that democracy and freedom are inherently incompatible. Over time, he has talked extensively about finding areas where great men can make choices as they see fit, unbridled by the law. Thiel gave the Trump campaign $1.25 million.
What was he meaning? Kill people or kill their competitive business? I don't know what Palantir is. Palantir is surveillance technology. So yes, he means literally kill people. When he says kill people, he means actually murder, like end organic life.
Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away. He points toward a new Republican Party. He points even beyond the remaking of one party to a new American politics.
And in return, he got an office in the Trump Tower where he had the president's ear and suggested candidates for his administration. Some of his selections didn't make the cut, like Balaji, but some did. Michael Kratsios was put in as the Chief Technology Officer of the United States of America, a position I did not know existed, and Michael Anton was put on the National Security Council. Michael Anton wrote a very concerning essay called The Flight 93 Election, which I have linked below, and it is very enlightening about who Peter Thiel thinks belongs on the National Security Council. And remember Curtis Yarvin, who we were talking about before? He is often referred to as Thiel's in-house philosopher. Thiel has not only invested in a number of Yarvin's businesses, but he keeps Yarvin in his inner circle. Yarvin watched the 2016 election from Peter Thiel's house, where they celebrated with champagne at Thiel's successful investment in the Trump campaign. And while Peter Thiel may not be as explicit in his beliefs as someone like Balaji or Elon or even Mark Andreessen, Yarvin assured Milo Yiannopoulos over email that Peter Thiel was fully enlightened, just plays it very carefully. People in the New Right circles refer to Yarvin as Lord Yarvin, or the Prophet. This isn't someone on the fringe of the movement, this is someone who is respected. Just like Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance is an avid reader and friend of Curtis Yarvin.
There's this guy Curtis Yarvin who's written about some of these things.
Vance not only name checks Curtis Yarvin, but he often uses his languages and repeats his ideas.
You actually popularized the term red pill in the political context, is that right?
Yeah, that's actually true. Is this concept of red pilling.
Yarvin writes a lot of strange things, but one thing I'm particularly interested in is the blueprint he wrote for Donald Trump. It's called The Butterfly Revolution. It's quite radical, and another thing that would be easy to dismiss, but here's a clip of Yarvin talking about why he thinks it would be successful today.
Americans of 2024 are incredibly frivolous, incredibly ironic. It is the most ironic society in history. Like, imagine people trying to cope with a film like The Matrix or Inception in like 1960. Total frame breaking of this kind in some ways is actually easier than the sort of incremental political logic that people have employed in the past. They can sort of more easily imagine, oh man, it's all the Truman Show. In fact, they mostly already believe that it's all the Truman Show. They just don't understand the implications of that.
Something I find concerning is the many ways that the butterfly revolution perfectly aligns with Project 2025. Not a huge amount of the tech bros in Silicon Valley are religious, but that doesn't really stop these kinds of groups working together. Definitionally, both of these movements are fascistic. Fascism has never been a fully coherent ideology. That's one of the things that gives fascism its strength, its ability to bring together groups from different movements, all of whom see fascism as a viable mechanism to achieving their own program. And that's why some people say that fascism is always hyphenated. So it's always going to be tech fascism and Christian fascism, but these people can work together, and they do.
One of the things that evangelicals and libertarians should agree on is that the political order is not divinely ordained.
Amen.
Project 2025 has similar stated goals to the tech industry, in particular the dismantling of the administrative state and the return of self-governance to the people. Project 2025 is made up of 4 pillars, and Pillar 4 is the playbook. It is a transition plan for the president's eyes only. It will be rolled out upon the president's utterance of "So help me God." We don't know what's in this playbook, but given the alignment of talking points, key figures being involved in both, it wouldn't surprise me if it was similar to the butterfly revolution. And I think that's worth investigating. The butterfly revolution. Step 1. Campaign on autocracy.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one.
Yavin says that Donald Trump should run on his autocratic ambition, but he should frame it as destroying an inefficient and unworkable system.
We are in a late Republican period. If we're going to push back against it, we have to get pretty wild and pretty far out there and go in directions that a lot of conservatives right now are uncomfortable with.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Step 2. Purge the bureaucracy. Curtis Yavin refers to this as RAGE.
RAGE stands for retire all government employees.
And he has clearly influenced some very...
This is giving Blue Anon vibes? No. I mean, the success of it will be determined by how competent these dipshits are. But the notion that, like, tech feudalism isn't already happening is silly. It already is. It's not Blue Anon at all. Like, Blue Anon would be like, oh, Russia is having gay sex with Donald Trump. Not incredibly wealthy billionaire tech CEOs are actively aligning with right-wing government with the open interest of undermining every regulatory agency. That is literally happening. Unless you haven't been keeping up with the news for the past, 3 weeks since Donald Trump took control over the government.
Very important people.
I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state.
And we know that Donald Trump would be open to rage because it sounds a lot like Schedule F, an executive order issued by Donald Trump in October of 2020. Schedule F would have essentially stripped protections from civil servants who didn't show enough loyalty to the president of the day, which is why Joe Biden rescinded this order the second he came into office in January of 2021. But Trump has said he plans to reinstate it.
First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively.
But how could you accomplish that so quickly? I mean, you need civil servants. Don't worry, Project 2025 is already on it. Pillar 2 of Project 2025 could be considered MAGA LinkedIn. This platform is designed to pre-stream candidates for their loyalty and streamline the appointments process.
We talk about conservative warriors, but we want people who've been canceled, who've kind of figuratively given blood for the movement.
You can join it right now. Then pair that with Pillar 3, which is an online education platform known as the Presidential Administration Academy, and you have preemptively educated all future employees on what is expected of them from the conservative administration. Step 3. Ignore the courts. According to Yavin, the president should simply state that he believes Madison v. Marbury was decided incorrectly, declare a state of emergency, and that way Supreme Court rulings would be merely advisory.
When the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
But thanks to recent Supreme Court decisions, he may not even need to do that.
The High Court has just issued one of its most consequential rulings in recent decades, a decision that not only affects the 2024 race for president following last week's contentious debate, but also the future of the presidency itself.
Trump v. United States has laid the groundwork to ensure that Donald Trump can ignore the court. Now, the president has absolute immunity for core official acts and presumptive immunity for all other official acts, a distinction that has not been clarified by the court, with only a few examples being provided and absolutely no guardrails to stop the misuse of this decision being put in place.
Today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what the president can do, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone.
Step 4. Co-opt Congress. Yavin suggests that Trump handpick candidates for every single seat, with the sole criterion being personal loyalty to him. Because you can't have a parliamentary dictatorship if you don't have Congress. And while it seems like a big task, Yavin assures us you only need a couple of $1 billion. I know some people with a few $1 billion. While Peter Thiel may have decided to sit this election cycle out, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, Brian Armstrong have not.
We got to get the congressman elected, and we got.
Chuck dies. Thank you for the 25 get the subs. I mean, that's arguably true. It's just that good people should have taken that stance towards the Supreme Court decades ago, but they got complacent because of the most liberal Warren Court. But yeah, the president should tell the Supreme Court to go fuck itself way more often.
Got to get the senators elected because we can take the Senate.
I mean, Trump didn't tell the Supreme Court to go fuck itself. Trump took over the Supreme Court and then used it to give himself more power. So there's still some semblance of institutional control there. He didn't undermine the Supreme Court. He kept it and is using it to his own, using it to suit his own agenda.
Pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
Step 5. Centralized police and government powers. In this declared state of emergency, Yavin suggests that Trump take direct control over all law enforcement agencies, federalize the National Guard, and effectively create a national police force that absorbs local bodies.
I think that actually the support of the Democratic public is a cipher. I think that actually all you need is command of the police.
This is so that a centralized police state can be created to back the power grab, and I'd say there's no way this could happen if Donald Trump hadn't tried to do it before. We know that he sent the National Guard during the George Floyd protests.
And then I was insistent on having the National Guard go in and do their work. It was like a miracle. It just, everything stopped.
And we know that he wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act.
If your state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
Now, there are, of course, protections within the law, posse comitatus, to stop a president from doing this, but Donald Trump has found a loophole before. I'm sure he'll find one again, especially in a state of emergency where he has absolute immunity for core official acts. Step 6. Shut down elite media and academic institutions. Yavin has explicitly said that you cannot have a New York Times or a Harvard past April. He has a popular theory that true power in America is held by something he calls the cathedral, a term that should alert you, whenever you hear it, to this kind of thing. The cathedral is made up of elite media and academic institutions that, according to Yavin, set the bounds of acceptable political discourse and distort reality to conform with their ideological beliefs.
So the cathedral is essentially performing the functions that a ministry of truth would perform in a classic Orwellian, environment, and it's performing the functions that a religion would in a classic theocracy.
Therefore, existing media and academic institutions need to be dismantled. Vance has been quite vocal about his disdain for academic institutions, despite graduating from Yale, and often repeats Yavin's ideas in his own words.
So much of what we want to do in this movement in this country, I think, are fundamentally dependent on going through a set of very hostile institutions, specifically the universities, which control the knowledge in our society, which control what we call truth and what we call falsity, that provides research that gives credibility to some of the most ridiculous ideas that exist in our country. And so I think if any of us want to do the things that we want to do for our country and for the people who live in it, we have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country.
Trump has said that if elected, he will reclaim the universities from the Marxist maniacs and lunatics who currently control them. How will he do this?
When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges.
In his Agenda 47, Trump has proposed a law to monitor universities for civil rights violations.
I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment.
That means he could essentially put an institution like Harvard out of business overnight. Elon Musk spends a significant portion of his time trying to undermine existing media in favor of his own platform X. Trump has absolutely no problem getting rid of legacy media. He has repeatedly talked about the government's licensing of broadcast airwaves and about 15 times threatened to revoke licenses of existing stations.
And it's frankly disgusting the way the press is able to write whatever they want to write. And people should look into it.
Step 7. Turn out your people. Get your people out on the street to show their support for you anytime a government agency tries to obstruct you. Yavin says it should be like the post-Soviet revolutions. It should be masses of people. It should be joyful. And we know that Donald Trump has no problem in asking people to physically show their support for him.
We're going to walk down.
It'll be like the dissolution of the USSR. That's right. It's just that I don't think it was positive. What? Can you believe that university with tens of billions of dollars in endowments for siphoning off 60% of research award money for overhead? What a ripoff. Last year, $9 billion to the $35 billion of the National Institute of Health granted for research was used for administrative overhead, what is known as indirect costs. Today, the NIH lowered the maximum indirect cost rate. Research institutions can charge the government up to 15%, above what many major foundations allow, much lower than the 60% that some institutions charge the government today. This change will save more than $4 billion a year effective immediately. Today, the NIH director issued a new directive slashing overhead rates to 15%. I want to provide some context on what that means and why it matters. While the NSF and NIH have indeed a mission to fund specific research and innovations via grant making, they do a lot more than that. Their principal role is to support a scientific ecosystem in the United States that includes everything from education and training to infrastructure and communication. To this end, they support the institutions where grantees work by paying facilities and administrations F&A costs to research institutions such as universities. These costs above and beyond our direct amount of the grant and are essential to fund university infrastructure and personnel. These F&A costs, colloquially known as overhead, are typically north of 50%. At the UW, for example, the overhead rate is 55%. That means that if I get federal grants for $1 million of direct research funding, the university receives an additional $550,000 to cover operating expenses and such. Wait. Pentagon is doubling the number of media outlets losing their physical workspaces. New York Times is out, Washington Post is out, NBC is out, CNN, Politico, The Hill, The War Zone, NPR. In is the New York Post, Washington Examiner, OAN, Newsmax, Huffington Post, The Free Press, The Daily Caller, and Breitbart. Nice. State propaganda, baby. Now, ironically enough, these guys also do pro-State Department propaganda, but just not enough of it. Not enough of it for J.D. Pondon. Barry Weiss is The Free Press, and Tucker Carlson's The Daily Caller. Amazing. Well, maybe this level of like access removal will force the hand of a lot of these mainstream institutions into actually doing adversarial journalism. They do pro-State Department propaganda, but they don't do pro-Trump propaganda. So they're gone. Or maybe they'll just capitulate further, who knows, and beg on their hands and knees for a seat at the table so they can get that sweet access once again. Other schools may have an even higher overhead rate. Harvard is around 69%. This new order slashes that percentage to a maximum of 15%. This means cutting one of the most important sources of university funding nationwide by 75% or more. The policy does not affect funding going forward. All existing NIH grants will have their indirect rates cut by 15% as of today, the date of issuance. For a large university, this creates a sudden and catastrophic shortfall of hundreds of millions of dollars against already budgeted funds. This order did not come out of nowhere. It was a core component of Lindsey Burke's Department of Education chapter and Project 2025 report. Private foundations typically pay 10 to 15% overhead rates, and the logic of this comparison is made explicitly in today's supplemental guidance from the NIH. It is difficult to overstate what a catastrophe this will be for the U.S. research and education systems, particularly in biomedical fields. It is deliberate and wanton devastation entirely out of scale with any concern about DI activities on campuses. The goal is to destroy U.S. universities. Indirect rates are not determined by the NIH, says Jeremy Berg. Instead, they are the product of elaborate negotiations between each institution and the cognizant federal agency. I mean, NIH funding, NIH grants is one of the only things that has kept America being somewhat dominant in the field of novel chemical compound discovery. Even though we do spend a lot more money and create a lot less or innovate a lot less per capita in comparison to other European nations. Not entirely sure about China, but a lot of Trump's initiatives always feel like genuinely hurting America, like more than anything else.
To the Capitol, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength.
Once this butterfly revolution has taken place and the presidency looks more like a CEO or a king, the court of tech geniuses will have a much more realistic shot at getting what they want. One thing I can tell you about these Silicon Valley tech bros is that they are long-term thinkers. They are planning for years and years and years into the future. In case you needed more evidence that Silicon Valley and Project 2025 are in bed together, there is this strange tech conference called Reboot. And in September, at the last Reboot conference, which is all about creating a new reality, there was a special secret guest speaker. That secret guest speaker ended up being Kevin Roberts, who gave a speech titled Tech and the American Republic. The point of trying to put Vance in the VP position wasn't just to have him one heartbeat away from an old and ailing president. It was to introduce him to the world as the new blueprint of the Republican Party, to provide a strong option for a post-MAGA Republican Party, a party that will co-opt the government to destroy the country in order to allow self-described great men to install themselves as mini kings.
Do you think that America will be balkanized soon? No, I don't think so. I think the power of the state is, especially if you can take it over this way, is far too valuable. Thank you, Kaya, for reacting to my video. Yeah, that was a great video. It was not libbed up. I don't like this demonization of Silicon Valley. There are many common folks like me working for these billionaires in the tech sector, and this is nothing like reality down here. Good luck, chatter. I think you know better than anybody else that your bosses are actively looking to replace you with AI if they can. The job you do and the people who pay you are two entirely different things. Yeah. Michael Reeves' video, that would be fun. All right, let's do it. Caught this hilarious gem on YouTube. What is this? No, I'm not going to watch this. This is going to trigger the fuck out of Ethan. Oh. There's a live police chase. Where?
And the first few weeks of the second Trump administration. Go back and listen to what Steve Bannon told PBS's Frontline in 2019.
The opposition party is the media. And the media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. All we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with three things.
Possible DUI
They'll bite
driver?
on one, and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover. But we got to start.
Oh my God, everybody wants crime so fucking bad. Literally everybody lost their minds. Where is the car? They're not even following the car.
No, not yet. No. No, it's a fire hydrant.
What am I looking at?
There's another pursuit somewhere, too.
Chat, what am I looking at? Oh, it's the car hanging out behind the tree? So he just stopped? Oh, it's moving. It's moving. He's hiding. He's hiding from the helicopters. Or wait, no. It's this. Oh, it's the gray Benz. No way you're using Pokemon's name for your extremist bullshit? What the fuck? Pokemon's name? What? What the fuck is this guy talking about? Mrs. Beetlejuice, please explain what you mean, because this is perhaps... Well, I guess the chase is over. In your bot message, bro? What is the bot message? The fuck's this person talking about? This is what you're talking about? Watch your new gaming video, ha ha ha. Wait. I can't tell if this person is memeing or not. Watch Hasan's latest gaming video, Smurfing the Working Class with X-Pros, featuring Shroud Targ and Pokimane. Hello? Are you talking about my gaming video where me, Pokey, and Shroud and Todic were playing against like regular old Joes? Ha 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 ha. Okay. I think the chatter is joking, but I can't tell. We've gotten so many haters in the last week that it's just like I don't even know when someone is memeing.
Start with muzzle velocity. So it's got to start, it's got to hammer, it's got muzzle velocity.
Muzzle velocity. Bannon's insight there is real. Focus is a fundamental substance of democracy. It is particularly the substance of opposition. People largely learn of what the government is doing through the media. So if you overwhelm the media...
A record-setting number of executive orders.
Everybody pardons. Violence, non-violence.
Including assaulting police officers.
Birthright citizenship.
We live in unprecedented times right now.
If you keep it moving from one thing to the next...
So far, so good.
Is this legal?
If you give it too many places it needs to look.
You've never been deported before?
All at once.
All federal grants and loans will be halted.
Look, there is a purge happening.
Frankly, unprecedented in its nature.
Guantanamo.
DEI.
The Gulf of America.
No coherent opposition can really emerge. It is hard to even think coherently. Donald Trump's first 2 weeks in the White House have followed Bannon's strategy like a script. The flood is a point. The overwhelm is a point. The message wasn't in any one executive order or announcement. It was in the cumulative effect of all of them. The sense that this is Trump's country now. It is his government now. It follows his will. It does what he wants. That he is limitless. If he says that birthright citizenship is over, then it's over. Or so he wants you to think. In Trump's first term, people said, don't normalize him. In a second, though, the task, I think, is a little bit clearer. Don't believe him. Because Trump knows the power of marketing, the power of belief. If you make people believe something is true, you make it likelier that it becomes true. He clawed his way back to great wealth by playing a fearsome billionaire on TV. He remade himself as a winner after the 2020 election by refusing to admit he had ever lost. The American presidency is a limited office. But Trump has never wanted to be president. What he's always wanted to be is king. And his plan this time is to first play king on TV. If we believe he is already king, if we believe he already has all that power, we'll be likelier to let him govern as a king. We will then give him that power. Don't believe him. Trump has real powers, but they are the powers of the presidency, the powers Joe Biden had, the powers Barack Obama had. The pardon power is vast and unrestricted, and so he could indeed pardon the January 6th rioters. Federal security protection is under the discretion of the executive branch. And so yes, Trump could remove protection from Anthony Fauci and Mike Pompeo and John Bolton and Mark Milley, and even Brian Hook, this largely unknown former State Department.
Who made me watch this? I just... Give me the Michael Reeves video. Or RDC.
Yes, sir. He like 2 hours late, chat, man.
Streamers are really the new rappers now.
Fuck, we ball, man. Where he at? Oh, I think that's him right there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what's up with you, man? Yes, sir. Rock with him. Big fan of you, man. No cap,
as
man.
everybody should be, bro.
Yes, bro. Y'all welcome Jay Rich to the chat,
And
man.
no, I'm not freestyling.
Yeah, man. But, hey, man, so what we about to do today, dog?
Yeah, well, I got motion all around the city.
Hey, we're not taking no pictures today.
Hey, we're not taking no pictures. I'm not taking no pics. I'm not taking no pics.
No.
Bro, Dez never stops.
Oh, yeah, what's up? Hey, you a fan?
Just all the time.
Yeah, I appreciate that,
Can you
man.
take a picture, bro?
Yeah, no cap, no cap. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Come on.
Yeah, you got motion. You got motion. Hey, stop playing. You know I ain't taking no pics, man.
Okay.
I got you.
You see?
Look, there, man.
Look.
Okay. I'm trying to get a picture of that. Bro.
Yeah, bro. I appreciate it.
Come on.
You ready? You ready?
Let's go. I'm trying to get it, like, just, you know. Appreciate you.
He there we go.
That's what I like. I like that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I got you, bro.
Oh, yeah. So.
Hey, man. Hey. Hey, Chad, y'all think I show my cards, Chad? Yeah, I should show him right. Yeah, I should show him.
This don't even mean that much to me, bro.
Right.
My bad.
Man, I like this. Yeah,
I got like one of those. I got my mom one of those.
Oh man, that's impressive.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. This is my crib though. Welcome to my crib, you know.
Yeah, this is cool. I feel like this one like it's cheaper over here.
Yeah. I just got it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I understand how you got that big of a house. Yeah.
My car's back here though.
Young niggas had their time.
Exactly. Like this. Come on, bro.
My Ferrari and my Rolls Royce right there, man. That's my baby right here. Yeah. Woo, I'm getting all the hoes in that one.
Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me.
Yeah, we can go ride in them if you want.
Yeah.
Been on this before?
Yeah, just
hey, what kind of question is that?
Come on, man.
Oh, my bad.
Come on, man.
Hold on, niggas at a castle? What, right there? Oh yeah, that's my homeboy Tony's house. He got that from streaming too.
He got that from streaming? Nigga, that's some Harry Potter castle type shit.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Tony Can't Quit TV, man. Make sure y'all go follow him, man. No cap.
Type shit. I mean, that shit.
I love the chat. Big Tony. On
That shit
top.
normal. I mean,
Yeah.
y'all streaming niggas getting a little bit of money, but.
What you do? Oh, shout out to $2,000 donut.
shit, like-
What you doing, Chuck? Yeah, $2,000. Yeah. Chat, you think we gonna get a speeding ticket, chat? Yeah, come on, you ready? Oh, you can just open it.
No, he know how to open doors, bro.
Yeah, I say I just go over it like
What?
that.
What? Damn, man, you gonna scratch my car?
No, that's how you used to, bro. Come on, man.
All right.
I ain't new to this. I'm true to this,
cool.
nigga.
Yeah.
Is it still on 125? No.
Yeah, we about to go.
This one cool. I feel good.
Yeah, go ahead. You know how to start it?
Yeah.
Fuck this gross display of wealth. This is just nasty as the political situation. Why do we care? They are rich. Fuck them. Who are these people? Okay. Chatter. This is called a joke. Okay. The joke of this is supposed to be that rappers who think they are really rich and constantly flexing actually ain't shit in comparison to streamers. The title of the sketch is called Streamers Are Really the New Rappers Now. Okay? Sketch comedy is a form of art, a visual and audio medium that is intended to satirize normal existence for the goal of making you go, ha ha. Sometimes you involuntarily go, ha ha, when you see something that is known as a funny thing, okay? It makes you think sometimes. And in other instances, it can make you even involuntarily react by laughing. It's called laughter. Okay? Bro thought jokes would fly. The joke here is that streamers have a lot of motion. Your HasanAbi sign is starting to fall down a little bit. No, it's not falling down a little bit. It's falling down a lot bit.
Oh, yeah. No, it's right here. Just start.
Say, bro, he know how to start Lambos, man.
Yeah, bro, I know how
No,
to,
I'm just saying, like,
I know how to start them. I know how to start them.
Oh, okay.
So
You just.
That's a special sitting.
No, you just.
Oh yeah.
In this sketch, Mark Phillips of RDC is portraying himself as a rapper who thinks he has a higher status than the streamer. Only slowly but surely finding out that the streamer actually has experienced a lot more financial success than the rapper.
There we go.
Yeah, man. Mine used to do that too, just like that.
Yeah.
When I had one.
You sure you can drive this?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Are you good?
Yeah, nigga, yeah.
Oh. Just making sure. It just seemed like you just never drove this car before or something.
Nah,
You having the time of your life.
I'm just saying, like, where I'm from, like, my brother who fucking, bro, my brother ain't here to experience this shit, dog.
Oh, your brother, man.
Yeah,
Shout out to
twin,
your
man.
brother,
Yeah,
man.
my twin,
Shout out to Keezy, man. Rest in peace to him, man. Okay.
What's that right there, big bro? Like, that's a subscriber?
Oh, yeah. So basically, he just paid for the stream and watch it with no ads.
The ads, you get money for the ads.
I get money for the ads.
So you run the ads, big bro?
Yeah, I run the ads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No.
You're scum rape denier. Wow.
Not subscribing, I'll run the ads.
Yeah, and what was you saying about OBS?
OBS, it's right here, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can switch to console stream, desktop stream.
Okay, that's why you need 2 screens.
Yeah, that's why you need 2 screens.
Hey, big bro,
you know
man, you smart as hell, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I ain't gonna lie, I'll kill some shit behind you, bro.
Man,
I'll kill some shit behind you, bro.
I appreciate that, man.
Dead ass, I'm not playing. Y'all see my eyes, nigga?
Hey, that's come from Jay Rich himself, chat. What's up? Yes, sir.
It's blood right here, man.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you coming on the stream for real,
You
man.
already know.
Did you watch the Lucas skit they did? Imagine you just got home for a 9 to 5 all week, and to unwind, you're like, I'm gonna go into this dude's chat and call him a rape denier. Yeah. Since you were in Japan, here's the documentary the RDC made about the Luka trade. You know the Luka trade was so insane. I said this before already. Because RDC didn't come out with a sketch immediately locked in the chamber, ready to go. Like, they caught RDC off guard. They usually have a meme fired up in the tank, ready to roll out instantaneously.
Steph, what's up?
What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Chilling, man.
Here.
Appreciate you waiting for me, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Draymond, I'm not even with that shit right now. You got 2 jobs, Jimmy. 1, pass the ball to Steph. And if Steph's not open, pass the ball to me. And as a team leader, I'll decide what to do with the ball. You got it, Jimmy? Hey, Draymond, for real, chill out with that shit. No, Jimmy. That don't work on me. I ain't Tyler Hero.
Draymond, please.
Please what, Steph?
You just keep on antagonizing him, like.
You see, that's why you and Clay from the box now. You never set the tone when he was here. So he walking around here thinking anything. But not you, Jimmy Butler. Don't you think nothing. I don't want no thoughts. I want you to pass the ball to Steph, or you pass the ball to me. Do you understand, Jimmy? Draymond, no, I don't understand, bro. Like I said, chill out. Jimmy can't understand. Jimmy, if I had 3 apples, Jimmy, you gonna talk to me like I'm stupid. What's up? What's up? Yo, come on. What's up? Nah, fuck Jimmy, that, bitch. What's what you want, Jimmy? Jimmy, this not what you want. Made me get up, huh? What's up? What's up? What's up? What you want to do? What you want to do? Jimmy, this same thing I gave Jordan. What you want to do? I ain't Jordan. I ain't Jordan. Same thing I gave Jordan, Jimmy. I'm going to be the bigger person. Steve, get him before I get him. I told you not to trade AD. No matter what.
I don't know what came over me, man. Oh, jeez.
Rob Pelinka, you traded AD.
Yes, me, Rob Pelinka, I traded KD.
Not me, not LeBron James.
LeBron did not have anything to do with this.
Oh my God. I can't believe you, man. AD, man. You know I'd never do you like that, man. I'ma miss you, bro. I'ma miss you, all right?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I can't believe this, man. First decision they made without me, man.
First one?
Yeah, Barney saw him out. I'm gonna miss you, AD.
All right, Brian. Who's that?
It's probably maintenance. You know that light that was messed up over what you call a locker? Yeah.
You want me to get that?
No. Go ahead, man. You gotta get over there to the Mavs, man. Fuck. How you doing, man? You know my favorite player, right? Yes. I got you. Let me get this. I got you. Don't even worry yourself. Hey, so this is the locker room. This is the people, man. Right here. Yeah. Here, take that.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this is everybody, the team. Oh, and this is my son Bronny right here. Yeah, future star, man. Y'all gonna hoop good together. I already know it.
He left something. He said he left something.
So this is what we on, bro?
I'm just showing him around the. All right, AD. What was I supposed to do? Yeah, I put the trade in.
Man, what the fuck? What are you doing?
What the fuck you mean? What the fuck, AD?
Man, we won a ring together, bro.
That was 5 years ago. And they say that shit don't count. And I'm starting to believe him. Cause you can't guard Jokic.
And Luka can't guard him either.
Yeah, you can guard Luka. But look, I didn't dispute you, AD.
For me?
Yeah, I didn't dispute
How you do for me?
Let me tell you. Look, let me tell you. I sent you over there with Kyrie. Huh? You know Kyrie is.
I know, come on.
That's what I'm saying, Clay.
Yeah.
Look at your team. I did that for you. Y'all gonna win the ring. You think me and Luke can beat y'all? No, I did that for you.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, you gotta think about that.
Yeah.
Like, man, come on, AD.
Appreciate you, Brian.
Our bond over these past years, man.
Yeah.
That's real. Like,
That's
for real.
love. That's love. That's
yeah. I'm telling you right now, Luka, that was the best trade we ever made. Wait a minute. LeBron, I have something to say. I'm going to drop 60 on every nigga head in Dallas, Texas. Whoa! You can't be saying that. I had just bought the house, and that's how they do me. Yeah, that is true. I did see that. That was 15 M. Yeah, that was 15 M. We'll let that stop. Hold on. New trade just came in. Oh, Dalton, get the fuck out.
What? It's me?
Yeah, it's you.
I can provide, though. Remember, it's me. Connect 4.
Yeah, connect us to a city. Get out. Get out. Hey, Sam up here. Yes, sir.
What happened to you? Oh,
Charlotte, bro.
Charlotte, what you? Wait. I'm gonna get a ring.
Yeah, we get a ring. I'm gonna get a ring.
You said what? Yeah, damn, why you talking like that? Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. We go. Just drive, bro. Come on, man. Tripping, bro. What is this?
There was no way to explain that trade, LeBron. Luka just went to the finals. But yet I had to get him to you. Now you know what you owe me, don't you? 4 more years of you hooping. And after that, I want Bryce and Bronny to be superstars on different teams. You know what that would do for the ratings.
I can't do that. I'm gonna be 44, and those are my sons. How am I supposed to know what they gonna do in the league? You're not making no sense, Al. No, Rob. What's up, y'all? RDC World here. We are in New Orleans right now, but still, we had to get that trade deadline video out. Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Right when the Luka trade happened, I was playing Poppy Playtime, dropped Poppy Playtime, went and made the Luka video. But I was like, man, why don't we just wait until the trade deadline? Because what if more stuff happens that could add to the video? Now, whether that was a good idea or not, y'all still getting the video. Because there's a lot of people who've been pressing me for a whole week off that Luka video. You don't make LeBron videos no more? Oh my God, you're this, you're this, you're this. Even if I stop making LeBron videos, nigga, we be making shit all the time. Stop acting like we're just sitting there doing nothing. All right, we worked all night for the LeBron video, worked all night for everyone. Stop it! But I just have to tell y'all that real quick. Love y'all as usual, really I do. And I hope y'all like the video. This NBA season finna be fucking crazy. It truly is. There'll probably be a few more videos at some point on something. You know what I'm saying? So just stay tuned. RDC World is dropping a lot of videos on this channel. Cause everybody think we just forgot about this channel magic. No, we got stuff cooking. All right.
Wait. Nico Harrison has hired full-time security team to guard his home after trading Luka Doncic. Oh my God. I think this trade came down from Miriam Adelson. I think Miriam has a lot to do with this. Okay? I think she wanted the trade to happen because I think she wanted the team to tank because she wanted to move the team to Vegas where her casinos are. That's what I think. Now, do I have any evidence for this conspiracy? No. I just wanted to shit on Miriam Adelson, who gave $100 million to Donald Trump so that Donald Trump would permanently annex the West Bank for Israel. That's what I think. Or to leverage it to legalize Texas gambling. You saw that TikTok too, huh? No, I've been saying this because I've been trying to shit on Miriam Adelson any opportunity I can get. I have no evidence for this at all. I just hate Miriam Adelson. Nice eyebrows. Do you do them yourself? No. She wants to move the team to Vegas. The Buffalo Braves did this exact same thing in 1978 when a new owner bought them and purged the team and then moved to LA to become the Clippers. Yeah. Understandable. Have a nice day. All right. I'm done, chat. I'm tired. I'm going to spend some time with my family. That's all I got for today. Love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Another 7-hour half day in the books, dude. Anyway, like I said, love you all. Peace. And I'll see you tomorrow, as always. Bye-bye.
Starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son